It's a new day with a new set of groups. Welcome to BGIS 2026, where I'm going to be a host to Krafton Row. John alongside with me on the panel, it's I Super Johnny, and you guys are currently watching Round 4, Day 3. Yesterday, we saw Group 1 and 2 duke it out against each other, and yes, quite a lot of known names actually got eliminated from those groups. We've also seen a name like White Walkers, who we've seen in the past play inside of the grind, and even in the offline games, Johnny, Zutsu, they were eliminated too. That's insane.
A lot of surprising exits are already there in front of us in Round 4, and it's just time before we find out a few more big names that are going to be kicked out of their journey in BGIS 2026. And again, today is going to be very intense. One of the biggest names in the circuit is going to be performing, and they're going to be starting their journey with Group 3.
I know, right? One of the biggest names. By that, he means Genesis Esports and Hero Extreme Godlike are going to be over here inside of these groups. So one thing is for sure, the competition is definitely going to be extremely tight. And give it a little bit of a recap of Hero Extreme Godlike's performance inside of the grind. In 24 matches, they only managed to acquire 91 points, which is not a good average.
Exactly, and quite a big contrast to Genesis Esports, since you brought up their name as well. They had an incredible journey during their matches in the grind. And of course, a very aggressive stance was taken by Genesis when they were playing their matches in the grind. But again, Round 4, things are a little bit more difficult over here. As you mentioned, a lot of big names have been kicked out. Non-X not being able to make it through towards the quarterfinals was quite crazy indeed. And all of this is happening because you just have 6 matches.
I know, right? And the fantastic part is that the top 7 actually moves on towards the quarterfinals from these groups. So even that's another fact that you guys need to know. As we move on towards today's schedule, Rondo is going to be the map to kick things off with. And as we all know, Group 3 is going to be the one to play the first, which means Hero Extreme Godlike, Genesis Esports, Meta Ninja, Ultron Esports, and even teams like Wiz Esports that we've seen in the past will also be seen today.
Yeah, but they aren't the only ones. I mean, we have a lot of names that we have to look forward to. A few teams making their way here from Round 2. Round 3 was quite interesting. It got a little bit more intense, but from what we have noticed in the first few play days of Round 4 is the competition here is on a whole different level. And starting things off, we have the teams from Group 3. As you mentioned, I think Ultron Esports is one of those names that I will have a few expectations from. K47 and the boys doing quite well over there. And then Wiz Esports is going to be another name. But a returning name from the previous iterations of BGIS, a name that we have seen in the officials, well, from last year onwards, it's going to be the side of H4K. Their journey in Round 3 wasn't the best, but it's H4K. We are going to have hope for them.
I know, right? H4K, it's a banner that we've always having hopes, and somewhere down line, yes, they do deliver too, but also at the same time, we have seen them struggle quite a bit too in the previous couple of rounds as well. Another name that I'm personally going to be looking out for is also going to be Wiz Esports. Now, this is a pretty much new team on the block, and the way they played the past couple of rounds was impressive, so I'm definitely going to be looking out for this team as well. And since we've been speaking so much about the known names, let's have a look at Genesis Esports' map averages. Of course, in every single map, Genesis Esports has been doing really good for themselves, but looking at Wrangle, they have been performing the best on that map.
Yeah, they have been performing quite well on Wrangle. I mean, when they started off their journey in the grind, the first 2 games of Wrangle were secured by Genesis Esports, and all thanks to their positional play, which is quite incredible when you look at all of the Wrangles that they played during the grind. They get, as we mentioned, the aggression is there within the team, so they do manage to get a decent number of finishes every single time they play a game, which kind of keeps them at the top of the leaderboard. But again, that was in the grind. Now you're playing your matches in Round 4. You have to step up your game, and let's see if Genesis actually makes it happen.
I'm pretty sure they are going to make it happen. Let's be honest, Genesis Esports, they've got so much firepower that they really possess, and they can easily inflict a lot of pain and hurt on the lobby. And we've also got a godlike spotlight on the screen, finishes 72, and keep this thing in mind, these spotlights come through all the way from the grind, which means all of these stats, they have played 24 matches to get those.
Yeah, but based on the roster that Godlike has, I think these stats should have been better. I mean, I'm not satisfied with 72 finishes and 91 total points. So, again, this is not what we expected from Godlike after the massive rebuild that they had during the off-season. And again, there were a lot of communications being made by the management as well as to what the team is doing to try and get better and try and prepare themselves for Round 4. I think this is going to be the real test for the fans.
It's pretty much an MVP roster. We know they've got S-Power, Mino, Jonathan, and we've all know how great of a past they've had. And without a doubt, Godlike is supposed to dominate just as well as Genesis Esports in the game, but still for some reason, they're really lacking and slacking. And at the start of the day, we all locked in our predictions. I personally went with Wiz Esports. As I mentioned, I'm going to be looking out for this new new team, and you guys went with Hero Extreme Godlike. Interesting. What's going on there?
Hey man, across the board, it's just Godlike and Genesis. I think people are very excited to see what Godlike does, what are the improvements that they have made, and what the result for the end of day one is going to look like for them in round 4. And of course, Genesis Esports. Genesis were the best performing team in Group B in the grind itself. And everyone just wanted to see what happens when Genesis kind of starts to match up against the teams that were there in the A group of the grind itself, because that was supposed to be the toughest group, and Genesis kind of felt out of place in Group B. So I'm super excited to see these two teams perform. Along with them, one more name that is going to be interesting to watch out for. It is going to be Meta Ninja. We haven't spoken about them a little bit till now. And Meta Ninja also, out of nowhere, were very aggressive when we started to see them first. And even in the previous round, they were quite hyper-aggressive in their performances, securing a lot of eliminations for themselves. So as you move forward in BGIS 2026, things get tougher and tougher. The firepower for the opponents also goes up by quite a notch. So can Meta Ninja still maintain that same pace of play is what I would like to see right now.
I mean, in the span of 6 games, they managed to acquire 87 points. That is a brilliant average to have. And Meta Ninja, they're definitely going to be another one of those teams to possess a lot of threats. We know there's only 7 slots up for grab, and there's so many known names who are going to be around those known slots as well. Another name is also going to be Ultron Esports. Let's be honest, they have K47, and the performance they showcased in the past couple of rounds was excellent. And now we want to see them do pretty good inside of this round as well. But is that really going to happen? Since we're going to move on towards the map Rondo, and it's supposed to be an aggressive map, so I'm pretty excited for this one. The planes and the skies once again for the map Rondo, and as we know, it's an aggressive map, so I'm looking out for a few drop clashes. For Godlike, of course they're going to try to make sure that they're going to have a good start in their hands. 6 games only with you, and looking at the plane 5 paths, we've got 2 this time. One starting all the way from Jaden City towards B Lee, and then the other one starting from Kung to all the way towards Fongtun.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see if anyone actually opts for those hot drops towards the southwestern quadrant of the map. They're quite far away from both the flight paths, but we all know early aggression, stadium, New X Factory, test track, Yulin. These are the most common spots where we see those early team fights on this map of Rondo. Although an early exit being taken by the players of Warbear Esports, and it's going to be the entire roster that is heading towards Tinlong Garden. Leads me to believe that maybe they are not going to try and take a fight early. Same goes for the players of Genesis Esports, who have taken an exit towards Jadena City. All 4 players together, that means they are not going to go for a fight.
It's a little bit weird. Not a lot of teams dropping towards the Ox Factory.
Yeah.
There's a major cluster of teams heading towards Stadium. Wiz Esports, they found themselves in a bit of a scuffle off the rip. And Wiz Esports, what just happened? He came out on top with just a machete and gets the confirmation as well. That's insane. Wiz Esports keeping themselves inside the race, even they did not really have suitable weaponries. And now the cavalry arrives. Falcon, the man's got his hands on the S12 can. He's ready to make sure that the opponents won't be eliminated from the game. And just like that, another man falls down for Wiz Esports. Man advantage now in the hands of the opposition.
Oh, this is looking tough for the players of Wiz Esports. They start off on a great note, but a few shots whiffed. And they are going to have to pay a very heavy price for this. Falcon also taken out of the picture, and BGIS somehow managed to keep their numbers intact. But over here, another interesting clash-off was happening. H4K in a fight of their own. I believe they have lost a few players, one early recall used, so H4K is still in a fight, but NXG kind of stuck in a tough spot. Mega Boy, I don't think this is a good position for him, and a jump shot from Sanchit, and there he goes.
Oh, there we go, though. Godlike already inflicting some pain. Starting things off with 2 elimination points on the board. Now they're looking pretty good. Jonathan and the boys definitely, they are going to feel themselves if they keep on getting eliminations like that. But Manya, he's being eliminated from the game himself. So for Godlike, the escape option is not available. Yeah. These 3 players, they need to survive. And if they get eliminated, it's done for. Someone needs to back away towards the recall tower and make sure that the backup plan's going to be there. For Godlike, they're completely caught off guard. S-Power and his teammate right there in front of him. And Jonathan eventually is now trying to play it a little bit more safe. Meta Ninja from the back lines as well, going for that strike. Luckily enough for Godlike, SGN, they're not going to be a threat anymore. Dreams eliminated from the game, and even Wiz Esports has been eliminated from the game. What just happened?
An unfortunate early exit for the players of Wiz Esports, but as you were talking about, Godlike, I want to see if they can escape. Because as you mentioned, all 4 players intact, all together. And S-Power, he's taken a lot of damage, just one shot on him. He would have fallen over there. And then Jonathan could have potentially been hunted down. But S-Power right now just trying to see if he can lure the players of Meta Ninja away from his teammate. Just find some breathing room to work with. Oh, this is going to be tricky for the players of Godlike. And Meta Ninja, I think, it's quite surprising to see them go on an early hunt in Rondo like this.
On the move. And as I mentioned for Godlike, especially Nadia losing out of his life was probably one of the worst possible thing that could have happened. H4K as well continuing their domination at Wrath. GDS dropping down his Sunchit. For H4K, 2 frags on the board. It's a decent start. For Godlike, S-Power just needs to back away towards the recall tower, and that's what he's doing. And he's also going to have a smooth glide towards that spot. No one contesting the man yet. H4K, though, they're pretty much on the search for another man who lies in the same compounds. And that's going to be Jonathan. And Jonathan, as of now, just wants to play it safe. His position's compromised. H4K knows there's someone right around them. But they do not know where exactly.
They're trying to hunt him down. Mac and Rage God looking to move up the stairwell. Jonathan just trying to see if he can crawl to a different position. Just be prepared. On the other side of things, though, S-Power has managed to make his way towards the recall tower, so the players of Godlike are going to be back on their feet again. And Jonathan, if he can wait it out till his teammates regroup. It's a risky move, by the way, for the players of Godlike to show up again towards Stadium. The position still surrounded by a lot of foes. But if this man manages to hold his ground, wait for his team, and maybe we are going to see that 4-man unit of Godlike united again. But what just happened? H4K, they just abandon their game plan and just fall back instantly, looking to reset themselves.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. Maybe realizing the fact that they don't really have a lot of loot available. And that's why I just want to back away, play it a little bit more safe. See how they can really bring out those escape routes. T7 Esports, not in that good of a spot. Out in the open, making that rotation, while on the opposite side, BW. They've already started to hammer down the boys of Meta Ninja. White Tiger eliminated from the game. But I'm sure there's going to be a recall coming through soon for Meta Ninja. Recovery's going to be there. It's not a problem.
Yeah, all 4 players have recalls available right now. So Meta Ninja, as you mentioned, they're not going to be in too much discomfort because they lost White Tiger. But Bengal Warriors, now this is a decent spot. We have seen this play just a few days ago on Rondo itself. Those compounds southwest of Stadium, they can be a death trap, especially when there are a lot of teams in the mix. And right now, that's exactly how the situation, it seems to be developing. There's Godlike, there's Meta Ninja, there's a few individuals from H4K. Speaking of H4K, Mac, he's been knocked out. Rage God, he finds a trade, but again, H4K was down in numbers, so it's not going to be an easy fight for them. There you have it, Mac. He gets finished off. Rage God falls as well.
Yeah, dropping down in too many bodies in the fight. And Godlike now just want to continue their wrath. That's the remaining players in the front. Meta Ninja as of now, with 2 frags claimed. Trying to play it a little bit more passive. Because they have indeed taken a decent bit of damage upon themselves. Nate's being tossed against BC. And unfortunately now, even they're starting to drop down. It's quite unfortunate. Being God, not in that good of a spot. Storm is the only person stuck in the closet room. And now they're not really looking like gods anymore. Just one man getting pounced on by the entirety of foes. That's the entire team just looking to collapse on top of Storm, and he's not going to stand a chance.
What an easy finish for the lads of Gorka Esports. Their second elimination of this game. Finding an isolated player, an easy pickup, but well, the players from Godlike, they showed up to pick up Jonathan. S-Power again in the same building. Well, it is a 2 versus 3 situation against Bengal Warriors. Not an easy fight for the players of Godlike. They are again stuck in the same spot as they were in when the game began. They are on that second floor waiting for the opponents to push. And outnumbered as well. So, yeah, an interesting turn of events. From the backlines, we do see the players of Oops Official also wanting to join this fight. But crossing that river, it's going to be a big challenge for them.
It indeed will be. And Godlike now trapped. They've got a crossfire setup as of now. As Power just waiting for the foes to walk in. But is that really going to be the case? Nades are also going to be tossed by the foes, and this one needs to land. And it's actually going to land as well. As Power knocked out, rookie mistake from Godlike. Should have seen this one coming. Another nade follows up, and that's going to get the confirmation. Jonathan, he's all by himself. And now his ult's getting pushed on, but he whiffs all those shots. Jonathan eliminated from the game as well. Godlike making rookie mistakes, and because of that, this game, it's on the verge of being completely done.
The only saving grace that the players of Godlike have right now is the fact that the 2 players that have fallen are also the same ones that still have recalls up. So they can still bring back Jonathan and Espower, maybe look for a reset somewhere else on the map. And look at this. Admino, he has already brought back Espower. They were close to a recall tower, Admino and Manya. Jonathan's back as well. But Bengal Warriors, I mean, an interesting start. Now, staying back in the blue to deal with the players of Oops Official. They found a knock, some room for them to work with. Bengal Warriors can use this space to just evade that pressure inside the blue and move towards the play zone.
Oh my god, look at White Tiger from Indonesia. He's chasing down his power. They're next to each other, but maybe now the separation comes through. So, S-Power's going to be good. Looking at the circle and the way it was forming out as well, you see major cluster teams on the bottom right side of the map. Still some good spots are available. If the teams are quick enough, they can move inside of the circle and get their hands on those good spots.
Right now, it seems like everyone just thinks the ideal position inside of this Stage 2 play zone is going to be the Eastern and the Southeastern quadrant. Just one team present in the city of Yulin. That is going to be Meta Ninja. That 2-2 split gets them early control, and from here on out, all they are hoping for is to see a northwestern play zone shift. But if we move towards the cluster, Gorkha Esports spotting out T7, I believe, but still hesitant in taking shots, do not want to over-aggress. But look at the radar, there's another team closing in from the rear. Things are about to get heated up for them.
I don't get it. Gorkha Esports, they've got a recall available. But still, for some reason, not even handing out that recall to the IGL. It's weird. Maybe just don't want to sacrifice the position they've got, but still, man, being a 4-man squad is going to get you a lot more. Sending 2 players or just maybe 1 player to actually go ahead and go for that recall, it's going to be a good thing for you. The circle centering on up right on top of the boys of Gorkha Esports. So now, the intentions of going for the recall, they will be suppressed even more.
Yeah, they have good cover to work with, so incentive to move out and take that risk has gone away. And of course, at the end of the day, if you do manage to finish with 10 eliminations, even on Rondo, and finish in the top 3, that's a decent start to their journey. Let's see what the game plan for Gorkha Esports is going to look like. In the meanwhile, look at the position of Genesis Esports towards the southwestern edge of the play zone. Absolutely phenomenal. A lot of room to work with. The players from WB are up front, but Warbear Esports, they are also out into the open, with Gorkha Esports present towards their west and Genesis towards their south. And since there are still 15 teams in this lobby, there's a potential that Warbear Esports might just get pushed.
Looking at the way they're placing themselves, too, around the spectrum. We've also got Oops Official on the move. And they were easily going to find that breaching point as well. Moving inside of the circle, finding that good spot to lay their eyes on. Looking at the elimination feed, still clicking off. Slowly and steadily, individual frags being picked off. And GTR, oh no, Beast taken down. That's going to be Godlike ramming their vehicles on the compound. Claiming those confirmations as well. So that's a great thing. Godlike does not have a lot of elimination points since they dropped around the stadium vicinity. But the way they're playing this out, it's definitely pretty safe.
Yeah, I think this safe approach is what I would like to see, considering, again, grind became a nightmare for the players and the fans of Godlike, but the start to Rondo also wasn't the best. Losing out players early, somehow managing to get a reset, and now 3 finishes secured in this game. On the other side of things, Genesis Esports, we were talking about them a few moments ago. They were present towards the silos, but for some reason decide to fall back and are trying to gatekeep the players of LNG. Next gen, they have the high ground advantage. Viper on the off angle. The knock is going to be secured by Genesis, and they've kind of reduced this fight to a 3 versus 3.
Yeah. The man advantage that was there on the hands of NG. It's now neutralized. Genesis Esports, they can feel a little bit more free now. Slowly and steadily inching towards the opposition. There is a revival being stuck. And if a nade actually crawls right next to him, that's going to seal the deal. The nades are crawling, but not close enough. They were being tossed, but not on the mark. Genesis Esports whiffing those utilities, but finally this one connects. And that's going to get the re-knock done. Genesis Esports desperate to go for the fight. As a few return nades come inside of the picture, and that's going to suppress the thoughts even more. The next circle, it shifts once again in the center. Gorka Esports, they've got a solid spot to play with. Around them, a few more teams do possess a good spot. But for Genesis Esports being all the way on the edge, now they need to find that escape route.
And they have one already prepared. Look at the quick fallback coming from the players of Genesis. And Next Gen Esports, as soon as they try to pressure the players from Genesis Esports from the backlines, brilliant suppressing fire from Fury keeps Next Gen Esports at bay, and Genesis Esports inching closer to the play zone itself. But a weird standoff between these two sides. A lot of pressure on Gravity from the side of Genesis. His HP bar wasn't looking good from the start. But a good thing for Genesis not to let the players of Next Gen make that bounce, lose players for no reason at all. On the other side of things, Oops Official on the finish speed. We did see a few mistakes being made. A player was knocked out, but the revive has come through. Although a big oops from Oops Official. They find themselves stuck towards that northwestern edge of the play zone. Pressure up front with Sun God waiting for them. And from the backlines, Meta Ninja want to climb that hill as well. Not an easy position for them to be in, to be honest.
Oh no, Gorka Esports not having enough men to defend the compound is now starting to really cost them. Just one man around the compound, and for how long can he really defend it down? Anurag gets the first frag. That's going to save the day for a little bit longer. But can he really defend it down? That's another question. Able to find another strikes. And what? He just single-handedly shuts down WB. What a blunder that was. Anurag takes down all the players all by himself. Now that's what you call a nightmare, and that's what you call a savior at the same time.
What a clutch coming through. 4 finishes secured in that one play. And of course, the players from Gorka Esports are going to be grateful to Anurag. 8 eliminations. They take an early exit, but 8 points. That's still a decent match. Although the third party from T7 Esports does finally put an end to the journey for Gorka Esports in this game, but man, oh man, what a way to isolate those fights. 2 players from the backlines also shut down, both with a single pump each. And then the last man just ran into that shotgun face first. Miscommunication through and through from Warbear Esports, because that is not how things were supposed to go. But Gorka Esports, they're going to be quite happy with themselves for this one.
Yeah, definitely they are going to be. Especially that quick 2-piece he found with that spam. Incredible. Let's have a look at this 1-on-4 once again, right? He was able to secure that first frag, gets the reload, and instantly just keeps on spamming, and he was able to line up 2 players. And then this third guy, for some reason, he had entered the entire vicinity too late.
That's such a small choke point as well. I mean, it would be very easy to spray down people when they're getting through the door, especially if it's a buggy blocking the way, and the only way for you to get in is to jump over it. Yeah, Warbear Esports. Kind of an idea put into execution, but not really a good execution of that. 11 teams remaining. They're still there, the players of Godlike in this game. 7 eliminations secured. When were they getting into these fights?
Slowly and steadily racking up those elimination points. Godlike is definitely doing pretty good on the map Rondo. They're not going for head-on-head fights. Instead, they're just collecting the scraps. And that's been working out pretty well for Godlike.
Yeah.
They need to keep on doing that same thing. Genesis Esports as well, just constantly hammering the lobby. They don't have a lot of frags on the board, but Genesis Esports instead focusing on positioning, which is pretty uncharacteristic for them. Maybe this time they just want to bring something new on the board, be a little bit more cautious, since they know there's only 6 games that you've got in store. But not a lot of room for error.
But I like what Genesis is doing right now, because the circle has been moving away from them from stage 3 onwards. They have been forced to play outside of the play zone itself. And just keeping the nearby vicinity clean, making sure that they do not have anyone to challenge them or block their way if they're trying to go for the cleanup outside of the play zone. But Gravity was looking to find some space inside of the play zone itself, gets stopped in his track by the players of BG. Beingod forcing the players of Genesis to fall back, but oh no, they fall into the line of fire of Hunters. He finds a trade to work with.
That's going to be a tough one to recover from. Default's got GDS from the back. It's impossible now. They just can't do anything. H4K, they're trying to ram their vehicles, but they mess up big. 2 players already knocked, 2 more standing. Rage God, is he going to be the difference maker? Mac as well pushing him close and personal, but that's not going to matter. GDS, that was a quick wipe. H4K, they mess up big.
Yeah, running into a line of fire, into a team with their eyes closed. H4K get punished, and Beingod as well annihilated at the hands of Genesis Esports. They try to do the same thing that H4K was doing to GDS, but the fight is not over yet. Here come knocking on the door the players of Godlike. The utilities being lobbed towards GDS. They do not find anything. Manya from Godlike dropped extreme low, but finally is looking to see if he can get some vision on the players of GDS, but utility from either sides. This is going to be such a difficult push.
Oh my god, what a knock that was. Surya, what a nade that is. Incredible. That was actually one of the most well-placed nades I've seen so far. Perfectly cooked right on top of Manya's head, blows him up. And now there's also a rescue operation coming through from Godlike. He tried to third-party this. GDS were in a massive pinch, and now they're also starting to fall apart. Genesis Esports constantly tossing those utilities, chipping away a lot of damage. Surya is there in the front, but he just can't do anything. He's the only person standing with not a lot of HP available. Another frag being claimed by Genesis Esports, slowly and steadily racking up those elimination points as well. And this is what you love to see from a banner like Genesis. And now finally, even Godlike starting to close in towards this compound.
When this game began, we were talking about Godlike and Genesis present in this lobby, and I think we are going to get to see that showdown of the Titans a little bit earlier than we expected in this match. Godlike double-digit eliminations have been secured, so this is already turning out to be a great start to their day, but oh no, as soon as they get themselves towards the edge of the play zone, the circle now moving towards the western side. Meta Ninja in the prime spot to rule this lobby along with the players of T7 and Sun God, but Godlike and Genesis forced out yet again. But look at this. This is where experience comes into play. As soon as both the teams were done with the team that they had sandwiched, between them, both of them just fall back.
It's not a good cover to be in, Meta Ninja. The deployable covers, they're not reliable enough, especially out in the open like that. You don't even have vehicles as cover. It's just the deployable covers that you're pretty much booking up on. Meta Ninja now tossing a few return nades, and this one's going to be on the mark. Incredible nade. Matt's knocked out. Mudit, he's trying to back away. Also, some damage is being chipped away on that person. T7 Esports. Oh, a few more nades tossed from Meta Ninja, and they're going to be exactly on point. Now, the smokes as well coming through from the side of T7 Esports to save the day, to save that sinking ship. But is it really going to be possible? For Godlike, Manya is knocked out once again, but the revival's coming through.
Yeah, but this is going to be a tough spot for Godlike to recover from. GTR, they have the high ground in this fight, and of course from the flank, Godlike is going to be exposed to the players of Genesis as well. If Genesis wants to get cheeky, they can probably try and catch the players of Godlike off guard, and this is going to be the perfect time. This seems like a repeat of a fight we saw in the grind. This is the exact position where Godlike fought the players of OG, and there was another squad present in the mix. And At that time, Godlike, they didn't do too well for them, but GTR, they make the mistake of overextending. Starboy running into the side of Sun God, and, well, he gets knocked out, put to Dreams.
Not even sure what the game plan was there.
Yeah, I have no idea as well. I think ideally they would stop and take the fight against the players of Godlike, because you can't escape without making sure your back is clear. The front line is just an open field.
Yep, now with Genesis Esports starting to extend, and there we go. Godlike catching him off guard. One man completely taken down for Genesis Esports. That overextension not paying off that well. Godlike capitalizing perfectly. Nade's being tossed as well from Jonathan. That's not going to find anything as of yet. Gravity, though, from the sidelines. Now it's starting to engulf the boys of Godlike. But there's also a lot of shots coming through from the sidelines. And that's going to be Meta Ninja 2 knocking on the doors. Godlike still, though. Recovery can be handed out. And look at SGN. Even they're doing a lot of damage against Genesis Esports. You just can't do a lot if you're Genesis now. You're trapped between too many teams, and you're taking too much damage upon yourself. And Mino is trying his best to fight back. Up close and personal, he's the only person for Godlike against that man of Genesis, and somehow he comes out on top. But still, Genesis Esports, they get shot dead from the back.
Yeah, Genesis, they have taken an early exit in this game, biting a little bit more than they could chew, fighting multiple fronts at the same time, taking on the players of Godlike, taking shots on the players of Meta Ninja and T7. Too much unwanted attention. But they might have just dragged the players of Godlike along with them, because they put them into an off spot. Somehow Godlike is still alive, but what just happened? A vehicle blows up, and Jonathan, he gets knocked out. Admino gets finished off. What is going on with Godlike over here?
Mistakes, that's what's going on. But still, two players, they look pretty okay.
Yeah, they have 12 eliminations. This is already a pretty wonderful game for Godlike.
Yeah.
Top 6, 12 finishes. That's a great start.
They've already secured a lot of points, as you mentioned. So they're definitely looking pretty good. They can play with a free hand if they want, but I'm pretty sure that's not what they're going to try to do. At least try and secure more placement points. That's what the goal's going to be for Godlike now. Utilities tossed out around that compound. SGN, once again, they have been a living nightmare. Third party in that fight against the boys of Genesis Esports. And the way Genesis Esports was playing that fight, they were too exposed. They were also getting hammered down by Hero Extreme. Godlike, even Meta Ninja was in that fight. And then even SGN chimed in. And Genesis Esports did not even stand a single chance. And now a few nades tossed down from Godlike. They want to keep the boys of GTR off at bay. But T7-2 now, they start to take those shots. Jonathan knocked out. That's going to be big threat neutralized. Manya in the sidelines. There's a Rich to play with, and Manya, his job is to at least keep the players off the bay. Making sure that Godlike's not going to be punished for overextending. SGN now, the compound's taken over. It's going to be Oops official, up close and personal.
It's quite surprising to see Oops make it all the way towards the top 6 of this game based on how bad things were for them at the very start. The positioning was completely off. Dropping down in Stadium, the early fight's completely denied to them. And now Ryex, the last man left alive. This might be the end of the line for him. There it is. Bites the dust at the hands of Sun God Esports, who have done quite well for themselves. Top 4. They have enough numbers to close out the match with the chicken dinner as well. The only team that stands in their way, it's going to be T7, who are doing slightly better than Sun God. 10 eliminations for T7. And I believe because of the terrain, they should be able to avoid a few fights as well. Kicking things off by taking down Dreams and swinging the advantage of the end game in their favor. Oh, but the finish gets taken away by GTR. Quite unfortunate for T7.
SGN. They're definitely going to try to be on the back end. For Godlike, the fact that 2 players are still surviving, that's massive. 12 elimination points secure. This is going to be a nuclear performance coming through from Godlike. If they manage to secure a few more elimination points, that's going to be a day with destiny.
I think they've already done better on this rondo than all the rondos they have played in Grind combined.
Yeah, I mean, the stats for the Grind are a prime example of that, right? In 24 matches, just having, not even crossing that 100 points marker, which was really concerning. But as of now, just in one game, 12 elimination points on the board, and a few more placement points added up. It's been really impressive. A good run from Godlike this time. And what a tap that was on the skull.
Yeah.
Beautiful burst from Ghost. Puts that man out of commission. Manya wanted to make that pounce, but what is that push? He was just all by himself, running on top of that person. Godlike, that miscomm, it's definitely going to cost him the game. Blue's on the move from the back as well, and eventually that one last man left over from Ghost Rex, he's going to push up and eliminate that final man of Godlike as well.
Yeah, I think the position was compromised. They knew where Jonathan was. GTR denying their last point to the players of T7 Esports. That brings us to the endgame showdown. T7 versus SunGod. It's a 3 versus 2 situation. T7, they have everything they need to win this game and close this match out. I'm quite surprised they're still holding back.
T7 Esports, SGN up top. And as of now for T7, these 3 men, they definitely have the big advantage. But SGN, they've also got the high ground to play with, but soon they're going to be flushed out of this high ground. And traversing through the open terrains, that's going to be their demise. They're tossing out a few more smokes to make sure that the opponents, they're not going to have their line of sight on top of them. Deployable covers as well used.
That's the thing. There's so much cover available for the players of SunGod. They can potentially isolate this fight and take away individuals from the side of T7 Esports. T7 needs to push up, and they need to be the ones making the play. Do not give SGN the control of this endgame.
Yeah. They're just not being assertive.
Yeah, exactly.
And as long as they're not going to be assertive, SGN, they're going to have free breathing room. So T7 Esports, they got to spread themselves out a little bit more, create those off angles, and be a little bit more assertive, be a little bit more dominant. Blue's on the move once again. The boy's out in the open. Phantom, he's taking a lot of damage upon himself, but he also finds a crucial knock. Now the situation's down to a 3-on-1. Man advantage heavily in the hands of T7 Esports, and just like that, the game as well, claimed by T7 Esports. That is a massive game from T7 Esports to kick things off with. They also had a lot of elimination points.
I think 13 eliminations and the chicken dinner, so 23 points on the board at the start of game 1 itself. And it's quite incredible, but one thing, again, as towards the end of the match, you and I were discussing, if you have an advantage, you need to learn how to press it. This is just those final few polishing points, the difference between how a team like Genesis Esports would have closed out this game. 3 versus 2, you know exactly where the last 2 players are. You just mow them down. You do not give them an opportunity to fight back, because there was a potential trade knock that could have happened. And SGN, I think the only thing that they were lacking over there was utilities in the form of nades or Molotov. Because imagine if they had a few nades, because they also knew T7 was down in the cliff. They could have lobbed those nades behind the deployable cover and picked off T7.
Could have definitely been a table turner, but we had a lot of expectations looking at Metanidza and the position they had, but even Metanidza messed up big time, right? They should have been able to do a lot better. SGN had a solid game too, the way they were just third-party in constant fights, poking that damage as well from the sidelines. For Genesis Esports, they did not get a lot of elimination points, and because of that, even the placement points were a little bit sacrificed.
I think they were in the top 7 with 5 finishes, so yeah, compared to the standards Genesis Esports said during their journey in the grind, this is a massive fall off for Genesis. But again, I'm going to give them leeway, because this time the circle was just playing against Genesis Esports the whole time. Every single time they would reach an edge of the zone, it would just completely shift in the opposite direction. Although Meta Ninja, as you were talking about them a few moments ago, I don't know what happened. Stage 5, Stage 6 transition. For some reason, Meta Ninja decide it's a good idea to play a 2-2 split on the roads, out into the open, and they just get destroyed because of that.
That's my whole point. They did not even have vehicles as cover. They just had deployable covers. And constantly utilities were being tossed even from the side of T7 Esports, and Meta Ninja just could not do a lot. And looking at this individual push from Manya, look, nothing taken away from the fact that Godlike, they've had a solid game so far, but still that solo push that Manya made, what if he would have made that pounce with Jonathan? That would have beaten their fight easily.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Jonathan just blew up Admino, so I would not want to make that push with him anymore. That's a joke.
Man. Yeah, of course it's a joke. I hope people understand. But that's the whole point, right? Team play is pretty much the dream play. If you are going to be playing with your teammates, Manya should have made the call for Jonathan to actually make that pounce together. But for some reason, there was that separation. And that's why pretty much Godlike got eliminated.
I have a question for you. You're a Godlike fan, right? I mean, we all are. To a certain extent. I mean, it's a good roster on paper, right?
I mean, yeah, fine. You can't say so.
Fine, right? Cool. We should be happy with those finishes they got, man. It was a top 5-12. Top 4, if I'm not wrong, right? Top 4, top 3 finish with 12 plus eliminations. So, yeah. I'm just happy they got their firepower up to this point, because the grind, I'm not going to be honest about. I'm going to be honest about this. I'm going to use your line, right? It had me worried. what was happening to the players of Godlike? Will it be another year where the team fails to make it to the LAN stage? But hey, finally, I think they've turned things around.
Everyone was concerned for Godlike, right? 24 matches, 91 points. That is a terrible average to have.
Yeah, it's a very terrible average.
That's why Godlike was on the latter half of the board, and that's why Godlike is right now over here. If they would have had a good average, they would have directly qualified towards the quarterfinals.
Yeah, there are a few names that you were surprised to see them in round 4 and not in the quarterfinals. Godlike, Orangutan.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Definitely for OG as well, the fact that they were there, it's just mind-boggling to me, right? But still, OG, they at least recovered. They did pretty good for themselves in this couple of rounds, and they did perform pretty well. But looking at Godlike, yes, the first game is good, but the consistency has been an issue. Are they going to be consistent in the upcoming 2 games?
Hey, fingers crossed, man. It's a great start to the day. It seems like our prayers have finally been answered. It's a good day for everyone to wake up. Hopefully, they're going to stay awake up until that second angle rolls around for the players of Godlike. But while Godlike is doing well, Genesis is doing okay. Meta Ninja, yeah, I would love to see an improvement in the upcoming angles for them.
Johnny.
Ultron Esports.
Yeah, that's what I was literally about to ask you. Where was Ultron Esports throughout the entire game? I did not even see them once.
Yeah, I have no idea as well. It seems like they weren't even there. What happened to Ultron Esports?
I know, right? Ultron Esports wasn't even visible on the screen. I guess they were just in the shadows, got eliminated in the shadows as well, which also tells us that the performance they had is probably not good. So for Ultron Esports, the upcoming game has to be the recovery.
And it's a big contrast to how the team was doing in the previous round of this tournament. But we'll see where they were on the overall leaderboard. But for now, the MVP of the game, it's going to be S-Power. Of course, why not? 7 finishes, 58% finish contribution. We've seen this man play, and we know if he's there in the game, there's a very high probability he will be the MVP.
Yeah, Superpower charging through the players once again. Then you've also got Dreams right there from SGN getting 5 frags. Phantom as well getting 5 elimination points. And Anurag, that 1 out of 4 has to be one of the most disgusting plays I've seen so far. Warbear Esports, I hope their mindset's going to be fine when they move on towards the Wrangle. Let's move on towards the point standings and find out how many points exactly Godlike got. They got 16 points in total, pretty much a solid performance. T7 Esports, 23 points. That's a way to kick things off.
Yeah, but Necro, I have a question. How is it that we noticed Wiz Esports going down but not Ultron Esports?
I know, right?
Yeah, there's such a fade from Ultron Esports in this game. Super early exit. Not what we expected, to be honest. Again, their journey during round 3 was phenomenal. They did quite well for themselves. 75 points in 6 matches, averaging over 10 points per game. So a good outing, but the start to round 4, not the best. But looking at the top half, the top 7, Genesis Esports is there in the top 7 at the start of their journey.
Not a bad game.
Hopefully they can maintain that position, to be honest. I would love to see Genesis finish in the top 2.
Yeah, it's not a terrible game, right?
Yeah.
At least they have done okay-ish, so that's why Genesis Esports currently inside of the top 7. You've also got GDS, and GDS, the way they were pinned between Godlike and Genesis Esports, the fact that they were still able to get away with that many points is impressive. So you can't say GDS as well. That's going to be another team to look out for.
Yeah, GDS, Godlike, Genesis. There was one more team in that mix that was put under pressure by the players of... it was H4K who came charging towards the players of GDS and got annihilated. So, yeah, I think being able to handle that sort of pressure, and especially with just 3 players in that entire fight, GDS did quite phenomenal. I think the individual decision-making from those players from GDS was phenomenal. But, again, you can't rely on chaos always to get those finishes. You have to try and see how you can stay safe, how you can make the best out of the worst possible situation, which is what GDS did in that particular scenario. Hopefully they keep doing that for the rest of the day as well.
Now look, I understand from Gorka Esports that was just their first ever rondo, and it's also going to be the last ever rondo in the round 4. But here's a quick tip. If you've got the recalls available, just go and hand out those recalls. There's a reason why they're available, so just do it. But for now, let's move on to a short break. We're going to be back with the Wrangle. Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Salty with me on the panel. I'm pretty sure you were sitting in the back lines looking at that game, and it was a hell of a game as well. Meta, to be honest, I thought they had the smack center. They could have done a lot better, but with the way they spread themselves out, and they only had those deployable covers out in the open, they got completely pincered.
Absolutely, and I think that has been the case. In fact, while I was watching the game in the back lines, I was almost thinking, like, are Meta Ninja qualifying to the quarterfinals at this point? I'm not even sure. But I don't want to criticize them too early right now. It's just been the first game, the first map of Rondo. Usually we have seen they pick up on the maps of Erangel. So we'll find out what happens.
Yeah, Erangel is one of the most classic maps, so we do expect a lot of improvements from this team on that map. But hey, if you guys want to look pretty cool inside of the game, get your hands on the Royal Pass right now. That Rebel Rogue Fox set, it looks absolutely beautiful. And if you invest UC inside of the Royal Pass, you will get it back once again if you keep on running it.
Absolutely. It is like a one-time investment. It comes back to you if you actually keep on grinding. But of course, speaking of grind, it seems like the boys in yellow, they've actually grind their way inside of round 4 right now. I mean, at the start of the day, we were kind of skeptical whether or not this team is going to perform. But godlike, they did show us, at least S-Power showed us a little bit of aggression.
I know, right? A lot of elimination points did come through, and it's all because of S-Power and his heroics. But in the end moment, look, I understand it was a good game for godlike. Nothing taken away from that. But with the way Mania just charged on the team who was above him, just all by himself, was quite concerning. You should have at least asked Jonathan to be with him, but for some reason, Jonathan was just lying prone in the back, and Mania was the only person to make that pounce. It was so questionable.
It certainly was questionable, and I think we have been talking in the back lines about this as well. I feel like the communication lines between the players of godlike, it seems like it's not yet at 100% at this point. I feel like Mania and Jonathan at that point weren't communicating to each other what the game plan was. But I think all of that aside, I think the amount of points you need on the board, the godlike have done that. 16 points is not too bad, to be honest. It's a great start for them, and I think they can build on from this point on.
It's been an okay start for Genesis Esports too. It's getting 7 points in total. It's not bad, but we know it's Genesis Esports. They possess so much firepower that they can just go ham in the upcoming lobbies and easily secure the amount of points that are needed to qualify. Move the conversation on towards Ultron Esports. When did they even get eliminated? I completely missed out.
Amidst all of this chaos, it's always difficult to actually keep track of who gets eliminated when, but this is one of those teams I was actually watching out for, GDS. Now, they've got their basic set, even D7E. I mean, of course, they got the chicken dinner and a lot of finishes to kind of show for it, but I think these are the two teams I'm going to be watching for, especially from the underdogs.
Yeah, D7 Esports was definitely really impressive, right? In the first game itself, getting a chicken dinner with 23 points secured, that's a solid performance to kick things off with. And Bengal Warriors, in this fight against godlike, oh man, it was definitely skeptical. For a moment, I thought godlike Esports is done for, especially considering the fact that Mania was eliminated on the recall tower and godlike's escape option were taken away from them.
Absolutely. I mean, imagine this, right? 3 players battling it out in the fighting range. One IGL always going to the recall towers. There's always enormous amount of risk that if the IGL gets taken down, there's almost nothing that you can possibly do. But at this time, at least, luck was in their favor. I think that is the least that I could say. But S-Power on a completely different level. Sun God Nika Esports, I think this is a team that can certainly surprise us when we reach the final stages of round 4 potentially.
Without a doubt. SGN, they definitely do seem pretty confident. Oops official when they made that pounce on top of the compound. SGN wasn't someone that just backed away from that fight. Instead, they were constantly contesting the boys in the front, and SGN was the one to come out on top. The way SGN was just poking so much damage in the lobby, constantly taking shots against T7, taking shots against Meta Ninja. They were also doing a lot of damage against godlike, and that's one of the main reasons why SGN do had a solid game.
Absolutely. So many underdogs to watch out for. So many new names, new faces who've actually made their presence at round 4. Now I'm actually excited for what Erangel has to offer, because for Mania specifically, I think Erangel never really been the problem. He knows how to maneuver his way around. He's done that for his previous banner, which was Team Soul. Now I think he's probably going to do the same thing with godlike as well. And with the way the Assaulters have been playing on an individual level, especially S-Power's form right now, I think godlike should be able to scrape through.
Yeah, definitely. That's what we all think, right? Godlike should be able to escape through. But as the years keep on passing by, these undergods, they just get even more powerful. And now realizing the fact that it's out of the round 4, you know that these undergods are definitely outperforming some of the known banners. You've still got a few more teams like Wiz Esports to wake up. We've seen Wiz Esports and what they're capable of in the previous round. That's why I personally went with them. It's a whole different fact that Wiz Esports just got 1 point in that previous game. So let's not talk about it anymore. But I do believe in the upcoming game of Erangel, Wiz Esports will hand out the recovery.
Potentially, I think the recovery has to be there. You know, you've got some big names as well. You've got teams like Team H4K as well. I was expecting a lot coming in from Suja.
They got melted.
They got melted. Now, also one very important fact, Bengal Warriors is my home team. Like, not my home team technically, but all the players are from my state itself, which is West Bengal. So I'm actually rooting for them right now.
Okay, well, I hope they do pretty good for themselves. And there was that one massive clip as well coming through from Gorka Esports, which was Anurag getting that 1-on-4, which was really crazy if you think about it. Wild Boar Esports, I just hope that they're going to be able to wake up in the upcoming game and that 1v4 clutch is not going to be hampering their mindset.
You know, 1v4 clutch is always extremely difficult to kind of swallow down the pill, to be honest. If you're on the receiving end of it, I'm pretty sure the team gets absolutely dismanned. More than ego, I feel like it's the communication afterwards. Like, all the players looking at each other and be like,
what just happened?
What just happened? Exactly.
There's just major question marks, right? And even the way he was just spamming that S12K, for some reason, both those players walking in that spam themselves and getting knocked out in a way. And for some reason, the guy who was outside of the entire doorway, he walked in too late. So individual frags were giving to Anurag, and that's why he was able to outshine and come out on top easily. Moving the conversation on towards Ghost Rex Esports. Now, that was the team that eliminated Godlike, and yeah, even they were there in the final few.
Absolutely. Now, you know, we've talked enough about the teams. Now, I think all that comes down to is whether or not can they convert that momentum on the map of Erangel. We've seen the cutoffs in the other groups, especially in groups 1 and 2, be around 36-point mark. I feel like majority of the teams should think like, all right, fine, we've got 2 more opportunities today. Let's try and hit at least 60% of that target.
And there's also a big chance that now Genesis Esports will wake up and start creating that vacuum in the overall standings. And if that does happen, everyone on the latter half of the board is going to start to suffocate. But for now, let's move on towards the second game of the day. The plane is in the skies once again, and it's going to be the second game for the Group 3. Are we going to see some new names this time outshine the table toppers, or will it be the table toppers once again performing really well? There are still a lot of known names waiting to wake up, including Ultron Esports and Meta Ninja. And if they do start to perform in this game itself, it is definitely going to be a nightmare for the entire lobby. The plane flat path starting all the way from the left and going towards the right, it's going to be an impossible stretch.
You know, moving towards Lipovka, moving towards regions like Milta, Pava, Nova, Rupnoy, it does take a toll on you, especially when you try and glide over there. But again, contesting for the vehicles is a completely different challenge. So it remains to be seen how these 16 teams decide to battle it out inside of the map of Erangel. But of course, you mentioned a few names, Nekru. I feel like, you know, comeback are going to be on the cards. Wiz Esports specifically, you've mentioned how good they were in the previous rounds. One thing we have seen so far is that when the round does get tougher, I think majority of the undergod names, they hesitate a little bit. I think they second guess their options and their movements and their motives. So I feel like that is something which Wiz Esports will have to overcome. But looking at the map right now, I'm trying to find out those clusters, and it seems like there's something forming at Georgopol and there's something forming at Severny.
Yeah, Godlike actually heading towards Pochinki, which is interesting. Genesis Esports going a little bit on the southern side. Then you've also got NG heading towards Farm. The circle actually popping up on the right side of the map. So yeah, completely opposite towards the plane flight path. Oops official around the close proximity of Ultron Esports, which is right around Gatka. And as you mentioned, Northern Georgopol stacked up with a few teams as well. GE dropping next to each other. That's going to be Gorka Esports. And Anurag, the man who was able to pull off that 1-on-4 clutch. Replicating that's going to be tough, but at least a good performance from all the players is needed.
Absolutely. The drop towards the region of Ferrypair is definitely questionable, especially because we do have the circle in front of us and we spotted it landing exactly on the regions that were alienated. What are the regions inside of circle? You've got Yasnaya Poliana, you've got Lipovka, you've got Milta Power. It's completely towards the eastern part of the map, and that is exactly what I like. The migration from the west. It's going to bring down so much hellfire for all these players, but being God finally being able to reach the military-based regions, all of their players. Now, problems for them as well. I think crossing on that bridge will be a big challenge, but elsewhere in Pochinki, wow, you've got the man kitted up. MVP from the last game, S-Power.
Yeah, looking pretty good, feeling pretty good. S-Power's got a lot of loot to play with. He's got the level 3 armor, level 3 vest, also the ghillie suit. That's going to make sure the man's going to be camouflaged in the grass. And look at Meta Ninja. Even they want to get rid of that supply truck. Get their hands on some premium loot. Supply truck's going to be blown up without a doubt. Meta-Ninja is going to stop, get their hands on those guns. Wests upgrade their loot a little bit more. And if you think about it, this is also going to be potential strategy, right? They know exactly at what time the supply truck crosses at these sort of vicinities, and there can be a team already camping that spot, so you will be able to catch a team off guard when they're looting these supply trucks.
That actually can be a strategy, but I think the RNG factor does take it out of the equation a little bit. But talking about the equation right now, Genesis Esports, one thing is for certain, no matter what the equation is, right now in the early stages of the map, they're not taking a fight. There was a little bit of the aggression coming in from the other side. That is, of course, NXGE, but it seems like next gen, they are going to get completely ignored by Genesis.
Yeah, and for Genesis Esports, the game plan definitely has been a little bit more passive now.
Yeah.
The previous game as well, Genesis Esports not exactly going too frag heavy. Instead, waiting for the right moments, waiting for the right turn in the lobby. Warbear Esports, Ajit God. This was the team that got one on Ford. So yeah, now you can see their thoughts being suppressed a little bit more. GTR on the screen, the previous game was pretty solid. The way they played was definitely impressive as well. And now slowly and steadily just getting their loot up. It's not a good kit they've got.
Yeah. So far at least. But we just had our eyes on Warbear Esports, and I'm not really sure what to think of it. I kind of not like that approach, to be honest, but I mean, with due respect, I understand the stakes and, of course, how much it means to all of these players, and they want to actually make it to the next stages, which does take a hit on their aggression and their confidence. But holding down a compound where you know you're not going to find success when you have your entire team early stages of the map, the circle is away from you. So many factors tell you just one thing. You've got to keep on moving around the map. You can't hold like Ajit God was doing over there. But nonetheless, we do have a look at the circle, and majority of the teams, namely Meta-Ninja, at the central spot. You've got Genesis, you've got Next Gen as well. And this is one of those teams I was eyeing out for, Necro, Next Gen Esports. We do have the stats from their previous groups, which were played offline, and they actually managed to find themselves 3 chicken dinners out of the 6 matches that they had played.
Yeah, but another point of concern is also going to be that they did not have a lot of elimination points
True.
to back those chicken dinners up. Looking at those stats, one thing is clear, that this is quite a passive team.
Yeah.
They do not like to go for those early game fights. And that's what Next Gen Esports is doing right now, just placing themselves in the smack center, staying away from all that chaos. But if a team or a player is watching the English broadcast, please note down the timings of the supply trucks and where do they cross, and set up an ambush. Please do it. I feel like that's going to be free elimination points for you. Especially around Pachinki, there's always going to be a team looting that truck. Set up an ambush. Make sure that the team does not see you, and the moment the supply truck is blown up, just start spraying it down. There is always going to be players inside of it.
I love the fact that you're basically defining a surgical strike, but we'll see if this strike allows S-Power. Brilliant movement over there from Godlike. They are looking to shut down GTR, and the first man has been taken down already. Mania comes into the picture, Jonathan in the front lines, and Nate is being cooked. GTR, they are looking to find and finish off this fight. But slowly and steadily, their man numbers is dwindling, and I don't think they are going to survive for longest. Jonathan connects at Nade.
That was a really good nade. Now maybe Godlike can actually stand a chance to come out on top of this duel. Jonathan, he was able to find a return frag, and there we go. The confirmation as well follows up. GTR eliminated from the game just like that. Some quick work done from the side of Godlike. GTR were not even a competition for them, just devouring them alive.
That was a great stuff coming in from Godlike. I think they were absolutely sure they want to take this fight. They knew that all the 4 players were inside of this compound, and the way they circled around it with vehicles. You know, that is the inspection that you want. That is the intel that you want before stepping onto a fight. And Godlike had figured it out completely. But what remains to be seen is, can they carry forward this momentum? But yet another good start on the map of Erangel.
And BW once again starting to drop down. What a blunder. Warbear Esports losing out on Ajit God as well. Another bad start to the game. Oh, I think God. Shots were taken. No connections found yet.
That could have actually been a good spray, to be honest.
Could have.
I mean, Warbear Esports, they did spot that player down at the distance. Trucks aren't really that difficult to be shut down, but none of the shots really connected exactly where you meant to. But that's completely fine elsewhere. We've got Meta-Ninja Look at that fiery scope, by the way. There's a lot of fire going on, and I think Anurag is feeling the heat as well. Man on the other side did fall down.
Yeah, he's definitely starting to feel the heat.
That's a crazy scope, by the way.
I'm sure that's not what the players see. It's just a little visual bug. But SGN, Dreams knocked out. That's Power looking at Dreams. Matt's crawling back behind that shack. It's going to be okay. Circle pulling up all the way towards Yasna Poliana, and that's now going to be the centric part. Godlik's going to try to send it around Yasna Poliana as soon as possible. H4K is also moving around that same spot. T7 all the way towards Stalber. You can look at the points of Medanenza. They've already posted themselves to Succession. They found a solid spot inside of Yasna Poliana. GDS as well around the boys of Godlike, and Godlike, they found themselves in the smack center of all the chaos.
It's an absolute chase for the best. They want the best piece of real estate, the best compound, the central occupancies of Yasnaya Poliana, but it's not going to be easy. We saw the cavalry coming through as well from H4K, from the southern side as well. So many teams just making their way in. But I love the fact that Meta Ninja post themselves right at the edge of Yasnaya. Well, we'll have a look at that, but for now it seems like right outside of Yasnaya. Not outside of Yasnaya, this is too far away. Wiz did manage to find a little bit of those connections, and the team against them, they certainly are looking to run away from.
Yeah, Wiz just absolutely ripping off Ultron. And they did not even stand a chance. What's going on with K47 and the boys? This was supposed to be the redemption arc, but they miss a big round 4 off to a completely bad start. Rondo was a flop. This map as well now seems like a flop as well. Dropping down in 3 bodies off the rip on the map of Wrangle 2 by the hands of Wiz Esports, which is not even doing good in the overall standings. Too many concerns. H4K next to each other. GE around the close proximity. And H4K, now they're going to try to play things a little bit more passive and safe.
That is something which does happen, especially when the circles do end up on Yasnaya Poliana. You've got a city big enough to house multiple teams at once, potentially 4 or 5 quite comfortably, to be honest. In fact, I think me and Necro, you've casted a game together where we almost saw like 10 to 12 teams inside of Yasnaya at a particular time. The match where K9 Esports got the chicken dinner against all odds. That was one hell of a circle inside of this city. So I absolutely adore this place. I absolutely adore the final circles that end up on it. But it also means that a lot of these teams are going to get their respective home grounds.
I'm a believer. If you see an urban warfare, if you see an urban circle, it's complete RNG. It's complete luck.
True.
If you win the game, you've got the luck with you. Because if the circle shifts away inside of the city, you already know moving out means a death toll. And you have to pay the price. You have to give at least one sacrificial lamb. And that's the only way you can find yourself inside of the circle. And wow, look at this set. Looks so good, right?
Yeah.
Wild Soul Warden set. I want to get my hands onto it.
I kind of got distracted, Necro. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to focus back on the match rather.
Souls United Solitude.
Yeah. Such a beautiful name, isn't it?
Yeah, but Soul's going to be in the next round, so...
Are they?
Yeah.
In the next round, you mean the quarterfinals?
Yeah, of course. Next round.
I thought you were mentioning the next group.
No, next round. That's what I said.
Yeah, right. I didn't even say you were wrong. What is wrong with you, Necro?
Well, Yasna Poliana completely stacked up with teams now. No possible place you can go. Too many teams inside of Yasna Poliana. Oh my god. We're up for a chaotic end. And you already know it. It's going to be really entertaining.
But I'm actually looking at the teams who are outside the circle right now and what their approach is going to be. T7 Esports, it seems like they have a plan from playing outside the circle. And I'm pretty sure teams who are looking to grind, teams who are serious, they've done their homework. T7E must have done their homework as well. And how these Yasnaya circles pan out. It remains interesting to be seen on whether or not can they handle the aggression out in the open, especially when they are about to face their arch nemesis, Next Gen Esports. Quite close to each other, but for now, Meta Ninja, one of the best spots in the house, I think, right at the edge of Yasnaya. You tend to have the best of both worlds, Necro.
Yeah, pretty much you do. And Meta Ninja, the way they are positioned too, they definitely do have the escape option available as well. But
exactly.
They need to preserve the vehicles. If the vehicles are put out of commission, Meta Ninja cannot make it out. And once again, there's a big chance that the circle might just move outside of Yasna Poliana. And if that happens, everyone's going to suffocate. T7 Esports, 0 finishes on the board so far. It's been a bad game. Just only 3 players standing in. Yeah, they're trying to pull off a pretty safe rotation, moving in all the way from Stalber Hill. I'm not sure if this is going to be a good strategy. Stalber Hills are too exposed, and usually there's a lot of suppressive fire coming through from the city.
Yeah.
So this one's going to be a tough rotation for T7 to pull off.
100%. As soon as you come down the mountains, it's almost like easy targets, open targets for the rest of the lads. And I'm not really sure how does T7 Esports plan on dealing that, because I'm pretty sure looking at the circle and the way that they have rotated extremely late, by the way, I think they understand that the city has been occupied already and there's no more space left. But nonetheless, space is still not left for Oops Esports as well. Shots being fired from Wiz on the southern periphery of the circle. Genesis Esports also on the radar. Can certainly take a couple of these fights with Esports while making their way from the south side. Don't really see a lot of problems for them or any threat.
3 frags on the board from Wiz Esports. Looking around the entire field, you've also got Oops Official. Genesis Esports around that top of the peak. They've actually got a really solid compound to play with. Genesis Esports, if the circle shifts on top of them, oh man, it will be a major date with Destiny. But is that really going to happen? Circle, though, shifting on top of Yasna Poliana once again, but still, majority of the part of the circle, it's out in the open. And the only team that's got a really good spot, that's going to be Meta Ninja. Because they've also got the escape options available.
Absolutely. The lobby currently, right now, Necro is divided into 2 parts. One which believes that urban warfare is the way to go. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams, there are quite a lot actually, who are looking to play it from the outside. WB, you've got Team GDS as well. Genesis Esports on the backlines. But here we go in the PIP. It seems like a lot of action is taking place. T7 Esports just sent it inside of Yesnaya and they find themselves a little bit of a space. That was quite risky, but Meta Ninja were taking shots. I'm pretty sure there were other teams as well taking shots. Shadow 7. Fury Scope. Equipped once again. Shots against UE that don't seem to strike, Necro.
Yeah, and that's the only person standing for Ultron Esports. Oh, he needs to secure points. If he gets eliminated right here, Ultron Esports will be eliminated with 0 points in this game. And that's going to keep them at the bottom of the board. A terrible beginning. At the moment I say so, it's catching that hurt. White Tiger. He is a deadly man. And the man from Ultron Esports constantly catching strays. Look at Wiz Esports. They're done playing it patiently. Now it's time for them to actually chime inside of the action and charge on. And just like that, Wiz Esports, they actually do find the opener as well. They've also taken significant amount of damage upon themselves, and they're going to back on towards the house. Now trying to play it more safe. So Shant, even he's taken down pretty low. Genesis Esports, they're hurt. Fury knocked out, wants to fall back to safety. Wiz Esports, even Azen's taken care of. Trades happening back and forth. It's a 3-on-3 action, and Genesis Esports now, they want to breach inside of this compound. Ishant, he's playing quite a defensive angle. Utilities tossed from the foes, and Hunters is not able to find that proper connection yet. And what just happened? Ishant, the man was busy cooking up an aid, and eventually gets knocked out as well. Genesis Esports, they're playing this fight perfectly well. One man already snuffed out. Wiz Esports, they're dropping down in bodies.
Certainly are. Genesis Esports absolutely adore this compound. They know every single nooks and crannies. They won multiple fights over here, but this time Viper's going to take the fall. Falcon still looking to get something out of this fight, at least a couple of finish points. His rest of the team has been wiped off, and he is looking for revenge. Genesis Esports, of course, will not allow that amount of space and time. He jumps down. Falcon does have the S12K to work with. Revive is almost going to be there. It's a 1v2 right up front, but he needs to connect the final shot. It's not going to be easy. The first one does connect. He takes a lot of damage now. Just 1 HP on him. 6 bullets in the chamber. The S12K finally decides to invade in. No shots connected. He escapes.
Oh my god.
The 1v2 is not done at all. Genesis Esports, they recover from the brink of death.
It was such an awkward fight for Wiz Esports, too. But how do you lose that fight, Wiz? You were in the advantage.
This is Genesis Esports and their compound. They won chicken dinners from this compound itself. They won matches and they won multiple fights. They absolutely love this place, especially the fact that it comes with a plateau. And that is one of the reasons why they are holding it in spite of the circle favoring so much of Yasnaya Poliana.
Fine, but still, Wiz Esports, they were supposed to win this fight.
Yeah.
It was a proper 3-on-3 contention. Wiz Esports, they had the compound to work with, and Genesis Esports was in the outskirts. Utilities were not tossed in time, and that's why Wiz lost this entire game.
Yeah. We've also got to give it to the experience of the players. I mean, when you're facing Hunters and Vipers up front, it's always going to be difficult. In Genesis, they're going to make your life an absolute living hell.
Makes sense.
Nonetheless, they are currently outside the circle, and the closest compounds is being occupied by Team GDS. And now, what is going to be your game plan, Genesis?
Circle's moving out in the open, that's for sure. And Genesis Esports is just going to try to play around the edges. They will be exposed, but they know there's no one on the back line. So Genesis Esports, they can't afford this risk. Just look at them. There's no one around them. Genesis Esports has so much control, but they needed men.
Yeah.
And now they've only got 2 men standing and defending down all the lines. That's going to be impossible.
Especially the fact that you've got a couple of these teams coming in from the back lines.
Wow.
You've got Team BG, who's approaching Genesis. So for them, threat is definitely going to be there. Sujil was struck down over there. Beautiful knock coming in. Edmino finally looking to regain a little bit of that lost form. 2 finishes inside of this game already. And Godlike, they're looking solid at least. At least inside of Yesnaya.
They indeed are. And what a knock that was from Edmino. A little pixel was visible, and Edmino was able to thread the needle. Look at his power shooting through. That's going to be a few more points in the front, and Hero Extreme Godlike constantly peppering away those shots. Genesis Esports now moving out in the open. It's someone else contesting their spot. Genesis Esports, they're pretty much jealous. But even for the boys of BG, they're dropping down dead. A man knocked out. That's going to be the opener that Genesis Esports really need. But do they know that there's someone knocked out around them?
Absolutely. I think they're going to get tempted as well. It's going to be a big move. They do slam in, find a knock, especially with that run over. Genesis Esports, they're not backing out. They're fighting this till the end. They're still going in for the revive. I'm talking about Being God right now. Hunters on the reverse gear. This time finally takes in a couple of those shots. I think Being God right now wants to escape from this fight. Genesis has put up so much pressure against them.
They indeed have. 5 elimination points so far. Genesis Esports looking really confident. That spray comes through, but no bullets connect. And somehow Being God, they make the great escape. They've at least got a terrain to play with. And Genesis Esports, are they going to go for the contention? They know where exactly the opponents are placed. Playing around the edges, Being God. And Genesis, you can see them slowly and steadily inching their way towards Being God. There's just one rock. Gravity messes up big. The vehicle collided against the tree, and Gravity gets knocked out. Genesis, what a blunder. Gravity should have been a little bit more careful. He was busy looking at the opponents and didn't realize that there was a tree right in front of him.
Unforced errors coming in from Genesis Esports, and this is completely unacceptable, to be honest. Gravity, I understood what his approach was over there. He wanted to get the information on where exactly the players of Being God were, but then as soon as I say that, it seems like they just fell out of nowhere. But then this fight, Mera Ninja absolutely taking down Gorka Esports.
Just completely mowed down. One burst of action, and Gorka Esports eliminated from the game. And I'm telling you the POV of that man from Genesis Esports. He's probably saying, who put that tree there?
Yeah. Who put that tree there? Well, it's certainly not Admino, because he is planting a lot of frags in his name. Currently, in front, of course, Team H4K, they are duking it out. Team BW Bengal Warriors this time has been taken down, but from the sidelines, Godlike had a lot of visibility, especially Admino, and shots were coming through. H4K have to be extremely careful, Necro.
Smokes tossed out from Bengal Warriors. Your favorite team, they don't seem too good.
Yeah.
Not a lot of points either. That Molotov was definitely pretty good. But is that going to create the suppressive angle that the man needed? Oh, the gas can is well blown up. H4K now looking to toss a few more utilities. This one's not going to be tossed that well. The man from Bengal Warriors just backs away. And now is underneath the house. Rage God realizes that exact fact as well. Another nade tossed out. Seems close enough, but it's on the opposite side of the wall. SGN, now they close in towards the boys of Godlike. And Godlike, there's going to be a lot of pressure surmounting on top of them.
Have a look at this. The invasion is there already, but from the back lines. No, not really from the back lines. It is the sidelines. The flank from S-Power. It's brilliant. Godlike Esports, they're yet to finish off yet another team. And this time it is going to be Team Sun God Nika. Nades and Molotovs to slowly delay that push, but of course it is the inevitability. It is Admino in prime form and he's hungry for those frags. Sprays down, moves down along. 5 eliminations for this lad, and Godlike, they are looking so strong. 10 eliminations for them.
This is the Godlike we all wanted to see. Playing passive is never going to get you this sort of confidence. This is the Godlike that should have played the same way inside of the grind. And if they would have played the same way in the grind, they would have already qualified towards the quarterfinals. You love to see the aggression. It was missing in the grind, but now it's back. Genesis Esports, Hunters is the only person left to 1v2 against the boys of BG. And Being God, they already know the job's done. Genesis Esports eliminated from the game. Being God taking too much damage. S-Power from the sidelines, eliminating that one man of Being God. Ryder, he's got that rock as the cover, and he's going to be safe as of now.
S-Power has just activated his third eye. Nothing is invisible to him at this point. He knows all the positionings, he has all the line of sight, and now he just looks to mow down everyone who comes his path. 5 eliminations for Admino, 5 eliminations for S-Power. This team is looking nigh unstoppable, but on the other side, WB, they've just been shut down. Godsend, they are still looking to do a very good job. In spite of not having hard covers for themselves, they are out in the open, but they're still holding on to that pressure. Speaking of pressure, there's a lot coming through from T7E as well. Meta Ninja, they're taking that strike coming in from those nades itself. GDS once again under fire. This time S-Power is not looking to show them any mercy.
Godlike's got too many elimination points. Look at the points tally as well. 14 eliminations. That's going to be 33 points in total. Godlike, they're already doing a lot better than what they did inside of the grind. And as of now, they've been cooked from Jonathan. This one has to be on the mark. But no, instead, the man moves back. Perfectly played from T7 Esports too. Knowing exactly where the threat's going to be approaching from, and the man's ready. 6th Sense activated. 14 elimination points secured from Godlike, and they've got a really good overview on the lobby. They've got the intel as well.
They've got the intel, they've got the momentum, and now they've got their guns absolutely oiled up as well. Fingers are running, they know exactly what they want to do, and this is the clarity that you've always wanted from a team like Godlike. Meta Ninja, another team that's supposed to dominate. They certainly are showcasing signs of life, taking down NX Gen in a way like that. It's just a matter of a spray. The other team was just taken down. Meta Ninja, they're not doing too bad either. 7 eliminations for them. Nades being cooked up and exchanged. Godlike, this time looking to hurt down T7E, but it's not going to be easy. The distance between these two teams is quite significant still, Necro.
It indeed won't be easy. Meta Ninja, 7 finishes on the clock. And Godlike now peppering out in the open. They spot out the boys of GDS, and they're too exposed. Nowhere to go. GDS, that man, at least he's got a bit of that piece of cover to work with. And the fact that everyone is still alive is insane. No one gets knocked. That's going to be a lifesaver. And GDS, all they need to do is just keep themselves pinned. But for some reason, that man went for peak. Why would you do that when you know everyone's looking at you?
Still a question that remains to be answered. GDS currently struggling, of course, still out in the open. It's not expected. Jonathan, I think he was looking for a repeat, but then he just absolutely gave up. Nonetheless, Godlike, they're still striking down the rice fields. It seems to be the graveyard of Team GDS. Right now, they certainly are struggling. 3 players up on their feet, but for how long is the question? Elsewhere, Jonathan just dealing with T7A. This is the Godlike supremacy we were talking about. Mania just holding the fort. You've got S-Power, who is just waiting for a signal from the captain, but then Admino and Jonathan just dealing with multiple teams at once.
Oh, T7. Oh, Mudit almost knocked out. Another nade tossed towards that same vicinity, and Mudit now repositioning himself. He's already taking too much damage. He needs to patch himself up. Godlike taking those shots in the front lines, and Admino finds that frag on Mudit. Man knocked out. Crawling back to safety. Another man falls apart from T7. It's also Meta Ninja now chiming inside of the action. Cobra eliminated. Godlike tossing constant utilities. It's a barrage of nades that's coming through. Molotov as well on point. And Cobra eliminated from the game. Godlike claiming so many elimination points. 16 on the block. They're chopping teams off. Heads on the swivel for a team like Team 70 as well. But they've managed to acquire only 4 elimination points so far. It's been a concerning game from their side.
Certainly has been. I mean, a little bit of position points is what they are going to get, but in terms of finishes, I think T7E, they certainly suffered. Of course, you have to because of the Wrath of Godlike, the Wrath of Genesis, and of course, the way Meta Ninja have been playing. They just got absolutely sandwiched, and that one compound, it turned into a gas chamber. Godlike left them to die over there, but nonetheless, Admino this time, they're still looking to deal with the threat that comes in from the open. And to be honest, Necro, I have been thinking about this for a while now. How has been GDS keeping their men alive? Because it's so impossible to do that. They are back in the blue. They are trying to fight against 3 teams right now, and they are in every one of their crosshairs.
This is absurd from Godlike. 17 eliminations already on the board. They might just look out for a 30 bomber. Sprays out of the smoke. Jonathan, he almost finds the knock as well. GDS out in the open. They can't even do anything. The Blues on the move, constantly forcing him out in the open. All those shots whiffed. Should have been a knock in my opinion. Manya now moves down himself. He knows the Blues on the move. It's going to force him as well. So Godlike, they need to move out in the open themselves. Jonathan does not even have a lot of bullets in the magazine. He's only got 34, and those are going to be the final 34 bullets.
Needs to find a loan from the rest of his comrades. It remains to be seen whether or not he does find one. But Menaninja, I want to see what their approach is going to be. Can they steal away the chicken dinner away from Godlike and GDS's grasp? Because they still have a lot of information to work with. Shadow is going to find the knock against Sunshade. This is good stuff. This time, the rest of the players, they are still going in for the revive. But I guess GDS, they are eventually going to get succumbed to the blue as well. They can't just run over. There's no way they're crossing over the rice field. So why even waste your ammunition over there when you don't really have a lot?
Taking too much damage upon yourself. And Godlike now, they move out in the open. Look at the amount of smokes they've tossed. They know they don't have solid covers to play around with. And that's why Godlike now just utilizing smokes. And with that, it seems like GDS, even they're going to start to fall prey. Blue on the move, it's going to do too much damage. It's Sook. It's going to be eliminated too. Manya knocked out once again for Godlike. He's always the first man to get knocked out. Godlike with a 3-man squad now moving in tandem. 19 elimination points already secured on the board. And Menaninja, they're also being suffocated by the blue.
But can they snatch away the chicken from their grasp is going to be a big question. Not as long as his power lives. The knock is there, but the trade was brilliant. Menaninja, they're not giving up. It is going to be a 2v2 right now. Brilliant hit coming in. Admino barely alive. Over there, when he finally gets knocked out. Jonathan from Hero Extreme Godlike. Can he change their fate? It's going to be a question. Menaninja, they get shut down. Brilliant stuff coming in from Godlike. Wow.
That was a 30-plus bomber. Oh my god. Godlike, what a monstrous performance! This is the Godlike that was missing inside of the grind. This is the confidence that was missing inside of the grind. And this is a complete opposite side of the spectrum performance. We never saw this coming. The aggression was missing, but now it's finally back.
Well, there's a saying which says that there's a calm before the storm. It seems like the storm is here, and it all justifies the calm. I'm not really sure if that sat over there, but what a beautiful performance coming in from them, because they were confident from the get-go ever since they took that fight against, I believe, Coastrex Esports right up front. Yeah. I think ever since then, Godlike never had a shadow of doubt.
Literally unstoppable. Keeping their man number intact in the final few moments as well. Positionings were brilliant too from the side of Godlike. Every single aspect was played to perfection. Yeah, Manya was knocked out for a moment, I was concerned, but then GDS were just constantly dropping bodies. The blue as well was on the move, and Sook got sucked by the play zone, so the man could not really do a lot. Menaninja, they did not have the best of the positioning, but they still tried their best to fight back, just completely based off of the individual heroics. But it was impossible for them. Godlike's force was too much for them to deal with, and the amount of points they've gotten, it's insane. Admino, once again, the man's back in form, and now he's back in the Admino form.
Absolutely. You know, there's always a saying that form is temporary, class is permanent. This man is classy. 9 eliminations, 1,584 points of damage. It's not easy. And you were talking about heroics. I think the entire match had just 2 heroes, to be honest, Espawa and Admino. Especially the way they were dealing with teams in tandem together. It's nigh impossible to deal with, but the chicken dinner once again in the favor of Hero Extreme Godlike. That has been a brilliant performance, and I don't even think they're going to have any doubt whether or not they're qualifying to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and if all the other teams are currently watching the games and figuring out what exactly is going wrong with them, just play like that. Be aggressive inside of the lobbies. Look, I understand playing passive is going to get you the placement points and also will give you big games. But what are the odds of you surviving till the final few moments every single time?
Yeah.
There's a lot of teams pretty much with the same mindset as you. But if you're going to be aggressive off the rip, at least you're going to get away with 7 or 8 points. And that's going to be more than enough for you to keep that consistency alive in the overall standings. And then once in a while, you can always aim for those big games if you've got a good spot inside of the circle.
Absolutely, 100% agree with you there. But the only thing is, I think D7 BGMI is going to be one of those names, I think, who has been able to ensure consistency this match as
8
well.
points in this one.
They got a decent amount of points. They had a fantastic performance in the first one as well. So these are going to be the two teams who would rather consider themselves to be a little safe, to be honest, on the overall standings. You can potentially include Meta Ninja as well. They had an average performance recovery as well in this particular game. So I think there are going to be a couple of names who are already occupying those positions on the overall standings. But talk about the MVP from the last game, and none other than Admino.
Without a doubt, 9 finishes on the block and 1,584 damage dished out just all by himself. This is some insane stuff coming through from Godlike. Even S-Power's right there. Consistency maintained by S-Power, getting 7 finishes once again and 1,382 damage dished out. One thing is for sure, this team was burning through ammunition. Looking at Shadow 7 as well from Meta Ninja, getting a lot done. Meta Ninja getting 15 points in total, and that's going to be a 32 bomber coming through from Godlike. An absolute nuclear performance, and exactly what they needed to move on and qualify towards quarterfinals.
You know, I kind of feel like Godlike had enough of it. They were like, alright, fans, you wanted something from us. Oh, well, RNTX is playing like that. We're going to do the same thing as well. We're going to get yet another 30 bomber. And here we go, 32 points right at the get-go. Meta Ninja with 15 as well.
I think it's just them realizing their own strengths. They were like, you know what? What exactly are we lacking? It's the firepower and the aggression. And then Godlike was like, you know what? Let's amp up the aggression and let's amp up the firepower. It worked out perfectly well. And look at the finishing damage report. This is the highest graph we've seen so far.
Absolutely, some big towers over there, especially in terms of damage numbers. 4,258. My word. I think they basically shared the damage numbers from everyone in the bottom 5, to be honest. They were just hunting down everyone. Look at the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen. Just after the course of 2 games, you've got Godlike atop everyone else. 48 points, T7E with 31, and Meta Ninja on 20. And everyone else just follows down there. You've got JDS, you've got Sun God Nika, Genesis. Genesis surprisingly have been quiet in the first 2 games that they've played so far.
Yeah, definitely they have been. But Godlike's already qualified in the span of 2 games. Yep. That's really impressive. The only team that was able to match up this pace was Welt Esports from the previous group. But we still need to see where Welt Esports really stands when they're being placed in the upcoming groups. And that's where Welt Esports can really be tested. But then you've also got T7 Esports still with that consistent race in the overall standings. 31 points. Meta Ninja handing out their recovery, 20 points in total. GDS, another consistent team. Not getting a lot of points, but they're still there.
You know, we've seen these lads from GDS, to be honest. Initially, they used to be known as the players of MICI, if you remember back in the day.
Yeah, Mudit and the boys, I guess.
Mudit and Sanchit, but of course, there were signs of concern as well.
No, Mudit is from T7.
Team LOLs?
No, T7 that's currently playing here.
Mudit is from T7, Sanchit is from the other team. Nonetheless, I think there are going to be points of concern as well on the overall standings. I mean, I was not expecting H4K to be down there as well. Genesis Esports have been struggling to get starts. A couple of them, their players have been getting bodied early on as well. A few new names like Gorkha Esports, I was expecting a lot from them. Ultron Esports, I don't really know what's going on wrong with K47. Something definitely is.
As I mentioned, right, look, these urban warfares, it's always going to come down to a bit of that luck as well. For Godlike, they had a spectacular positioning off the rip. They had those high grounds to work with as well from the apartments, and that's why they secured a lot of elimination points. Meta Ninja, too, they had the station control, and no one was able to stop Meta Ninja and their flow. That's why Gorka Esports got eliminated. So many teams were eliminated by Meta Ninja just within that span. You also did see NG get eliminated, so there were a lot of teams eliminated by Meta Ninja around that clock.
Absolutely, but of course, ladies and gentlemen, it just kind of seems like the cutoff in this particular group is going to be quite high because I don't know, I'm having expectations. There's a huge vacuum of points between the overall standing leaders versus the ones who are chasing currently. And if comebacks have to come through, you cannot wait till tomorrow. You've got to do it in the next game itself.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to do it in the next game, and I'm pretty sure the next game is also going to be pretty fiery. Now that Godlike has already realized that they've qualified, I'm pretty sure they will be notching up the aggression even more. Just have some fun, pull off some shenanigans. There's a team like Genesis Esports, though, still slacking off a little bit, and I don't understand why they're playing it so passive. Genesis, just do what Godlike is doing. You guys can do it. You've got so much firepower. I believe in you.
Well. There's a lot of firepower going on. There's a lot of storylines going on as well. We'll find out, to be honest, if Godlike can actually keep this form on the map of Erangel as well. Potentially now I actually want to find out what they do on the map of Miramar because Rondo was good for them. Erangel is going to be good for them as well. Oh man, there's so many things to discuss about. Even NX Gen Esports as well. You mentioned about the 3 chicken dinners and the fact that that can actually be a little bit of passivity coming in from them, and we did get to see that passive approach.
Yeah, definitely a passive approach, but another team team that's been a real concern is also going to be Ultron Esports.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on with Ultron Esports? K47, you guys dominated so well in the previous round. You guys were pretty much at the top of the board, qualified just in the first 3 games. But now, looking at them, it's like a complete different team. We're not even seeing that proper intention from them.
Well. It seems like we are going to talk about every single team on the lobby right now, one after the other.
Yeah, we're going to be talking through all the 16 teams that are there.
Let's talk about Being God right now.
Yeah, I mean, Being God, where were they? Completely missed out on that game, right? Being God, not a good performance. And I think they were the team that was being pressured by Genesis Esports out in the open. If you remember from that compound, they moved out, taking shots against Being God, and Being God tried their best. They only had 2 men standing.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we've talked about a lot of these teams, but if you guys are playing your matches inside of your game as well, then make sure you not play your classic matches, just play them inside of Discovery Island, because that way you're contributing to the prize pool of BGIS 2026, and we are aiming for something as high as 4 CRs would be good for you.
Yeah, of course.
4 crores. 4 crores is going to be good for both of us, I think. Yeah. Make sure you actually do that. We've finished off majority of the milestones, but some yet to be hit, so the only way you can do that is just play your games, win rewards along the way, and help us out as well.
I know, right? Just keep on playing the game, keep on boosting up that prize pool, and while doing so, as you mentioned, you will also be earning the in-game reward. So what else do you want? Completely for free, doing so much just by playing your normal classic games. But I guess we got to get back towards the team's conversation once again, because that is the only thing we're really supposed to do over here, Salty. Yeah. And I guess since we were speaking so much about Being God, I do believe that we are definitely seeing those signs of life from them. Being God is another one of those teams that definitely packs a lot of punch, and I think with the way they have been playing, they're definitely headed towards the right path. They still have a lot more games to go. They can easily pull off that comeback. They can easily get that recovery.
Absolutely, and I'm pretty sure, I think the way the point standings are structured as well, one good game will just put you inside of the top 7 and just stay there with consistent performances. But of course, you and I, we have been analyzing the games for a while now, but it's not our first job, I think. We are commentators at the end of the day. There's a lot more integrities of the game which need to be broken down. And for that, we've actually brought a very well-known coach out there. You must have heard of Aurum, right? Have you? Now it's an interview from Aurum itself.
डिस्कशंस टीम के भी हुए थे आपस में, तो होपफुली आज हम एक गुड शो पुट अप करेंगे।
और हम यहाँ पर एक और बात आती है कि जब टीम में 5 प्लेयर्स हों और टीम का परफॉर्मेंस थोड़ा डाउन हो रहा हो, तो एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि शायद थोड़े चेंजेस हों। ग्राइंड में वो चेंजेस दिखाई नहीं दिए। कोई रीजन स्पेसिफिक इसके पीछे?
रीजन मतलब आप ये देख लो कि प्लेयर हम स्विच इन स्विच आउट तब करते हैं जब किसी एक पर्टिकुलर प्लेयर की वजह से इश्यूज आ रहे हो, बट अभी ऐसा हो रहा है कि हर मैच में जब भी हमने अच्छा डिलीवर नहीं किया परफॉर्मेंस, उस टाइम पे कभी कोई, तो एज अ टीम हम लोग ज्यादा स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं आई थिंक, रादर देन कि एक पर्टिकुलर प्लेयर। तो जब वैसा फील होगा तो ऑब्वियसली हम लोग चेंजेस करेंगे, बट अभी तो ऐसा आई थिंक हमें एज अ टीम खेलने की ज्यादा जरूरत है।
और हम यहाँ पर देखिए बात ये भी आती है कि आप जैसे गॉडलाइक स्पोर्ट्स के पास कोच भी है, एनालिस्ट भी है, तो क्या वो इम्पैक्ट डाल पाते हैं? और जो हमारे अंडरगॉड्स यहाँ पर खेल रहे हैं वो इम्पैक्ट वो नहीं डाल पाए, आपने क्या नोटिस किया?
इम्पैक्ट की अगर आप बात कर रहे हो तो यस, जो भी हमारी जैसे अपने साथ नूब है, तो वो जितना भी जो भी इंफॉर्मेशन लॉबी की हो गई, मैप्स हो गए, वो सब उसका अच्छे से ख्याल रखता है। स्ट्रेटेजी वाइज मैं थोड़ा स्टेप इन करता हूँ, तो ये सब चीज़ों में हम लोग एक टीम डिस्कशन प्लस आईजीएल के साथ अलग से हमारा डिस्कशन भी होता है, तो वो सब में आई थिंक हम लोग सॉर्टेड है। मेनली जो अपने को है वो एग्जीक्यूशन वाला पार्ट है, तो वो एग्जीक्यूशन के लिए ही अब, और आज जैसे राउंड 4 की लॉबी है, तो राउंड 4 में जो आपने जैसे हमारी लिस्ट देखी होगी, तो काफ़ी सारी टीम्स ऐसी हैं जो जिनका हमने पहले नाम नहीं सुना है, तो वो एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ रहेगी आज देखने के लिए।
अच्छा, एक और आखिरी सवाल रहेगा आपसे औरम कि क्योंकि ये मान्या के लिए पहला ऑफिशियल इवेंट है गॉडलाइक के लिए, उनकी आइडलशिप में अभी तक गॉडलाइक कैसा परफॉर्म कर रही है, आपके क्या थॉट्स हैं?
अगर आप कुछ थर्ड पार्टी टूर्नामेंट्स देखो तो उसमें हम लोग डिसेंट परफॉर्म किए हैं। अदरवाइज आई थिंक अभी जो हम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, जो पीक देखना, वो अभी तक हमें नहीं दिखा है। एज ए टीम ही हमें नहीं दिखा है, इवन वो खुद भी सेटिस्फाइड नहीं है। तो अभी हम मतलब उसी का वेट कर रहे हैं कि एक बार वो जब परफॉर्मेंस नजर आएगा, जो हम एक्चुअल में देखना चाहते हैं, इतना सब प्लान करने के बाद तो कुछ बात बनेगी।
और देखिए, गॉडलाइक है तो जो फैंस हैं उनकी उम्मीदें भी बहुत ज्यादा होती हैं, तो फैंस के लिए क्या मैसेजेस रहेंगे, क्योंकि वो तो बेताबी से बस इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि आज के मैसेज शुरू हों।
उस फैंस की तरह हम भी इंतजार ही कर रहे हैं, तो उनके लिए तो यही है कि कितना उन्होंने पेशेंस दिखाया है अभी तक, तो थोड़ा सा और पेशेंस दिखाएं। और बस हम काम कर ही रहे हैं, उसकी दिशा में ही हैं हम लोग। बस उस क्षण का इंतजार है जब आपको वो देखने को मिले।
वेल, थैंक यू सो मच औरम हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, एंड ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द मैचेस।
थैंक यू सो मच।
ये थे औरम हमारे साथ जुड़े और उन्होंने बताया कि BGIS 2026 को लेकर गॉडलाइक स्पोर्ट्स के क्या प्लान्स हैं। ऑडियंस के लिए जो मैसेज था वो भी उन्होंने दे ही दिया है। पर आज के लिए इनसाइड द लॉबी में इतना ही, मिलेंगे आपको अगले सेगमेंट में।
That was some amazing words of wisdom from Aurum himself, and I'm pretty sure that man is going to be the happiest right now looking at the fact that Godlike just got 48 points from the 2 matches. But I forgot to welcome my man on the desk. It is going to be IC Baby 1-2, who is back on the panel to cover our last game for this particular group, and it's not going to be easy right now, particularly for the rest of the lobby. Godlike, T7E, and potentially Menins have put up performances which are towering over the rest of the lobby. If you were one in the bottom half, how would you react to this situation?
Well, I'll just pretty much give up and then quit the game, because this was a godlike performance here in these past 2 games, and never have I ever expected to see godlike performing like this for a long time, because the last time I saw them do really, really well, the closest for them to actually reach a trophy was exactly last year's BGIS, where they came out on 2nd place. And in this case, during their appearance, during the grind as well, there was a lot of skepticism. You know, Manya's IGL wasn't that great. You know, during his time with Seoul, there was a lot of critics coming in play. And things, true enough, things didn't really work out. But after this short break from the grind into its now the round 4 stages, and I'm like, whoa, what happened to Godlike? Seems like they are coming back stronger than ever. And I want to see whether or not can they close out today with a bag, because this is going to be their final match here for Group 3. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here, the map of Erangel is on its way, and this is going to be Group 3 on their performance. Whether or not are we going to see Hero Stream Godlike go on a domination spree for today to try and qualify once again. And of course, 2 games in a row, they did get themselves a decent amount of points. Obviously, if you want to be safe, you got to cross that 50 mark threshold to qualify directly into the quarterfinals. But for now, let's take a look at the flank path, which is going to be coming from the northeast corner of the map, traversing past school and then ending towards the outskirts of Gatka. Now, we did see a little bit of early skirmishes right from the get-go from the previous map, but nothing super crazy yet. But I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys are going to be expecting that and wondering what is going on with this lobby itself. How is H4K struggling, considering that they are also part of the grind teams alongside with Meta Ninja and also Genesis and Hero Stream Godlike. Genesis didn't exactly have a great game, but seems like we are going to be seeing a little bit of a drop clash right from the get-go. It's going to be Oops versus T7. T7 losing Phantom right from the get-go, as now they are going to be engaged in a very, very awkward fight here. A little bit split off, a couple of counter nades comes through, but T7, they are split off, and Oops is looking to try and claim up those points. And this skirmish, they have to disengage very quickly as well. They don't really have a lot of time and space. They're playing right on the edges of Kamishki. Who would have thought there is going to be teams dropping down there? And fortunately for them, we are not going to be expecting any kind of third parties anytime soon. It is far off away from the circle. And for those of you who do not know where the circle is going to be shifting, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are in for a treat. It is going to be a military island circle, which we will show you guys in a little bit while this fight is about to conclude. But on the finish feed, we do see Manya being taken out from Godlike right from the start. Not a start I was expecting here. First pick in the hands of BG. As Ryder gets the first pick. That wasn't what I was expecting here. Salty?
Yeah. To be honest, I think it is a kind of redemption for being gone. I just hope that this particular game of theirs just goes exactly with the way they planned, because they have been struggling so far on the overall standings. 10th position for them, 8 points. It's still not a sign of concern, to be honest, since majority of the teams are still there at single digits. But the point is that things do get dicey from this point on. T7 Esports, though, they've been fantastic the first 2 games. This time they are stuck in a deadlock against Oops Esports, as the nade is getting pranked from Phantom, but it seems like Team Oops, they aren't really buying that prank.
Yeah, they're just taking it a bit too long as well. And you can't really blame them as well. But T7, they are able to get the Phantom up. And Oops wasn't able to actually connect the dot here. They may have gotten a jump, but giving the full reset is just a little bit unfortunate. But for those of you guys watching here on the screen, guess what? Circle shifting down south. And HeroStream Godlike taking a very early exit as well, losing Manya. But they are not going to be crossing the bridge yet. Military base completely empty. Novo also going to be completely empty. But we do see a shift on towards the eastern bridge as well, where Genesis and also NG going to be making their way down south. Same can be said for BG, and even for Ultron on the west side is going to be coming in. But this skirmish between T7 and Oops is just going to hurt them eventually. But it seems like Next Gen is going to be going for a spray down. Genesis getting caught in the crossfire. They lose Viper, potentially Gravity, but he is going to skedaddle away with a pixel of health.
Pixel of HP for sure. That is exactly what was on for Gravity over there. He almost saw his death in front of his eyes. NX Gen Esports, that is a brilliant bridge camp. But they only could find one knock. Genesis Esports, they are in shambles for sure. All the players, they are scrambled in different positions. Fury has been left behind. Genesis Esports, what do you do? Because it's absolute pandemonium for them. The first game, they were taken down, not really a lot of points. The second one, they still tried to manage through, but Gravity and the tragedy, it seems like it's a story that keeps on going forward. And NX Gen Esports right now, they definitely got something to celebrate.
This is not a great game here coming from Genesis, considering that they are the table toppers from the grind stages of Group B. And for them to be taken out just like that, hopefully they are going to be in a little bit of recovery mode. Fortunately for them, there's still 3 players alive, but they are split off. Like you said, Fury left completely alone on the other side of the island. And on the west side here, we do see a little bit of camp here coming from UE. They do find a couple of pick-offs, and that's going to be Bengal Warriors losing a player. As Ultron Esports continues on with their pressure, they do find themselves 2 finishes, but they will try and stack up on 1 vehicle to try and go in for a push here. Not advisable, but considering that they do have the control on the west side, they should be able to cross safely.
Yeah, technically on the other side, nobody's actually waiting for them. There are going to be a couple of those players, but I doubt if they are going to be able to take those shots. But have a look at this. Somebody with the hovercraft has just managed to find the entry, but
okay,
don't really care. I mean, if you damage properties on Erangel, you don't have to pay taxes.
Well, I would say, but seems like Wiz just doesn't really care. But for now, what we do care is that Oops and T7 taking a little bit of a long time. Savage Kid from the far horizon was picked off. That is going to be 1 down from the side of Oops, and Team 7 still at a stalemate. Gonna force to commit to this fight and then loot up, but they haven't exactly looted up any city at all. Kamishki is already gone to the blue zone. Lipovka has been looted up as well. And now with the zone coming in, T7, they have to make the call. They can't take too long here. Rex still not making a move. Even Bezal actually gets taken off, so it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade from each side. This is such an awkward fight here between Oops and T7.
It's not even awkward, it's just too bad, to be honest, from both the teams to actually sit down, hunker down in the corner and just expect your opposition to bleed out to the zone. Now, that is not the best of ways to go down, to be honest. If you want to take a fight, just go ahead and do it. Of course, I understand it's still the first circle, but nonetheless, it seems like T7 Esports, they decided they had enough, and Mudit is going to be the first one to strike. But look at the trade, beautiful stuff through the window. Oops Esports did manage to find a little bit of the retaliation, but T7 Esports, they are always going to be stronger because of that numbers advantage, I see.
Yeah, they've gotten completely pinned. Centrix has no way out as well. They have no choice but to commit to this fight. Vehicles are a little bit far off. Afu going to be joining in from Oops. A little bit too late to join, but he finally makes it to the party. He does have a decent amount of loot. He does have the DPS. He has to flush people off, but Zentrix finds another pick from the sides. Phantom is down, but it seems like it's not all done yet as well, because one of the members from Oops also potentially almost getting taken down. As Zentrix was able to bandage himself up. Skep now forced to 1 versus 2 this, or in this case, has to clutch things big time. He's out of meds as well. This is not looking good for Skep. The longer it takes, the easier it becomes for Oops to take him out.
Still a very awkward exchange right now. Oops Esports. I mean, they themselves aren't in the best of spots. They are at the edge on the 7th, if you look at the overall standings. So it still doesn't really make any sense for me. But T7E, the way they have been holding down this compound, this goes to show that they are not looking to back off either. And I think T7E, for them, the problems aren't really going to be there. They've got 33 points on board already. They're almost past the qualification barrier if we look at historical standings and we look at historical cutoffs. So not really a signs of concern, but Oops, the way they played, I'm not really a big fan of it, I see.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that as well, considering that T7 did play really well in the past 2 games, but this game, well, a very unfortunate ending for them. Hopefully they will be able to bounce back tomorrow. There's 3 more games for them. Meanwhile, on screen now, we do see BG being picked off here by GTR. In this case, we do see a little bit of a scuffle here from Ghost Strikes Esports. This was a team that surprises during the round stages with absolute domination, and now they are on the hunt. But it seems like the Circle has something new installed. It is going to force them down south here, further south of Military Island. So we are going to be expecting the mountain terrains on the south side and also the airstrip in play.
Yeah.
A lot of long-range battles is about to happen here. But look at this splash of colors down towards the northeast side. There's just so many teams near Novo.
More than the splash of colors, I'm actually looking at the amount of water coverage that there is, because it almost seems like a 50% of the circle is up for grabs. The rest is just, you can swim around if you want, but nobody takes a dip outside of the military base as well. We'll have to see, we'll have a look on whether or not that strategy pans out. I mean, we did spot yesterday somebody just holding down inside of a vehicle trying to survive, and he did manage to get the 2nd spot. So something of that sort can still be in play. But H4K, they're making an unannounced entry, and I'm pretty sure GDS have no clue about it.
Yeah, seems like H4K, they were deciding to go hit towards Novo. After getting shot, they actually turned back and decide, you know what, this is not worth it. Let's clear off this team and then rotate it back in. Not exactly sure what was the idea, but Ghost Rex Esports smack middle zone. They do find one of the players from BG. That's going to be AWM taken out. Ghost Rex finds themselves very easy pick here down the center of the map. This is a great start for Ghost Rex, but unfortunately for them, there's just not a lot of teams yet inside military base, just because everybody is kind of stuck on the main island, considering how far the shift is.
Have a look at this. Sun God Nika on their way towards the military island. There's nobody on the other side to welcome them with open arms, but I'm expecting a little bit of those firefights, particularly because you've got Godlike at the edge of the circle, you've got NX Gen inside of Novorupnoi as well. That is exactly where Team Sun God Nika is going. They've done phenomenally well, to be honest, at least in terms of impact. 16 points. The first game was quite brilliant, I must say. Showed signs of brilliances. The second game did not pan out exactly what they wanted, but I think the second map of Erangel is going to give them a little bit more momentum. But have a look at this. Sanchit, I guess he hasn't been spotted as of yet. Oh no, wait, now he has. Shotgun strikes. 2 players knocked down. GDS official, they're looking to fight back. And this is going to be immense if he finds those. He gets 2, but he gets straight out. I almost thought that going outside the compound is going to be a blunder, and that is exactly what he did.
Oh my goodness, H4K, they weren't expecting a potential third party as well. Meta Ninja actually set this out and actually got a couple of freebies themselves, but again, they're outside the zone. They're waiting for the last moment before they rotate in the zone as well. Meta Ninja knows that they can't tank through stage 3. It is potentially a free flow in towards the zone itself, but on this perspective instead, GDS, only Zigsaw remains, and even H4K actually rotating back north to actually loot out on Mets. But surprise, surprise, look at the zone itself. Oops, just finished looting, and they are about to run into this 3-team crossway on the east side. That is just unfortunate for them. But now on screen, Hiroshima Godlike now in trouble. Admino first to fall. They've lost Manya early on. Now it's going to be a 2v3 between them and Genesis.
It's going to be tough. Especially with the way Hunters and Fury have been playing for a while now. Genesis Esports, they are not going to go down without a fight. S-Power in the distance, we can spot him cooking up that nade. Is he going to find the target? A big question. A god like Esports, they're still looking for impact. They're looking for that opening, and Fury, I think, also wants to close the distance. Now, this is going to be a fight for sure. Fury takes a little bit of that damage from the nade itself. You can't really find the opening unless these throwables hit, and it seems like S-Power is going to be the first man to hit. Fury is going to be falling down. Genesis Esports potentially might fall down as well, but can Hunters reply back in kind?
Seems like they trade 1 for 1. It is going to be a 2 versus 2 here. Genesis versus Hero Extreme Godlike. Jonathan with the nades. Almost gets naded off. Needs to force a first aid kit. As Hunters was able to clap him. It's going to be an individual 1 versus 1 here between Hunters versus Jonathan. And S-Power with Gravity on the other side. It seems like S-Power is going to provide a little bit of assistance here for Jonathan. Same can be said for Genesis. Going to be looking to try and go for a tandem push. But no connection so far. But let's take a look at the zone. What's happening inside here in the southeast corner. We do see a 3-way showdown for these compounds.
Gorka Esports, they're actually looking pretty good, to be honest. They're not really taking a lot of damage, but now all of a sudden it seems like problems are going to escalate. His team Sun God Nika arrive. They don't arrive with the door knocking. They slam down the door and find themselves a 3-pointer that is brilliantly done. Eliminated is going to be the other team. Gorka Esports, they are going to be suffering for sure, but Ultron Esports shouldn't really have given their position away. Honey, of course, looking for a clutch. The UMP is going to be too hard for him to actually tackle all of those players, and goes to OG. Quite simple from this lad.
Well, Sun got Nika. Definitely we're going to be very happy about this. Goes, was just casually opening door, sees a pixel, gets a free shot, takes him out, and Sun got Nika. They are going to be able to win those compounds by themselves. NX Gen was able to hear all this commotion, but doesn't want to risk their position here. They are kind of spread off. But seems like Genesis, they are going to go for the push. Hero Extreme Godlike in a lot of trouble. Jonathan already down for the count. And S-Power now caught in a 1 versus 2 situation. The nades comes in, goes for a clap. Here comes a shot. The second one connects, takes one out. But it's down low. 1 versus 1 now for S-Power versus Gravity. The push is coming in. Gravity doesn't exactly know where he is, but S-Power looking to try and re-engage from the outside here. Another nade being cooked up. Gravity knows what's up. The jump is going to try and fake out, but he does tap him as well. Gravity down low. He needs to back off, reposition. He is going to be able to reposition, but S-Power secures the knock, and now he gets the confirmation of 1v2 for S-Power.
Absolutely 3 frags for this lad, but also you look at the way he positioned himself for this fight. I think that was brilliant. The first peek he made, especially after the ambush coming in from Genesis, the first 2 shots, it connected both those lads. The first one load down the player in the back lines, and the second shot knocked down the player in the front lines. That's just brilliant. You can't recover from that Genesis Esports, and this is just S-Power at his absolute best. Highest of the powers right now. Oops official, they are going to be duking it out against Team NG at this point. Next Gen, are they willing to actually surround them from all angles? I think Zentrix is just outnumbered at this point, and of course it's going to get shut down. But the problem is for NX Gen, they are quite low in terms of numbers. They've lost a player already. Another one is knocked down. Meta Ninja is looking to capitalize the situation, I see.
Exactly. Meta Ninja came in for the right timing as well. They cleared out and tend to hurt, and now they've got free pickings. NX Gen, they're trapped. The vehicle's exposed. Smokes has been used, and they're still firing and all cylinders to try and shut them out. They get the re-knock as well. Maybe even a second one here. But NX Gen, seems to me they are going to call in the retreat here to try to back out as the zone is about to close in. But look at this, Salty. The circle actually shifts down back towards the south side even further. So it is going to be a divide between the open areas inside military base near the fences and also the outskirts where a few compounds is available. In this case, Wiz does have a very, very solid cover from the west side.
Yeah, they do. The Meta Ninja up top, they have been finding these angles for themselves for a while now, and it seems like it's a high time. They're looking for good finishes, potentially a big end to the day 1 round 4 journey. On the other side, this is the lad that we've been talking about. He's the man of the hour.
Oh, wow. Guess what? S-Power got center control.
Yeah?
Like, he's just smack in the middle in one of the, I don't know, most dangerous spot to be in, but for some reason, it's unoccupied.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to be able to make it to top 5 at least.
Yeah, nobody expects him to actually be there, to be honest. And I think that is going to be the trick in the book. S-Power right at the smack center in a small shack looking to play down the lobby. Is it going to be a winning strategy? Is it going to give got like a few more extra points because they've got enough, to be honest. But the hunger on this man just never dies.
Well, speaking of not expecting where these guys are, look at Bengal Warriors. They actually swam down south, down towards the shorelines outside the map itself. They find themselves a very nice cover to work with, but getting back into the zone is going to be a little bit tricky. Needs those boats to survive, but they do spot out the members coming from way. In this case, they are going to be in a little bit of a trouble there, at least for Warbear Esports, but...
I've got to say one thing. I think people from Bengal, they're actually very creative. I mean, look at me. You know?
Okay.
You know, I was expecting a reaction, but this man just never really reacts to anything, man.
Okay.
Never mind. We are just moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for that, nonetheless. Warbear Esports. Well, towards the coastlines. They are not really being creative at this point.
It's fun trolling you, but speaking of potential trolls here, Meta Ninja going to be on the hunt. As they are going to be driving around here, hoping to get a little bit of potential stragglers, but S-Power now going to be under fire very, very soon. As he is still inside the zone, but that is the only available cover across the road. And teams may look to try to set up a couple of pit stops with those vehicles, kind of anchor down those spots. So S-Power is going to be expecting a lot of heat.
Yeah.
GTR going to be pushing from the north side, and Wiz needs to push out from those compounds on the west. So S-Power only has the line of sight for the teams in the north, but even then, he is going to be exposed. Very limited space for him. Hopefully, he's going to be able to defend this. It all comes down to a little bit of luck, but Meta Ninja outside the zone, still finding a way inside the zone. As Sun God Nika, right now, still having compound in favor. Going to be setting their focuses on the teams coming from east side. NX Gen stuck on the east, Warbear on the south, and Bengal Warriors in the shorelines who needs to make their way in. That's going to be a little bit tricky spot.
They aren't even in the shorelines. They are outside the map right now on those tiny little islands.
Okay, I was expecting a little bit of damage here from Anas.
Long fall, that certainly was. But you know what, I have a theory. Majority of the teams who are in the south, they're going to hold on to this position for a while. But it seems like S-Power is going to be in trouble. Where's Esports? They just arrive and duke it out. Godlike have been eliminated, but that's completely fine. I think S-Power did his part of the job. Where's Esports right now have shack control, but it is not going to be quintessential. This is a completely open circle. And my theory is, all the teams from the north, they're going to get absolutely extinguished unless and until they play from outside the zone. Because if you enter the circle, I think it's going to be an absolute hammering down from the teams in the shorelines.
Well, speaking of which, now Circle 5 on its play. We're down towards the final 7 teams now. Meta Ninja trying to conquer this map themselves, looking to try and secure a chicken dinner for themselves, which will propel them with enough points to potentially go in towards the quarterfinals. But look at this, a little bit replay here. Meta Ninja catching one of the players from GTR kind of slacking. Gets the confirmation, goes in for the hunt down, and then immediately repositions here. Slowly cutting down numbers, but it seems like Meta Ninja, they have no choice but to go in for the slam. They see where GTR is out in the open and decides maybe we should go in for the challenge, but White Tiger now stuck in the outskirts of the zone. They are actually tanking the zone to actually take this fight, and guess what? They take 2 knocks out of this.
I'm not really sure what Meta Ninja is doing. Getting inside the vehicle, getting out, once again getting in, exchanging it with your comrades. What on earth is you thinking, Meta Ninja? This time, they crash onto the players of GTR as they get absolutely panicked. And of course, they get hammered down. Yet another team being eliminated. That was easy for Meta Ninja. I don't even understand why they were tanking damage from the blue. But nonetheless, Wiz Esports, from the distance, it was Ashan who was taking him some shots. They connected quite brilliantly. They did not really find the knock. Wiz Esports, this is a lovely little 2-2 split that they have devised, but this shack, I'm not really sure. I'm not feeling too good about it, I see.
Yeah, it's gonna be tricky here. Wiz, they do know where Meta Ninja is as well. They do have the M249, so they have to be a little bit careful, but let's see how the zone shifts. It is gonna shift south, so the action is gonna be on Meta Ninja to push through, and Wiz may be able to gatekeep them. But interesting enough, look at Bengal Warriors. They actually snuck into the zone from outside the map. Nobody actually saw them. And they are in a very, very precarious situation. And they may get pushed here from the members from Warbears. And I think they just might be able to take him out for free.
I think Warbears have an idea that there have been players. Exactly, Ajit. God knows that there have been players from Bengal Warriors over there. He was wishing to neutralize them as soon as he saw them. But that 1v2 just made it too difficult for him. He needs to utilize his grenades well, but it's not easy to land these on these terrain. The topography of the shorelines is extremely tricky, and these small little ridges, it gives you a little bit of that lifeline as well. But Ajit got this time. The lifeline did not really work. The nade right next to him takes too much of damage this time. Seems like he's going to find the knock on towards failure. Last man from Bengal Warriors left alive. It seems like he's going to get taken down. Fish in the waters. He spots him. Ajit God tries to trace him out. And I'm pretty sure in a matter of seconds he's going to get taken down by Warbear Esports. I just hope that they don't get too distracted. What? Shambu! What on earth was that? Peeking out from the waters, peeking out from the stone. He finds that knock. He still has a little bit of that utility action going on, a little bit of that pin pull. Shotgun once again, strikes a little bit. Nothing to heal himself up. This is going to be a nice moment. He finds the second one. Bengal Warriors. They certainly are showing their class, and Shambu had a fantastic one in the last game. This one as well. He's looking to destroy Warbear, but that was finally it. That is all that she wrote for him, and Warbear Esports. What a strike it was.
Yeah, what a blunder as well coming from Warbear. They had a wide spread. They're hoping to gobble all those points, but because of all these commotions, for some reason, Meta Ninja was able to clean out Wiz from the sides. They push in with 11 finishes, and now they're looking to clear the lobby. SGN now in a lot of trouble. They've got 2 knocks here. Apollo's closing the distance with those nades. Sees a small little pixel, knows exactly where he is, and now Ghost is going to go down, and another nade comes in. Meta Ninja cleaning the lobby right here, right now.
12 finishes on the block, and it seems like all of the lads but Apollo, they are on top form right now. 4 finishes on Shadow, 4 on Fierce, 4 on White Tigers. These boys, they certainly are mowing down the lawn. 15 is what the doctor ordered. But can they make it 3 more? Because WBE, Warbear Esports, they are waiting for them in the shorelines. Meta Ninja, they've just cleaned up everyone along their way.
This is going to be a huge game here. A potential qualification for quarterfinals here for Meta Ninja right here, right now. If they score the chicken right now. Last 3 players remaining for them. Meta Ninja, 3 versus Warbear Esports coming from the south side. But Meta Ninja, they still have those vehicles. It seems like Fierce is able to spot out a player coming from Warbear. But look at this, Warbear, they're still spread out. Just because of that initial engagements with Bengal Warriors. They were so focused on Bengal Warriors, they completely missed out on all the action from the teams in the east side. And now Meta Ninja was able to capitalize on every single team, and Apollo scouts them out. They know they are at the shorelines. And this is going to be a tricky spot to be in as well. Warbear Esports still uncertain on where Meta Ninja is, except for Apollo's going to be on the side. Seems like Apollo's was able to see where DP God is as of yet.
I think Meta Ninja, they have an idea, but the formation, or rather the split coming in from Warbear Esports, is denying them space and the control that they can push up and they can actually finish them off. They're waiting for the first knock to fall. So these lads, they get a little wrestled up, but it's not going to be easy. You've got Spyroid in the back lines. You've got Anik God as well. And then, of course, DP God right next to the flank of Apollo, which has been found out. Meta Ninja, the positions, their cards have been revealed. But it doesn't really matter, especially when you're fragging at this level with your 15 finishes. Doesn't really matter if your cards get revealed. You just power through the opposition. But what can Warbear Esports do, I see, to break this deadlock?
There's no reason to move right now. Circle is on their favor. Meta Ninja needs to push in. Apollo's look for an off angle outside the zone to get a pick, but just couldn't find it. And because of that, they're now forced to regroup again. But look at this terrains here. Meta Ninja just so out in the open. While Warbears has those ridges to work with. And there's no reason for them to push through. But let's take a look at the replay on what happened to Wiz, because Meta Ninja, they were supposed to be gate kept, got slammed, and immediately got shut down.
That's just brilliance coming in from Shadow. You expect an IGL to potentially lack a little bit of that firepower because he's got a lot of roles to fulfill, but it seems like Shadow 7 has worked a lot on his firepower. We've been seeing that from the grind itself. In the previous rounds as well, he was the man who was taking the charge, who was leading in terms of whether or not to get these openings, and that is one of the reasons why we also have the official collaboration with Posh as well. If you want to look cool while getting your openings, ladies and gentlemen, inside of your games, might as well get a Porsche.
Well, true enough. But speaking of which here, Meta Ninja, they're running out of space to work with. They are going to take advantage of that ghillie suit to try and sneak up closer to find off angle. But even Apollos, he's getting so angsty. He's looking to try and take jabs here, but Fear seems like he is able to spot one. But no, he's looking in the wrong direction. DP God still hugging the edges here as the circle still forces Meta Ninja in towards Wall Bears, and they still have those cliffs.
Absolutely. As long as the next circle does not shift and form in front of us, I think it's going to be a stalemate. It's going to be just stand at your positions and hold your ground. That is what the captain is going to order all of the three players. There's absolutely nothing that Meta Ninja can do because, of course, the terrain does not give them any advantage. Warbear Esports, on the other side, they are stuck behind those ridges as well. They are in those ridges forever. If they decide to actually force the issue, then they are going to be the ones who get shut down. Basically, whoever makes the first move before the circle shifts is going to play the losing game.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm curious what Shadow 7 is opting to do as well. He threw one smoke on the right side to try and bait some sort of reaction. Seems like he has diverted the focus on Warbear to look on towards his teammate on the other side. And true enough, look at this, Nick. He's looking at the smokes, but they don't see him. So Meta Ninja might be able to go in for the slam here and catch them off guard. They still have 6 smokes here on Shadow 7. Waiting for the right moment, but for some reason, Meta Ninja was able to creep in on the north side undetected of this smoke. What a fake out. But again, Warbear, they're still hugging the ridges. They're still looking the north side. A little bit paranoid here. But Meta Ninja knows exactly where Warbear is. It is going to be a game of snakes, a game of prone. Shadow 7 still baiting with those vehicles, trying to drive around here. And it seems like the supply crate might be the objective for Meta Ninja if they want to get a jump on Warbear.
I think, to be honest, Meta Ninja, they've actually gotten themselves a lot of points already. And Warbear Esports, they are desperate for a chicken. You can see those two players, DP God and Spyroid, both of them in quite close proximities. Meanwhile, Anik God now becomes a flanker. They are looking to find the opening, which of course is going to be very difficult. But it seems like Meta Ninja, they've decided they're going to go on the move. This is stage 9. This is when the zone closes in. And Team Meta Ninja, they are prepared with a backup plan, which is going to be go through the smokes. They've got the vehicle as well. They've got a lot of mobility. And this can change the game for sure. But can Warbear Esports come out of the ditches? Big question I see.
Exactly. Meta Ninja, they're trying to set up smokes to try and get control of the supply crates. That is going to be the end game zone potentially. But a perfect nade from DP God connects on Apollos. That might be the opener here for Warbear Esports, but they do not have vehicles. They need to push out. They need those confirmations. Shadow 7 still thinking if he wants to go in for the save. And it creeps out in the open to try and get position. But the counter nades from Shadow 7 looking to try and punish any kind of aggression, which in this case Warbear hasn't pushed out yet. They're checking if there's anyone in those crates. Nobody knows where everybody is, and it seems like Meta Ninja, they will lose Apollos like this. But what happens? Pyroid actually bled out to the zone.
Yeah, there's a lot of misinformation going on. Warbear Esports, they're thinking that there's somebody on that right-hand flank, and that is the reason why they are getting constantly distracted from the main thread, which is right in front of them. Shadow 7, look at the nades, he gets lined up. This time, DP God is looking to spray down. Shadow 7 was caught in that spray for a while, took a huge chunk of damage. And look at his HP bar, has been refilled once again. The knock on DP God now remains just one player. Warbear Esports, they are in trouble, and Anik God can be the savior.
Now 2v1 situation, the zone pushes them out, but Meta Ninja, they clutch the winner chicken dinner. A very long, drawn-out 3 versus 3 eventually comes into the hands and claimed by Meta Ninja for the winner chicken dinner.
You know, it's been a fantastic game, to be honest, barring that last fight, which just took too long. I was expecting a little bit of moves coming in from Warbear Esports, but I understand their perspective as well. They were kind of stuck in the shorelines and they had no movements available as well. No smokes to actually pop out, no peaks as well. But you give it to Meta Ninja and the boys, I think they kind of felt jealous from Godlike's performance in the last game, and they were like, alright, fine, we can pack a punch ourselves as well.
I agree, but at the same time, you know, I like how the things actually kind of went in this final zone as well, especially coming from Meta Ninja, where they thought that, hey, maybe there are a couple of loose stragglers on the sides as well. Got things a little bit tactical. Apollo's looking to try and clear the angles. But Warbear's passiveness is what made them so slow. And you can't really blame them because there's just not enough information for at least, what, almost 3 circles in that final game?
Yeah.
And it was only just 2 teams.
You can't really do much in those situations, to be honest, especially when the terrain is out in the open. You lack resources. that is exactly where you can be a little creative, and we saw Bengal Warriors be a little creative as well. This fight from Shambhu was just outrageous, to be honest. I'm not expecting a player to fight back from this particular situation, but the way Shambhu was dealing with the threat was so much brilliant. Potentially, he just took away the chicken dinner from Warbear Esports. Because imagine this, I see. Had there been 4 players inside the final circle in the shorelines, Warbear would have had an enormous advantage inside of the final blow. But once again, that advantage wasn't really there. Fierce, of course, was brilliant with the Gillisu just sneaking in around the different angles. And Warbear Esports had no information. Stats from the chicken in a team in front of us. You've got around 17 frags from just one team, and that is Meta Ninja.
Exactly, but at the same time, let's talk about how Meta Ninja actually survived this entire game as well. Normally, 8 zones doesn't really favor Meta Ninja a little bit too much as well. We've seen Shadow 7 kind of make this same rotation last year, the entire journey doing for Revenant and X-Spark. But this time, it works perfectly well because of one thing. They were stuck outside the zone. They cleaned out 3 teams before making their entry point during Circle 4, which realized that, hey, there's 3 to 4 teams taken out, and not just us, there were a lot of other teams that were taken out right on the finish feed itself, and then realized that maybe we can actually sneak in. And the moment he snuck in, they were able to clean out everybody else, and you can see everybody was kind of stuck, stranded out in open, a lot of very awkward skirmishes, and even then, we thought the circle was going to be inside military base, but no, it actually shifted far down south.
That is the first time I've actually seen an edge circle on the military base, ladies and gentlemen, but also the first time that have seen Shadow 7 dominate in this fashion. 6 eliminations, 730 points of damage. This man had a fantastic performance, and so did Fierce as well, just closely following up, 714 points of damage. Look at that, you've also got a White Tiger in the picture as well. 3 players from Meta Ninja just dominating the top 5 players. Espower, as usual, I think he was very brilliant, especially against Genesis Esports. That 1v2 is something which I still remember, but the point standings from this particular match number 3, Meta Ninja with 27, WBE with 12, you've got SGN, Sun God Nika with 10, NXGen 8, Bengal Warriors 4, Godlike 4, Oops Esports 4, and then you've got Ultron Esports as well on 4 points.
Yeah, but at the same time, look at the points that has been kind of distributed on the lower half between all the teams, just because of the fact that majority of the teams were stuck outside the zone for Circle 1 until 4, skirmishing with each other, trading blows to blows. We got 2 finishes here, 3 finishes there, to a point that it felt like Meta Ninja had a vacuum, just because they were able to clean out the final few stragglers, but the rest, they were just all caught out in the open, so it wasn't really a pure domination, but it was definitely a free win for Meta Ninja here, considering how in formation and also in position they are in taking this game itself. 47 points in total, that should be way past the qualification mark here, and right from the get-go in 3 games, I think Hero Extreme Godlike and also Meta Ninja has found their slots into the quarterfinals.
Even to be honest, T7E as well. Now, this is far stretch. We've seen Eggy Gaming take a fall from absolutely nowhere, from being inside the top 3 after the first half. So I'm not going to make a big set myself expectations. But T7E, I think with 33 points, they are going to be close. Certain basic performances tomorrow, I think Wiz going to seal the deal as well. The same can be said for Sun God Nika. But WBE, GDS, Genesis Esports, GTR, I think these are going to be the teams, especially Genesis Esports, who might actually start struggling, because first half of their round 4 journey is done and dusted, and Genesis Esports could only get 15 points from the first 3 matches.
Well, for all things considered, it is very concerning, but top 7 is where you actually qualify in towards the quarterfinals, but at the same time, Genesis, they've got to buck up. You know, they are in 7 for now for today. Yeah, great. Everybody else is doing pretty bad as well. Sure, but tomorrow 3 games, Genesis got to buck up if they want to stand a chance. But even if they fall towards the 8th place position, they need to score a lot of points, because there is a few more teams that is going to be directly advancing into as a wild card.
Yeah.
In this case, it is going to be it all comes down to luck as well.
It potentially comes down to luck, or if you do not want to involve luck in the picture, just ensure that you've got more points as compared to the rest of your competition. On the overall standings, everyone beyond that 54th spot till the 67, they are going to move on. But nonetheless, all of those things concerned, I feel like the first half of this particular group is done and dusted. Round 4, in my opinion, for this group was beautiful. But of course, there's still more matches remaining, Ice, and do you know which team is going to be playing next? You've got teams like 8-Bit, Wild Fangs, and many more who do pack a punch. And of course, a lot of interesting action awaits. Of course, the first half of the day is done. Erangel, Miramar still remains, but that is going to happen after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast. Round 4 on its way. We saw the first half coming from Group 3. Just a very interesting games here coming from, especially from Hero Extreme Godlike and also Meta Dinza, the two table toppers from Group 3. But now coming back here, we are going to be bringing in a new group, and that's going to be Group 4. And to cast these games, I have myself, ICBaby12, and we have I Super Johnny. And of course, after watching Group 3, what do you think?
I think quite a lot of unexpected results, especially with Genesis being there on that 7th position. Did not expect them to do that bad. I mean, I understand the start of the day was kind of slow for Genesis, but when the Erangels came around, just like they did in the grind, I was expecting them to pick up the pace. Did not happen this time. And tomorrow is going to be very interesting and intense for Group 3, considering now there's just 10 points separating the 16th and the 7th position. So it's possible for even Ultron Esports to catch up.
Well, it's going to be a free-for-all for tomorrow, but seems like for these guys watching at home as well, we do have a special collaboration here with Royal Enfield. If you guys are looking to try and ride in the bikes, looking cool in your brand new Royal Enfield GT650 and also the Classic 350, now's the best time to actually get it in the game before it goes away.
Yeah, pretty much. And of course, I mean, it's going to be quite exciting to see how you guys roll up inside of the game, but we're going to move forward and have the teams that will drop in the next match on our screens. Group 4 has the likes of 8-Bit, Wildfangs, TWOB, Wingod Esports, Riot Nations, Gen Z Esports, EMZ Esports, Blink Esports, Onslaught Crew, 4EC, Gods Official, 4Wolf, DOD, Empire Originals, Team Telugu, Helix, and Ultima Official. A few of these names we have seen in the past. I see Team Telugu had a pretty interesting run in Round 3, Round 2. But of course, I think the limelight for Group 4 will be on the first 4 names right there. 8-Bit, Wildfangs, TWOB, and Wingod Esports.
Hey, for all things considered, but aside from these 4 teams as well, I also want to talk about 4Wolves DOD. They were part of the grind teams as well. They're a little bit unfortunate that they have to climb their way from the bottom. And fortunately for them, they are here now. They were able to qualify with 1 chicken dinner and 44 points from Round 3 in particular. But now for Round 4, things are going to be a little bit spicy. Now, when we talk about the table toppers of this potential group here are some stats for Wildfangs, a team that, well, we saw absolute domination here on their way into Round 4.
Yeah, during the grind, Wildfangs became a team that was all about aggression. 130 finishes secured in 24 matches with just 44 placement points. And you can see finish points per game, the aggregate, the average is just phenomenal. 4.17 on Erangel, 5.87 on Miramar, and for Rondo it's 8.25. I think the firepower that Wildfang possess, that alone should help them cross over to the quarterfinals, but let's see how things turn out.
Well, they are the table toppers for Group B during the grind stages as well, but here is going to be the comparison of head-to-head here between Sarang from 8-Bit and also Spray God. 8-Bit, unfortunately, they weren't the ones that actually qualified towards the quarterfinals. They were kicked out from Group A in grind and now competing in Round 4 where elimination is on the line. And Sarang and also Spray God, these are the top fraggers coming from both each respective teams, but you can see a big comparison in terms of finishes and also survival time. Sarang a little bit more into survival time, but for Spray God it's a little bit more into the finishes and also the damage counter.
I think it's the fact that teammates now turned rivals heading against each other right in Round 4 itself. 2024 we saw both these two players playing for the same team that was X-Park back then, now turned into Revenant X-Park. But again, the only set of players that have kind of lifted official trophies back to back within the same year. So they will have that legacy, but it's going to be fun to see them go up against each other. And especially we all still want to see, especially I want to see what Juicy can do this time around. Will he be able to keep his own legacy alive of, again, making it to a LAN finals?
Well, making it towards the LAN is going to be something else, but let's talk about the predictions that of what we are going to be saying here. Seems like a majority of us on the English test has gone for Wildfangs, and I can see why you went for 8-Bit. You are looking to support Juicy, and I can't really blame you as well, but let's take a look at what the Hindi talents actually think of as well. Maisie seems to be on the same track with you. Anki is with me. TWOB for Rawan and Spiro with 8-Bit. So we do have a split vote except for Rawan, who went for TWOB.
I think that's the only outlying vote over here. Everyone else is kind of rooting for or expecting 8-Bit and Wildfangs to do better than they did before. I think the previous run was phenomenal from both the sides, considering 8-Bit has also gone through a massive rebuild and they were trying to figure out their tactics during their matches of the grind. But now in Round 4, especially with the kind of experience the players have, I would want to see that refined performance put on display. I would want to see them just put their best players out there and hopefully directly make it to the quarterfinals.
Well, hopefully they are going to be able to do so as well, because Wildfang's overall stats does look good. Hopefully it is going to be the same right now, because we are going to be jumping into their first game here for Group 4 as we jump into the map of Erangel.
Of course, it's the beginning of a new journey. It's going to be the journey of Group 4 in Round 4 itself of BGIS 2026. The first map the lads play, the map of Erangel on our screens, with a very, I have to say, kind of balanced flight path starting from Severny heading towards Novorepnoy, leaning ever so slightly towards the eastern half, but it still allows you priority drops towards Pochinki, Boatyard School, Rozhok. A little bit of trouble if you're looking to head towards Hospital, Gatka, Query, Ferry Pier, but still those vehicle spawn drops will be available to everyone. But again, this, I feel, at least on paper, can turn out to be a very aggressive group, not just because of the top 4 teams that we spoke about, but also because of the undergods that are present. We have seen a lot of aggression in the past from Ultima Official, Helix, Team Telugu as well. So kind of interested to see how today turns out for all of these 16 teams.
Now, let's talk a little bit more on towards potential superstitious circle trends. Last year, it was all about Mount Gatka, or in this case, Everest. This past 4 days has been military island throughout, 4 different groups so far? Which is kind of weird. We just saw another military island just now in Group 3 in particular. But it seems like I do hear gunshots. It seems like we are going to be having a lot of drop clashes coming in. I hear pistols being shot as well. Where are they coming from?
I believe it's happening somewhere close to Rozhok. Well, we have a western circle. We just saw a glimpse of that. And yeah, it was just a little bit east of Rozhok, a fight between 4EC and the players of
Gen Z?
Gen Z. But no casualties this early inside of the game. I think 4EC, they do manage to fall back.
Well, speaking of casualty, I think the only casualty right now is that bottom right tire of that buggy. Krish has no choice but to disembark.
Yeah.
Pretty much stranded out in open. Hoping to get lucky with a couple of loots here. Hopefully he doesn't get hunted down as well, because his teammates is a little bit too far off here, at least for EC. But fortunately for him, he does have M16, but no bandages. Uh-oh. Worst possible scenario, I would say.
Yeah, I think this is the worst possible scenario, because Kushal is just running around in ruins. And Onslaught crew, they have to be cautious about this team rotating on the other side of the ridges. It is EMZ. And if Onslaught crew, they get spotted out here, there's no cover to save them. Kushal is just going down without a fight. Luckily for the Onslaught crew, EMZ, they continue to move along towards the western side of the map, looking to head towards Gatka as early as possible. This one is all going to be about those quick rotations in the early stages. We had a flight path towards the east, a circle towards the west. Everyone is still kind of stuck in the center, with just 3 to 4 teams right now having found their way, found a safe haven for themselves inside of the play zone. But we look towards Yasnaya Poliana, and this was an interesting development at the early stages of the game as well. 8-bit were drop clashed by Blink. Well, sort of. Blink has taken control of the compounds present towards the eastern edge of the city. They do not get a lot, but they get something, while 8-bit just reigns towards the central and the western side of Yasnaya Poliana. But there's a lot of map control in the hands of 8-bit. There are a lot of opposing teams around them. This rotation is not going to be an easy one for them to make.
Yeah, can they get out? It's going to be the question as well. But for Wildfangs, they haven't exactly disembarked. No challenges for them in towards Milta, which makes a lot of sense as well, right? Considering that they do have so much firepowers in their debut in the grind matches.
But what happened to Empire Originals? One of their players just drowned in Novorepnoy.
Oh, no. That's a little bit unfortunate, I would say. He is going to be picked up, though, so I think this is going to be...
I don't think so. The rest of the team is towards Ferry Pier.
Oh, no. That is not looking good for them.
Yeah, he's gone.
That's going to be a point denial for everybody in this lobby. And a very, very bad start here coming from Empire Originals.
Yeah, point denial for everyone. Teammate denial for Empire Originals. New strategy. Specifically tailored for round 4.
To win is to deny points. Well, we did see it yesterday as well.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it was Esports Social that ended up putting it on display. Denied 3 points that helped them move up, and denied Mind Gamers an opportunity, a spot directly into the quarterfinals. We'll still have to see what their fate is going to look like, and for that, you can find the updated rankings on the social media of Krafton, India Esports, and of course the website as well is constantly updated. So do make sure that you're checking out the social media and know what the exact results are at the end of each stage, each round.
Well, there's two things that they have to go through first as well. Number one, POV checks. Number two, it would be their fates are sealed potentially based on the results of every single group.
Yeah.
For a shot into the wildcard stages. So if they had enough points, technically they should be able to revamp themselves in the wildcard. It is going to be a long day though. A few more weeks though.
It's going to be a long wait, man. I mean, you have to wait all the way, well, for these two groups to be done with their journey, and then you wait for the list to come out. That best of the rest, top 8, it's going to be very tight as well. But let's see how close this game is going to get. 8-bit on the move. Finding their way out of Yasnaya Poliana. Potential run-in towards the northern side as the players of Ultima, I believe, are getting quite close to them.
Well, speaking of 8-bit, seems like they do have a decent amount of loot here. Nothing super crazy yet. Very, very late rotations for a lot of teams, but it seems like Skips is going to be taking a couple shots in from the far horizon. Gets a couple chip damage in. But no knocks, no confirmation yet. A little bit of a slow start here for all the teams, while TWOB actually came in from a different direction. This is interesting, Johnny. TWOB tentatively goes towards Georgia Bowl, but for some reason, since the grind until now, they have shifted the spots. They came in from Military Island, Novo, and then now pushing into the zone, uncontested.
Yeah, they get an easy entry towards Primorsk, so this is quite a nice start for the players of TWOB. Lot of early breathing room to work with, but you still have to survive the late stages and walk away with a decent number of eliminations. Decent being about 5 to 6 eliminations. TWOB, they have showcased incredible resilience in the past, having made it all the way towards round 4 this time. But there's a legacy attached to TWOB. You can't just be satisfied with making it to the quarters or the semis. The finals is supposed to be the goal, and same can be said for the players of Wild Fangs, who are finally out of Milta City. An easy rotation for Wild Fangs, but 8-bit, as we said, an inevitable run-in against the players of Ultima Official. The tire of that buggy completely gone. But hey, it's an easy rescue for the players of 8-bit.
Yeah, but they are kind of split off as of yet as well. Ultima Official might consider actually going for the push, saying that 8-bit forced to disengage. And even 8-bit as well, this is going to slow down their rotation here. Sarang is going to be making a run for himself. He has to play himself on the other side as well, on the map, while his teammates has already successfully crossed here. But what an interesting game here, Johnny. Like, to see stage 1 this early, 7 minutes of the game, a majority of the teams actually stuck on the northeast side of the map. And even Ultima Official now getting shot from the back. But it seems like on the finish feed, Sarang actually got hunted down, as TTL is going to be able to take him out.
Yeah, that 2-2 split coming from the players of 8-bit not really working out. Team Telugu finding Sarang mid-rotation, an easy finish point secured. But as you were talking about it, I think it's all thanks to the flight path, man. I mean, the flight path was towards the eastern side. That is where majority of the teams dropped. No one went rotating west super early. Everyone just took their sweet time in stage 1. And now stage 2, it seems like we might just have a possibility of a query endgame, and you already see a cluster forming over there with 4 Wolf, Blink, EMZ, Riot Nation already present in the mix. Wild Fangs also joining the fray. Pushing away the players of Blink. A spray committed, a knock found, but the finish conversion. Oh, they get it as well.
Wow.
What a quick play from Wild Fangs.
Oh, this is the classic Wild Fangs we expected as well. See anything in the moves, start shooting, ask questions later.
Yeah.
And it's paid off, because that's going to be the first point here in the hands of Sensei.
I think Wild Fangs are just happy that a team like TKM isn't here in this lobby anymore. No one to just rush them as soon as they drop on the map. But this time, 8-bit getting rushed by the players of Riot Nations. Oh, a little bit of cover found, and Riot Nations realize they can't really force a fight over here against 8-bit. Both the teams' incentive to commit taken away. Found a safe haven inside of the circle. A little bit of trouble could have been there, but Dollar does manage to escape. And they get a reset going, right, Nations?
Well, the question here is, where do they dock here is going to be the question here as well. Zone is somewhere in Quarry, somewhere in Gatka as well. It's still a little bit uncertain. And I think now from Riot Nations, they do have a little bit of high ground here. Easy, finds an easy pick as they take out Toxic OP. That's been one down, but he is kind of exposed from the far. And guess what? Wingod chimes in. This is going to be the team that you have to watch out for. But it seems like Wingod is taking shots from the far horizon from Timbuktu. Where are they shooting from?
Yeah, this is a fight that is happening extremely long distance, by the way. Wingod is about, I don't know, like 400 meters away from Riot Nations. They're just taking shots with no visual confirmation. It seems like they're just shooting in the direction where they hear the gunfire from. And it was just an off position from that man from Riot Nation. He chose to hide in the wrong spot, got taken out because of that. And got knocked out. The finish confirmation still did not come through. The revive is going to be there, but Wingod, my oh my. That was commitment.
Yeah, they could have gotten the finish as well, but a lot of ammunition has been used. APS down towards his final 80 bullets as well. We're not even in the end game yet as well. And interesting enough, Wingod, they're a little bit paranoid in committing the fights, knowing that there is a team in front of them, but where is the rest of the world? It seems awfully quiet in this game. But speaking of quiet here, Ultimate Officials finally coming in from the north side. And they are still looking for a place to hunker down. And it seems like they are waiting for the zone to go for an immediate mad dash for zone control, which again, center control is in play, but seems like the zone is going to be in favor of where 8-bit is. It is going to be split between the roads on the north side of Gatka and the south side of where Quarry is.
But hey, this is where the chaos in this game begins. We already see a fight breaking out just west of where the players of 8-bit are. It could be an early exit for GO over there. God's official not really in a comfort zone anymore. Look at that cluster towards the western half of the circle. Almost half the lobby present. EMZ, Wildfangs playing from the eastern half of the play zone. Still an isolated position. Not a lot of trouble for them. There's Gen Z up north, but I don't think there's going to be a lot of trouble for the players of Wildfangs or EMZ from Gen Z. Gen Z are looking to just eyeing, in fact, for the center of the zone right now. They are focused on the open fields.
Tricky spot to be in here. Wildfangs are trying to secure the hovercraft for the end game. Kanha looking to try to pick people off from afar. It seems like he is going to be able to spawn out a team. And that's going to be Wingod, I believe, from the far horizon. Even Team Telugu now in a little bit of pain. A couple shots has been shot in. Shanu being knocked off. Kaiser gets the first knock through, but Team Telugu, what are they going to do? Seems like they are going to abandon ship potentially. As Heka returns fire. Actually stops Wingod from pressing the matter in this situation, so they should be able to go in for the reset here. But nope. As soon as I say this, Ryzen goes for the denial from off angle. Here comes a stun grenade. Ryzen looking to try and continue with this push. It seems like the slam is coming in.
Yeah, this flank from Ryzen just changes everything, and the reset denied to the players of Team Telugu. They're going to have to pay a heavy price for that. Shanu goes down, and Wingod, they wrap things up in a blink. What a quick wrap of Team Telugu. Eliminated. They just get one finish of the game. That was Sarang, who they eliminated very early inside of this match. But Wingod Esports, brilliant execution. A trap laid out towards the northern edge of the play zone, and it springs into action perfectly. But Wingod can't stay towards the northern edge for a long time. There's teams piling up towards the northwest. The northeastern edge is still empty, but over there, Gen Z, they are going to have the upper hand. They have concrete cover available, so the rotations for Wingod Esports in the future are going to get tricky. I wonder what their solution to the problem is going to be like.
I'm not a fan of what Wingod Esports is doing, but considering the circumstances that is happening in the map, they have been hugging the edges, they're not getting a lot of information, and there's not a lot of shots being made. So that means everybody is not in their vicinity. So when they decided to go for a stand with Team Telugu, and they were expecting a third party, and I was like, wait, nothing is happening. oh wait, maybe we can actually stock up ammunition as well, which is a good thing for them, considering that they bled out majority of the ammunition onto his Riot early on those observatory towers. But fortunately for them, they're going to be A-okay, but let's take a look at the zone as well. Like you said, there's a huge cluster down towards the northwest corner. TWOB is going to be one of those teams. We've got Ultimate Official as well that is going to be trying to make their way in towards the zone themselves, where 8-bit is currently at with those crossroads. And TWOB now, they have to look for a disengagement. They are surrounded. Executor is still outside, roaming around to try to find an opener, but that may be the opener that they need. Starboy gets the knock, and they are going to try and get out of it here.
I think escape it should be the only option for TWOB to take. This is a cluster that are part of confirming finishes. It is going to be a challenge, and it gets you into a very off position, but look at this. They are instantly just looking to pile on the players of God's Official. And God's Official, they have concrete cover to work with, but players spotted out. The molly is going to be good. It's going to burn him alive, and damage is going to be dished out. TWOB, although, are also getting traded out. Inferno knocked and finished off, but Starboy does turn into the saving grace for TWOB. They do manage to stay alive, but a third party is on the way as the players of Helix and Riot Nations are looking to move in tandem.
Yeah, TWOB now expects to defend everything as well. Riot Nations, they want to capitalize on this, and Daniel providing the support fire to slow them down. He's doing a fantastic job. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map here, we do see Wildfangs going for the slam against EMZ. Spray God is down with those hovercrafts, but the counter nades from EMZ. A little bit of a mess up here, bounces off, but Goten going to be on the forefronts all by himself. He needs backup, but the Molotov is going to flush him out. He's about to bleed out his zone as well. No, there is no safe spot for him, and he is going to go down as well. Wildfangs takes a little bit of tumble once more. They need those resets, and even Goten will be confirmed from that Molotov.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Wildfangs right now. Sensei as well is isolated. He takes a lot of damage from Rockstar. Ooh, EMZ, they have the upper hand in this fight. They know it as well. And they're looking to just pile on the pressure on the players of Wildfang. Sensei somehow does manage to get a reset going, but it's still not looking good. Wildfangs, I think they're just going to get pinned and finished off. Spray God and Kahana from the backlines. Either they fight their way out of this 2v2, or Sensei pulls off a miracle and picks off someone. And both the things happen in tandem. Sensei still alive. Wildfangs, they found an opening as well, but Spray God falls. The trade for EMZ is going to be there. Sensei is still waiting, and he gets the finish. My goodness, we've never seen this man play so well.
What a clutch coming from Sensei. Wildfangs individually winning all the fights, but a 1 versus 2 from Sensei on his own. Clutches it big time. Keeps the dream alive for domination, but Wildfangs has to continue on with only 2 players. A very tricky situation here for Wildfangs. But now on the screen, the huge cluster on the northwest corner. Riot Nations pinning on the members of Ultima Officials, and TWOB as well seems to be disengaged here. But Riot Nations now having still zone in favor of them. TWOB and Ultima Officials pretty much pinned on the outskirts by themselves. And with all these gunshots, it's going to be expecting Wingard to be slamming in from the north side as well.
The possibility is there, but Wingard have been looking pretty solid in this game so far, so I believe they can rack up a few elimination points for themselves, and that is exactly what they end up doing. Picking off one individual from the side of Ultima Official. A few shots being fired from the players of TWOB also do end up making Wingard aware of this presence. But that last man from the side of Ultima Official, he can't really do a lot. Keeps his head down, just tries to lob nades towards Wingard, keeping them at bay, but it still won't matter.
Oh boy, Riot Nations, that's going to be the opener, but TWOB, they've got a knockback themselves. They cannot push through. Clock is ticking. They still have a lot of time. 2 minutes left before it fully closes in. They are going to take their own sweet time, but it seems like TWOB, they are going to try and pick up Daniel before they actually make a disembarkment. They are going for a 2-2 split as of yet. Nothing super crazy. Meanwhile, 8-bit has been laying low for quite some time, ever since they lost Sarang right from the get-go. And Wildfangs, they actually pushed through the zone, but let's take a look at the replay of what exactly happened between Wildfangs and also EMZ. It started with a 3 versus 2 situation on the other side of the map, and Sensei was kind of left alone. And Sensei winning his 1v2 on his own, while Kanha takes the fight with Spray God on this side of the map. And allowing them to trade off and coming out on top, despite losing goaltend right from the start of the fight.
Hey man, I think with how Sensei is playing, we're just playing, living in an alternate reality right now. Look at this, Wildfangs also finding a pick against the players of Wingard Esports, although I think a quick realization of not having the man numbers, they back off on the finish feed, though it seems like TWOB have been annihilated at the hands of Riot Nations. They've lost 3 players already, down to the last man. On the other side of things, still looking for some cover to work with the side of Wildfangs. Now surrounded by Wingard, by 8-bit. And they know even the other slope of the hill is going to get contested soon.
Wildfangs, they're pretty much stuck out in the open, and Wingard Esports is going to spray blindly as well. Kanha getting tagged up. He just was able to stock up his health a little bit, but they're pretty much stuck in the rock and a hard place. Literally, and I mean literally stuck in the rock right now. And Wingard Esports may look to try and go in for the slam as well. It does have a little bit of sense of control. Wildfangs has to tuck their tails and snake their way in and hope and pray that someone saves them. But as of yet, 8 teams remaining, or in this case, 11 teams remaining, but not enough teams in this vicinity, or in this case, a circle to actually help them out.
Yeah, but I think this is getting quite close now between all of these sides. And look at this, TWOB, a recap of what went wrong for them, just falling into the line of fire of the players of Riot Nations. Ended up losing 2 players over there, and well, now they're down to the last man. Can't really do a lot, TWOB. They're stuck towards the northwestern edge as well. One thing though, a saving grace for the players of Wildfangs, or maybe it can be, we'll find that out in a bit. A few moments ago from the players, from the POVs of Wingard Esports, it felt like Riot Nations was visible. I think they have a line of fire for Riot Nations, and if Wingard decide to go for that fight, then they might just end up leaving the players of Wildfangs and just letting them be. But we've been talking a lot about the northeastern cluster, the northwestern cluster of these games. Switching towards the southern edge of the circle, where we have Blink Esports and Onslaught Crew completely pinned and being gate-kept by right now by the players of EO. Empire Original, although Blink do find an opening, that nade goes in. Empire Original down a man now in this game.
Tricky spot to be in. Blink Esports still holding those compounds. It's still in zone, but they have to shove the teams from the south side. DC needs to push in from the outside. It's a bit tricky to do so, but let's take a look at those 8-bit here. Seems like they do find the members from Wildfangs. Kanha gets knocked and confirmed, so that means Sensei is the last player left, and even he will fall, and that's going to be Wingard that gobbles him up. Wildfangs will finish on 10th position with only 5 finish points. Not a great start here for Wildfang's journey here in Group 4. But the rest of the world is still surviving. TWOB, Executor, last man standing. As Riot Nations got him pinned. May be able to take him out, but again, they're so afraid of potential third parties. As you can see, Johnny, Riot Nations, they're taking their fight bit by bit, clearing every single corner, and they are going to try and reposition for the zone as well.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Riot Nations, they have the back. Executor is going to get executed. Helix can cause some problems for Riot Nations, but I think they are going to prioritize the fights on the higher ground. 1 versus 4. Yeah, there's a pile up. Executor. There's no way he makes it through. And there it is, the wipeout of TWOB, but this is where things get intense. 8-bit up against the players of Four Wolves DOD. Raiden knocked out, Skip's still there, finds a trade, but it is going to be enough. Shots from the flank, and he will get traded out, but Wingard Esports, who were waiting towards that northeastern edge of the play zone, finally come knocking. And 8-bit are going to be eliminated from this game. The next team in the crosshairs for Wingard Esports will be Four Wolf DOD, and there is no escape for Four Wolf as well. Wingard, this is not how I expected them to play. They have the wind in their sails with this particular match. 12 eliminations on the board already.
What a big game coming from them, and it's not over yet. Four Wolves under fire. The smokes are there. Nades are coming in. It is a nade parade, and Four Wolves in a lot of pain as Wingard continues to fire shots. But at the same time here, who's going to be joining the fray to bully them is going to be Onslaught Crew Esports, and Four Wolves has to tuck the tails and duck underneath. As Onslaught Crew pops up from the south side, spots out the members, and Immortal, last player left from the side of 4 Wolves. Onslaught Crew Esports looking to claim their first point in this final 7 teams in this final zone.
But I think we might just have one of these undergods take away the first chicken dinner of this lobby, because even Blink seems like they are in a good position. Riot Nations towards the north are doing quite well. Wingod is going to be one of the experienced names in the bunch that can actually destroy the dreams of these undergods. But Riot Nations, they find an opening against the players of Wingod, getting traded out through a third party by Helix Esports on the flank. But Riot Nations, because of their position, they have such a beautiful opportunity to go for a reset, although time is going to be of the essence. 10 seconds and the blue will be on the move again.
Tricky spot to be in. Riot Nations, what are they going to do? They've got the first knob, but Wingod, they are going to risk it for the biscuit, but the confirmation is there, and Punk, he is going to try and spray one more down, but it seems like Easy is able to find another knock here from APS goes down. Ryzen also goes down, and just like that, Wingod's domination strike gets completely shut out, and Riot Nations, they are going to push it for the final player as they go in for a slam out in the open. Here comes the slam, and Riot Nations takes them out. 9 finishes in the back for Riot Nations.
Yeah, Riot Nations right now causing a riot in this lobby. Incredible stuff, and especially from this man called Easy. 6 eliminations on this player. Absolutely phenomenal. And this is their first game in round 4, so I think we might have a lot waiting for us from Group 4. But let's see, can they secure the chicken dinner? Not a long way to go. Top 5, they've made it. Not a lot of players as well. They just have to finish off 9 players and just secure this chicken dinner.
Tricky spot to be in. Down to the 5 teams. Empire Originals, they still have cover. They're very happy about this. But they need points. They've only got 4. If they want to stand a chance to qualify for quarterfinals, they need the big game. In this case, Wingod has already done so. Riot Nations next to try and dominate. They clear out the entirety of the north side. And as of yet, they are going to be looking to try and clear off the teams in the south. It seems to me, Johnny, a lot of teams are still stuck on those compounds, knowing that there is a safety net. That's going to be Blink and also Empire Originals down towards the north side. But with the circle shifting out in the open, Riot Nations already in position for the zone. Felix playing from the southwest corner. We have EO in the north compounds on the south side. We have Blink in the further south. And we have OC in the far east as well, looking for a flank angle. But Riot Nations getting so much information and space to work with. They do also have the vehicles to work with.
Yeah, but finally with this stage 8 shift of the circle, Blink and Onslaught Crew have been forced outside of the play zone. So they will eventually run into a line of fire either for Riot Nations, Empire Original or Helix. So I think this might be the end of the line for these two teams. But on the other side, I think Riot Nations, because of the elevation that they have of the terrain, they can just wait these fights out, wait for Empire Original and Helix to clash into each other and go for the chicken. They have the numbers to work with. They just have to be patient and wait for the game, for time to do its job. Blink Esports, they are going to start to feel the pressure in the next few seconds. The blue is already on the move, and these 28 meters that they have to move inside of the play zone or towards the play zone are just going to feel too brutal.
Oh boy, they have to push. EO, they have to defend on 2 assaults. It's going to be OC and Uso. And Blink Esports pushing in. Empire Originals now forced to defend. Big shots here coming from Commando, but Mayang finds his teammates from the sides, and just like that, EO, they crumble to pieces. As Norman now forced to defend from the second floor. OC from the sides, also looking to try and chime in. They're waiting for gunshots for those third parties, but the nade from below will find him off. And that's going to be Blink Esports that cleans them out.
Yeah, what a clean fight coming through from the players of Blink Esports. And that does give them some control of this endgame play zone as well. Now it's time for the blue collapse. And all of these teams are stuck towards the edge of the blue zone. It's not about equal grounds anymore. It's about target selection. Blink Esports, they have some util left on them still. Can use it to take care of Onslaught Crew so that they aren't distracted from both the sides at the same time. At least some pressure relieved early. That's what Blink Esports want right now. Top 4 teams left inside of the game. 4 versus 3 versus 2 versus 2. Riot Nation still with the numbers advantage. Blink second in line with 3 players left. Helix and Onslaught Crew with just 2 each.
Be careful while this is happening. Riot Nations, they've heard all those commotions. But playing Esports, they are uncertain on what to do here. They do have a little bit of high ground to work with, so they can take their own sweet time. But I don't think Mayang actually spotted out the members from Helix. They are prone up, but Helix, they spot him and they will take him out. That's going to be the pounds coming from Helix. But the position's exposed. Hardy now needs to push out. But the slam from Riot Nations is going to be going for the drive-by. And the Adi is just looking for finishes with those vehicles, and he's going to be able to get out safely.
Man does not care at all, does not care about the teammates that the player from Helix might have had, or the blue zone itself. They want these finishes, they want these frags, and Riot Nations are causing a riot for these points. 11 finishes on the board. They find a spot inside of the top 3, and Blink and Onslaught crew, they've made too much commotions. Their positions are compromised, and well, the blue is on the move already. The nade goes flying, and Blink Esports, Jayesh, he's gonna fall. Riot Nations looking to make the bounce, find the last man as well, and there goes Blink Esports in a blink, completely faded away. Last man from the side of Onslaught crew spotted out as well, and he's gonna be burned alive. There you have it, Riot Nations. I think they ended the game with about 17 eliminations, but what a start. 17 finishes and the chicken dinner, 27 points from game 1, and it wasn't even Rondo.
Who are these guys? Riot Nations just surprising us on stream, going absolutely ham on every single team in this game itself here. They were able to pinpoint everybody's position with those information, with those holes, shutting down TWOB, shutting down Wingard, shutting down this entire lobby, and then clutching out chicken dinner. My, Johnny, who are these guys?
I have no idea, man, but I mean, phenomenal play. And not just towards the end game, not just because of the aggression, but their timing of everything was just perfect. They held on to a position where they had no need to move out. Even earlier on, if you remember, when they got stuck towards the north-eastern edge of Stage 2, Stage 3 circle with the likes of TWOB and a few other names in the mix.
Yeah,
they
the
just
swamp
kept
area.
their heads down. Yeah, exactly, the swamp area. They just kept their heads down, waited for an opportunity to strike, and when it was there, that is when they chose to fight.
Yeah, this final moment was a little bit of an interesting moment as well, but Adi was driving around, casually finds his information, realized like, hey, there's 2 prone guys here, we can actually go in for the slam, and they did exactly like that, because they were in so much control in the north side, they see everything, they just drove around and realized that everybody was pretty much, I would say, under-looted towards the end game, just because, oh, you don't have vehicles, you don't have utilities, everybody was stuck in those compounds, you eventually take them out. So Riot's definitely making a statement here for Group 4.
I think this game had a lot of sustained fights, because of which, as you mentioned, towards the end, players did not have enough loot to sort of take those open fights or maybe find openings. No nades available for the likes of Onslaught crew, for the likes of Blink. Otherwise, I think those compound fights would have been much easier. But easy from the side of Riot Nations. I mean, incredible start to the day. 7 eliminations secured. Your star player is performing. The team gets a chicken dinner, 27 points. I think they have done enough for at least 3 matches of the day.
Now, the bright side about this is that because number one, it is their first time playing against each other in this group, so drop spots is not exactly in the clear. There are a lot of drop clashes as well. So with this game coming into as well, all they need to do is just take a little bit breather to focus on tomorrow's Erangel. But for now, new problems for them. Miramar, next game. Oh no, again, we are going to be playing in a game where nobody has any idea where people are going to be dropping in.
I think because of that, we get a little bit of entertainment at the start of the match, like that chaotic situation just close to Rozok, or 8-bit losing players as well, for that matter, was something we did not expect. But that was just game 1. As you mentioned, Miramar, it can get extremely tricky for all of these players right now. And Riot Nations, now the big question for their side is going to be, can you keep this going? Can you be consistent? 27 points from game 1 is good, but what's going to be even better is getting close to 50s on day 1 itself.
Well, we've seen Godlike kind of do it just now in the previous group as well. 2 games qualified in towards the quarterfinals, and now in this case, Riot Nations, will they bring on the momentum here, at least for day 3 in round 4 stages? And as far as I can tell, I think this might be the trend for today.
It can be the trend for the day. But let's move forward with our trends and have a look at the stats. Starting off with the MVP of the game, it is going to be easy with 7 finishes, 822 damage dished out. Overall, a very wonderful performance, and not just from him. The entirety of Riot Nations, the whole team was present to end the game.
Yeah, they got every potential entry points just completely locked down as well. The end game was just handed into his Riot's silver platter.
Yeah.
But we have to talk about the other teams that also are in the top 5 as well. 3 of the players from WinGod were also in the top 5 because they were the ones that started their complete domination from the north side, but eventually got shut down from Riot. And you can see this huge vacuum of points being earned by both Riot and also WinGod.
I think after a while, WinGod just got too much in the flow of things and overcommitted and got taken out. But it's still a phenomenal start. 15 points from game 1 itself, 13 eliminations. I mean, I have a lot of hope for WinGod. But a few big names causing upset. 8-Bits with 5, TWOB with 5 points, Wildfangs ending with 5 points was not what we expected. Even 4Wolf, Do or Die did not have a good start to their day. And my oh my, Ultimate Official, the worst of all as of now. No finishes and one of the first teams to go out in this match.
Now, let's talk about the potential damage report from this game as well. Obviously, from Riot and WinGod, they were the ones that hunt everybody down from the north side. But pay attention towards where Empire originally is. They only got 4 finishes, but they did 1,200 damage. We also had 8-Bit, TWOB, and Wildfangs. Basically, 8-Bit and TWOB, they were caught in the crosshair from the northwest corner.
Yeah.
But for Wildfangs and also Empire Originals, they were caught in the crosshair in the south side, where they were the reason why a lot of these potential teams were stuck in the open because of those compounds which survived until like stage 7, stage 8.
Yeah, pretty much. And Wildfangs, anyways, had a very long rotation all the way from Milta. We saw them move out early as well, but they were still kind of late in reaching the edge of the circle. So caught off guard in those open eastern fields of Gatka and then forced to move down south. Not really a position I think they wanted to be in. But still, I think 5 points from game 1. You're not under too much pressure. There's some pressure, but not a lot of it. You can still recover. All you have to do is finish in the top 3, I guess, on Miramar with like 5 more eliminations. Or maybe you can just go for 5 finishes every single game. I think that should be enough to push through.
Well, hopefully that's going to be the case here, but it is going to be a new map for them. But before we jump into the next game, we're going to be taking a little bit of a short break. Right after this, don't go anywhere.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we are off to an exhilarating start for the journey of Group 4. In round 4 itself, unexpected result with Riot Nations dominating the first game for their particular group. But that's just the start of the journey. For the next match, I have with me Salty alongside with me. And Salty, I mean, with how we were seeing the teams position themselves, with where 8-Bit was during the mid-game, TWOB, Wildfangs, Wingod, how they were playing. At a certain point, I think I felt that Wingod would walk away with the chicken dinner. Riot Nation showed up out of nowhere. I want to know your thoughts on the previous match of Erangel.
I think it was extremely dicey. I mean, there are situations like that where you might think the other team could have taken a chicken dinner. I was casting that game with IC as well. Warbear Esports almost took it away from Meta Ninja. But you know what you guys can take away from the game? It is two really beautiful bikes, which is known as, of course, the Royal Enfield Continental GT650, and then, of course, the classic 350 as well. I mean, the GT650 just pops out because of that lovely cherry red color, so make sure you get one which you absolutely adore and just cruise around the maps. But bring back to the conversation again about cruising. It seems like it doesn't really matter who took away the chicken dinner. Both Riot Nations as well as Wingod, they are cruising on the overall standings.
Yeah, pretty much. I think that is a great start to their journey. But again, I'm not going to call it a cruise yet.
All right.
Because this is just a nice start. You start off the starting queue very well. You have the momentum, but you have to keep going. The chase, it begins with the map of Miramar, which is going to be the next map. And I think for the chase, we have the likes of 8-Bit, we have the likes of TWOB, we have Ultima Official, Helix as well, who also did quite well in that previous game of Erangel. So I'm quite excited to see how the rest of the day, the next two maps are going to turn out for this group.
I'm actually excited for Blink and Onslaught Crew as well, because these are the two new names you have to be watching out. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, in the next one, we are going to be watching the map of Miramar. Let's see how that pans out. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are back inside of the game, and this time we are flying over the deserty lands of Miramar. A very vertical flight path which does start off from the lands of Parthona and takes us to La Cubrera, which does mean the majority of the map is going to be in contention. But where does the circle land? That, of course, is going to be the big question. I mean, over the past couple of days, we've seen those circles travel almost everywhere. Take us to Impala, take us to the north of Torre Hamada, sometimes towards El Pozo as well. But this time, it doesn't really matter. There are going to be teams who will try and take you down. Johnny, again, we saw Team 8-Bit, Wildfangs, TWOB start with 5 points. It's not really the best of starts for all of these big names on the block. But I want to know your thoughts. In my opinion, Wildfangs, Miramar isn't really exactly their strength.
Yeah, Miramar is not really their strength. But again, I mean, this is something me and IC were talking about when we had a look at the stats for Wildfangs a few minutes ago. And it was the fact that this roster has enough firepower within them that they can just brute force their way. I think realistically they can brute force their way all the way to semi-finals. That is what my expectation from the roster of Wildfangs is. That previous game as well, they were looking very solid in team fights. My goodness, Salty, we saw Sensei clutch a 1v2 today. I think if there was a moment for Wildfangs to do well, this is it.
I mean, to be honest, Sensei does surprise us all, especially whenever he pulls his trigger. But
what's the last Sensei clutch you remember?
Him not being able to jump up and
clutch,
take down.
Not a funny
that is a clutch in my eyes. I think that is the best Sensei clip I'm going to watch for days. That is funny. It got viral on the internet. Why not? And you know what? It's actually weird that Sensei, he owns it up so well. On his broadcast, he's like, you know what? All players in the world go through whiffs. But I don't know why whenever I whiff the clip just becomes viral on the internet.
Yeah, I think every single time we see that man, he is whiffing. Maybe it's our timing that's a little bit off, but let's see. Yeah.
Oh, I don't want to actually spill the beans, but I heard the interview that happened between Sensei and Anki. And he had a very interesting point.
All right.
So Anki asked him, why do you have...
Has that come on air yet? Let me just...
No, I think I can give spoilers.
If it's not on air, then I think we should let the viewers watch it.
All right, fine.
Yeah, exactly.
It's gonna be a surprise. All right, fine. I am so excited to actually spill the beans because it was lovely. I love the way that man just reacts. But nonetheless, I completely agree with you there. I think the firepower for Wild Fangs, it's brilliant. We saw the head-to-head between Sarang and Spray God as well. And we also can potentially see that Spray God in recent times, especially inside of the grind, he's been in top-notch touch.
Yeah, pretty much. I think, again, all these players are very talented. They have a lot of potential. Everyone, including Sensei. I mean, this team is supposed to do wonders, but unfortunately, yeah, it's not that easy to win a trophy. I think every single official you witness, that is the one thing that's been made certain time and time again.
You know, also one thing that I've noticed with Sensei over the course of times is since we're having the conversation, last season, Showdown, I still remember Sensei with Revenant X Spark was a force to be reckoned with, and he himself was actually playing really well as well. The problem is, I feel like somewhere down the line, in the course of these longer tournaments, there's going to be a small phase where Sensei and the rest of his team as well will lose touch, and they very quickly get eliminated. Like, they lose momentum and fall down, and it's almost like Mayday. They just can't recover from that point on. I just hope that that doesn't really happen here.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, that was their journey during the Showdown. It was quite unfortunate because Revenant X-Park back then was off to a great start. I think it was eye-opening for everyone that you can't really take your foot off the pedal too soon, never celebrate too early. Just stay focused till the very end. And I think that is a lesson for the undergods as well. Just because you make it all the way to round 4 doesn't mean the work is done. You still have to reach to the grand finals. Have to and perform on the stage of grand finals to gain some recognition from people. I mean, a perfect example of this is going to be an org like TWOB, who have given us amazing players in the Tier 1 circuit, have been an organization, a part of the community for the longest time, and yet we have not seen that greatness from TWOB put into execution. Hopefully these 4 players, Starboy, Inferno, Executor, and Daniel, can again take this banner first of all towards that final stage and make big things happen.
Potentially. The same can be said for Wingod as well. I think Wingod has also been a lineup that had a lot of great experienced players once upon a time. Now they're, of course, experimenting with younger ones. But have a look at this. TTL. What is that driving? I don't really encourage that much rash driving, to be honest.
I don't know what happened. Someone take away his wheels, please. Yeah, let Hika drive, or you have to board that buggy. But Team Telugu, I think a lot more could have been accomplished in that previous game of Erangel. They had a decent spot to work with. We saw them kick things off by picking off Sarang from the side of 8-bit, but unfortunately they were forced into an early exit. But hey, this could be the first finish of the game. It's been a quiet start to Miramar so far, but we have the players of Gen X Esports, Rickson, run into a broken building as Adi just waits for him on the first floor. I do not like what this man is doing. He was equipped with a nade, now switches to the shotgun. Hasn't really given a single footstep yet. Will Rickson fall into this trap?
I mean, even if he does, all he's going to manage is going to be the first finish. But now he finally does. Adi, his position has been given out, but that is only because, look at the minimap. The backup has arrived. And right in time as well. Gen Z Esports, they're going to find a way to get the opening. Rickson still on the doorway, just looking for these players to pop off. They don't really want to give them peeks. And look at that, the Uzi just rams in, but unable to find the knock. It almost was there, but the other player just barely survives by a sliver of HP, Johnny.
Yeah, Riot Nations, I think Punk not getting knocked out. They have to find some value of the grace of God in that moment. He just ran up to the first floor, almost getting knocked out. And Riot Nations, I love the strat they have going. It's a 3-1 split that they have in this fight. One man on the flank, trying to see if he can find the players of Gen X Esports from the backlines, maybe an opening. But the same trick being employed by the players of Gen X as they've sent Dazzle in the backlines. Look at this. And they find an opening up front as well, as Punk is finally going to be knocked out.
Yeah, he's going to get knocked out. Gen Z Esports. Shots have been fired, but I love the fact that there is going to be one man in the backlines. Have a look at that Gen Z. Pekka Oji this time. Once again, the Molotov has been thrown easy. He's burning down, but he's still trying to hold on with the shotguns. But gets finally knocked out. This is good stuff. Back in the back lines, you've got Adi in a 1v2 situation. Gets the first one. Switches onto the QBZ, but finally through the wheels, through the ground clearance. The knock is there. Gen Z Esports still hold the crew.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the end, or could be the end of Riot Nations. Gen Z, a phenomenal play. But Riot Nations, they were looking for a reset. But somewhere else on the map, we have 4EC up against Wingod. Krish IGL knows where the players are going to peek from. A hip fire, finds the connection. He gets the knock as well, looking for the second man behind the rope. Infinity, the last player from the side of Wingod Esports. And what a chaotic fall for the players of Wingod this could have been. They somehow do manage to survive with 3 players intact, but maybe not. They are still going to fall as TWOB show up with the perfect time for the third party. 2 finishes secured by TWOB and Wingod Esports. My oh my, what an unfortunate exit.
It has to hurt.
Yeah.
It has to sting them right now, especially with the way TWOB just absolutely perfected that time of the third party. Nonetheless, can't really celebrate too early. You've got Team 8-Bit lurking around you. You've got Juicy. There's always that sneaky bugger who's going to try and steal away information and then hit you exactly when it hurts. It's not going to be easy to deal with 8-Bit. And then, of course, when you talk about threats inside of the lobby, then you've got Wildfangs. And, of course, now this is going to be a circle. It is a pretty tricky circle to be exact. Have a look at this. Tricks coming in from 8-Bit as well. They were holding this compound. Sensei OG had to disembark, but does he have the rest of the players around him? It's going to be a little too scary for him as the nade just get cooked up. Raiden looking to find the knock. Fails to do so, but Sensei is looking for a return fire from the backline. Still protects himself, but the man in front, Raiden, still finds the knock. Wildfangs, they take first blow, Johnny.
Yeah, Sensei not really in a good spot. The third party spray, and Sarang! Oh no! What a scam, what a prank on his former teammate. Spraygod thought there was no one there, opens the door, and hello, says Sarang. Wildfangs. This fight feels like a set piece.
It does feel like a set piece, to be honest.
The players of 8-Bit and Wildfangs, they have no answer to this. They're down to the last man, Kana. And he can't really do a lot, or maybe I was wrong. Man, that nade turns things around. It's down to a 1v1 between these two titans. 2v1.
I want to see Sarang clutch this out, to be honest. It's been ages we've seen this man being as dependable as he always was. But since he got that fragging in Spraygod, I'm pretty sure his veins must be pumping. Now that is a little bit of friendly banter going on. Lovely nade comes through from Wildfangs. And they take away the entirety of 8-Bit. What a lovely nade it was. And of course, you've got the tag of Grenadier on Kana. Because this man single-handedly extinguished the life out of Team 8-Bit. That was brilliant.
It was brilliant for Wildfangs. They get a reset, and I think they bring Goten back as well. Kana, I think this man has earned his right to take a bow with how he has just saved his team. But that should have never happened. 8-Bit had the upper hand. They brought the fight down to a 2v1. This should have just bounced on Wildfangs. Sarang falling back, hoping for a revive on his teammate. Juicy had the top of the hill. Yeah, not really where you want to keep the players of Wildfangs. You gave them breathing room to work with, and well, the result is that Juicy is going to be the last surviving player from the side of 8-Bit.
Yeah.
And look at where he is, smack center of that cluster as well.
A little bit of communication, if I have to say, to be honest. That fight did not really look like 8-Bit wanted to take it. Wildfangs just came out of nowhere. But I like the thinking from this lad, Kana. He knew that since his teammates were getting knocked down in the front lines, it's potentially not really worthy to just go past their defenses, rather just resort back to the utils. And he went back to the basics and made it work. That is lovely, but we move on forward. Wildfangs, they're definitely going to be missing the services of Spraygod in this one. But elsewhere, we do get to see 4EC Esports this time. They were up against another side and who completely lost a track, to be honest. I think this is something very basic. You're not really supposed to be giving these individual battles. Wingod Esports, Infinity, We've always talked about how good this man is individually, but then, of course, the way your bodies fell, you're always going to be expecting third parties on a map like Miramar.
Yeah, but that was still very early in the game, so I think we take it easy on the players of Wingard Esports, especially considering they did quite well in that previous game. So this one, alright, you guys took an exit with 4 eliminations. Fine. But for the lads of 8-bit, those mistakes should have never been made. Previous game, they just ended with 5 points. This was their chance to recover. Now, with this Miramar out of the way, either they secure a chicken dinner on the last map, or day 1 is going to be a horrible day. And at the start of our journey in round 4, I said this is where there will be a massive, noticeable skill difference between the teams that you played up against in round 3 and the teams that you are playing against in round 4. This is the first big skill gap that you have to jump.
Yep.
And then after this, I think the next big leap will happen from the quarters to the semis. Semis and the grand finals, sometimes it's just like barely any difference between the teams that move up to the grand finals, and a few names that get left behind in the semifinals, because semifinals are already extremely intense. But quarters to semi is going to be the next big leap.
Yep.
But yeah, even now, 8-bit, they need to get things on point.
I mean, to be honest, it's not the first time that Juicy has struggled early on in a qualification stage, but of course at the end there's always a recovery. We saw that coming in from 8-bit inside of the grind as well. Nonetheless, have a look at this though. God's official. You've got Master, you've got the rest of the lads as well. They are trying to shoot down the other team from the distance. It's not going to be easy though. Tracking is always going to be difficult. Potentially can try and gatekeep them, but you've also got to be checking your backlines. You've got the lads of TWOB. They can punish you at any moment, but thankfully the circle this time is favoring for the teams on the south.
I mean, everyone on the south except Blink, who we just saw, are being gatekept by God's official, but God's official are going to be forced into the blue zone in the next few moments. And Blink, look at them. They've been quite smart about this. They just kept going towards the west along the edge of the play zone and have found some breathing room to work with. Still, this climb up the hill, it's going to be a big challenge. You have Onslaught Crew waiting for you on the other side. And at the start of this fight itself, I think 8-bit knew that they were going to come out on top. That formation with Juicy on the top of the hill was a trap laid for anyone that tried to take this fight. Wildfangs, they were the ones that fell into the trap, but this one moment where Goten goes down, Kana, he finds a trade, one player lost, Raiden knocked out, doesn't matter. Why have you allowed Kana to bring Sensei back? What were the comms from the side of 8-bit in that moment? I would love to listen to what was the information exchange between the players in that one particular fight. It's very intriguing.
And then again, you saw how Sarang and Raiden were just almost fixated on those positions. And when you hunker down a corner, you're expecting a nade to actually come through as well, especially when you're fighting a team like Wildfangs. But nonetheless, of course, that is just in the past. 8-bit will again get an opportunity to recover in the next map of Miramar. But of course, we're talking about Wildfangs. This time, they're up against TWOB. Now, this is not going to be an easy foe, to be honest. TWOB has shown us in the past that they can certainly turn fights around if they've got terrain advantage, and this time they've got a massive terrain advantage. They are split up, they've got control of the hills, there's enormous trade potential between these players, and also they've got the high ground.
Pretty much, but let's see how things turn out. As you mentioned, that high ground advantage is there. They know where the opponent is, but it's who the opponent is as well. Just like it matters sometimes which car you drive. If you're driving a Porsche, people are going to be nice to you.
Can we give a big applause to the production for showing us cinematic views between matches?
Yeah.
I think it takes a lot of hard work.
I was about to say Jayesh was sitting in his Porsche right there. You could have shot a commercial with him. Yeah, there you go. Look at his teammates. Look at how much they want to check out his car.
This professor who is drinking his energy drink right up front, potentially just going to show that, you know, you can actually energize yourself while sitting inside the Porsche as well.
I mean, hey man, a few moments ago we had our own energy drink partners for BGMI, so yeah, I'm gonna leave that bracket open.
It's gonna be fun, but ladies and gentlemen, it seems like Helix Esports, they are in some fun fight as well as Tsunami. Take some shots. From up top, of course, it's going to be Team DC. The nades are coming through. Tsunami is going to get knocked out. Onslaught crew, my bad. They're the ones, of course, who are going to be dominating. And Johnny actually fairly warned me about this, that this is going to be one of those teams who can hit pretty hard. And now it seems like they certainly are hitting hard.
I think both the teams, Helix and Onslaught crew, are very unpredictable. There will be moments where they play like absolute gods, and then the other moment they're going to make you scratch your heads. Like, for example, right now, Onslaught crew, everything they're doing is done to perfection. Players are providing ample amount of suppressing fire for the players from the opposite end to make that bounce. And very systematically, very cleanly, they do manage to wipe out Helix outside of this game. But I have a feeling that maybe they are just going to succumb to Blink Esports, because Onslaught crew, this is the one flaw they have. They never know how to reset after a fight. One of their players in the backlines has been knocked out. They have absolutely no utility. They are trying to get close to try and see if they can keep the players of Blink at bay. But based on the kind of aggression Blink has put on display in that previous game, I think they might just go for it.
They potentially can go for it as well. And the fact that the player who is knocked down is actually closer to Blink than Onslaught crew would like.
Yeah, but they managed to escape pressure on Blink from the other front. And I think it's God's official that have kind of granted a saving grace to the players of Onslaught crew.
Ooh, Onslaught crew now inside of the circle. And the circle is, of course, in a very weird spot right now. Have a look at this. I mean, right on the south side of Chumasera, in between Minasdale Valley, there's a huge mountain. And, of course, the topography in that region is extremely varied. So it goes to show that if you don't really find the best spots, you might not be able to recover in the later stage of this match.
Yeah, pretty much. But I don't know what thoughts to have about Juicy, who's the last surviving player from his team and is just lying smack center of this play zone. There is another Team Empire official right next to him, but considering Empire official still has players to work with, they should manage to keep themselves safe towards the end game. But Team Telugu on our screens ruling over the northeastern quadrant of the zone so far. They have the last surviving player from Riot Nations close to them, but from the backlines is where the threat is. It's going to be EMZ Esports right behind them. Just a ridge separating the two sides, but EMZ a little bit paranoid about God's official on the flank. Oh no, it's Gen Z actually on the flank. God's official is all the way towards the southern edge of the circle.
Yeah. Right up front, you've got Team Telugu. I think Team Telugu, they aren't really looking for threats, to be honest, at this point. They just want to keep themselves alive, keep their numbers in check. Talking about EMZ Esports, what remains to be seen is how do they find the information about Team Telugu and that solo warrior present out there. The solo warrior is from Riot Nation, so he definitely can pack a punch. Team Telugu themselves as well now finally decide to actually move deeper inside the circle, but that has been stopped. Rockstar from Team EMZ Esports is going to take away one player. Another one has been quite dwindled down in terms of HP points right now, and Team Telugu, they just crash land onto an absolute ridge out there. Now this is where things do get difficult. Rockstar unable to find that second connection, but two players have been taken down. Team Telugu, for them, I think this fight, this rotation has been an absolute debacle. But can they recover from the situation? Now they have some sort of a fighting stance.
Yeah, there's some cover to work with. At least they can peek the ridge and look over on the other side, but a big loss, man. Two players down. This just makes things tough, and especially when you are towards the edges and not towards the center of the circle. The next shift decides the fate, and Team Telugu pushed outside the play zone. But Empire official, you have to give them massive props. 2 games in a row, they have been able to find the prime spot from stage 2, stage 3 itself. Empire official hasn't been forced to move for the last 10 minutes, I believe, in this game.
Yeah, potentially.
They've been there.
They haven't really had the chance to move, or rather they didn't really need to move, to be honest. But have a look at this, Wildfangs themselves, in spite of having so many early struggles, in spite of that fight against Team 8-Bit, now I feel like they are slowly inching closer to Juicy. Now, they can potentially end the story, find out Team 8-Bit's last remaining player and take him down, but Wildfangs, this is a surprise strategy coming in from them, because they're not really going in as aggressive as they used to be honest, Johnny.
Yeah.
They're not hunting down teams right now. They're not taking fights against the opposition, rather just waiting for positioning. This is highly unlikely, but I guess it is also a means from Sensei to actually improve the position points aspect of their performance as well. Do you think that?
No, I have a different opinion. I think it's just desperation to get some points because this, again, is a match where they're just down to 2 players. You still have 13 teams left. Still too early to try and commit and be aggressive. I think if these 2 individuals make it to the top 6 or the top 5, then maybe we are going to see them be hyper-aggressive. Just Sensei relying on Goten to be the frontliner, or maybe Sensei himself being the frontliner and them getting those frags that way. But God's Official, an execution of Executor from the side of TWOB. Inferno and Starboy still left. A fight breaking out towards the southern edge of the play zone itself, but hey, here they come knocking the players from Ultimate Official. They run into Starboy and he instantly drops too. What was that, Ultimate Official? Not a great start to the day, and it seems like the nightmare doesn't really seem to come to an end.
Potentially, but Team TWOB, it seems like they are capable. They've got it in their powers to actually handle this onslaught coming in from God's Official. God's Official, they're really knocking the doors. I like what they're doing so far, trying to influx the building with utility, burn it down, and then start invading forward. Actually taking things easy. TWOB, they can change your DM. Look at that nade coming through. Dark OG, barely surviving by a sliver of HP. And now finally the smokes come through. TWOB have got to do one thing, just close down the windows and the doors of that building with smoke so that they did not allow those entry points for those utils to actually come in.
Pretty much, but it might just be over for all these teams towards the southern edge. With Ultimate Official having that high ground, TWOB, it's about to get very intense. 3 versus 2, numbers not in their favor. Nade outside the door, catches absolutely no one on preemptive molly to stop the push. But exit options running out for TWOB. They were just waiting for Ultimate Official to actually relieve some of the pressure. If Ultimate Official drop one of the players from the side of Gods, then maybe TWOB have an opening. What is 4 Wolves DOD doing in the distance? I mean, the circle takes a northern shift, so now all of these teams are done for.
Yeah, it's like the ultimatum for them to actually finish off their fights early. But what's actually funny is Ultimate Official got taken down by a tag team between TWOB and God's Official. They were like, alright, fine, we're going to be the third party in this fight. No, wait. These 2 teams work in tandem and take out all these players. It's actually hilarious. Toxic OP is going to find Starboy. TWOB now finally have been finished off. God's Official, they knew they had to finish off this fight quick so that they can move inside the circle. They finally can do so, but elsewhere it seems like E and Z, they're not done. Gen Z Pekka OG was trying to actually make a move, but it seems like 2 players in tandem. It was a brilliant one to coming through, but the threat hasn't really been neutralized as of yet, as Akshu is still alive. He can definitely spoil all the plans for EMZ Esports, but does EMZ have an idea that one man has been left alive?
I was just thinking the same thing. Do they know where he is?
No,
now, he sees both those players in front of him. He goes for a spray. Oh, Rockstar was looking right at the ridge. He dished out a lot of damage, forcing that last man from Gen Z behind cover again, but that gives Goten the opportunity to strike. Line of fire for Wild Fangs. They move up to 5 eliminations. We're down to the top 7 of this game. Team Telugu could be the next team to take an exit, as Shanu is fighting for his life, and he takes down 2, but again, 2 more players left from the side of Empire Official. Can he clutch out this 1v4? We have already seen a 1v4 earlier on in the previous game of Erangel. And if we see another one, that means that this group 4 of round 4 is just built different.
It certainly is built different. We are in lucky day as well. He finds yet another knock. Shanu is on his way to destroy the team in front. Team Telugu for sure. This is a comeback which nobody anticipated. The nade did go out. It's a 1v1. But of course, Shanu, now that is something which I did not expect. It was such an amazing play, but Empire Officials finally find the confirmation. Elsewhere, of course, battle is still going on. As 4 Wolves DOD up against God's Official. And of course, you've got Wild Fangs back in the race.
I think Empire Official did not expect... my apologies, not Empire Official. Shanu from Team Telugu did not expect Empire Official to reset that quickly and bring their player back. He took down 3 man, but one of those fallen players came back for revenge, and well, that was all she wrote. But down to top 5, as you mentioned, 4 Wolves, DOD I'm still quite curious as to what they're up to. They've gone for a 2-2 split, but the players in the back are feeling a lot of pressure with Immortal already getting finished off. While Fangs, impressive now, this performance of theirs, that they've made it into the top 5 with 6 eliminations. And it is kind of what we were expecting. Now, finally, Goten and Sensei are getting aggressive. They're looking for those finishes. They move up to 6 eliminations. So this is where they get that average points per match in check. Same goes for Empire Official, sitting at 6 finishes in this game so far.
But I still want to find out if Wild Fangs can actually deal with the threat coming in from, of course, the front lines. There's another team up top as well, looking at third party. Goten in the firing lines gets knocked down. It's just down to Sensei and God's Official. They're slowly turning this game into an absolute frag fest for them. Numbers keep going up. On the other side, Empire Officials as well. 6 eliminations for this team. They are doing something which I did not really expect. You've got Onslaught Crew, you've got 4 Worlds as well, who are in the top 4. 9 players left alive, and this is stage 8 already, Johnny.
Yeah, down to the top 5. 9 players, top 4, my apologies, top 4 teams left, 9 players still alive, as you said. And odds right now, well, according to the stats on the right-hand side of the screen, are stacked in the favor of 4 Wolf DOD. They have the numbers, but what I'm worried about is going to be the position that they are in on the slope of the hill, with Empire Original and the players of God's Official having that line of fire. Can make things extremely tricky for Wolf DOD. In the meanwhile, Onslaught Crew, Schwepp, he's managed to stay alive, all thanks to the depth of the cliff. The nades just keep blowing up before they even reach him. Commander is going to be upset with that. Has wasted 3 frag grenades, just trying to take out that one man.
By the way, this zone is done. This is the final circuit.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to shrink in. This is time for all of these teams to actually close out. You've got 3 players on God's Official, 3 players on 4 Walls as well. But do they have the terrain advantage is going to be the question. They're on a slightly lower ground. And then, of course, comes one Onslaught Crew as well. Don't really think that that man can do potentially anything out there. The best case scenario for him is just try and survive, potentially keep himself out of the competition. But since Empire Officials have also spotted him down, I'm not really sure, Johnny. Gods can certainly turn this around, but a lovely bird's eye view just gives us the final 4 that remains standing tall. It's not going to be easy to actually break the deadlock.
I mean, already players are starting to crawl forward. Look at the amount of utility lobbed by the players of 4 Wolf DOD, but all of it falls a bit short. As you mentioned, this is the blue collapse back against the wall, and the wall is pushing you forward. Gods, they have somehow managed to stay out of the range of the damage of these nades, but 4 Wolf DOD now finally in the line of fire, in the sandwich of God's Official and Empire Original. This is not an easy fight from their POV. As soon as you get up, you get shot at. It was inevitable. Schwepp getting finished off over there, but Empire Original now feeling the pressure. Return fire coming in their direction from 4 Wolf.
Ooh, could have actually been a brilliant nade, to be honest. A lot of damage on Balu over there. Empire Originals, the first man is going to go down. Warboy plays is down already. The second man, barely a sliver of HP. And here remains 2. You've got God's Official and, of course, 4 Wolves DOD. And they go on an absolute brawl. 1 man remaining. God's Official snatch it away and deny the chicken dinner to 4 Wolves. This has been amazing for them. God's Official, so many points secured. It's almost as if their job for second day has been quite eased up, at least, to be honest.
I think they've made their life a whole lot easier for tomorrow, but they can do a lot more, as you mentioned. They still have 1 more match left for the day. And that last 3-way showdown between Empire Original, God's Official, and of course 4 Wolf DOD was very critical. I think it was all about what target your opponent was about to choose instead of the move that you were going to make, because it was the trifecta of that. Originally, I personally felt like maybe, alright, 4 Wolf was going to be the team that gets piled upon, but no, it was Empire Original, unfortunately.
You can never really take it for granted, right? Because you're right, for a second 4 Wolves was the prime target. 2 teams just shooting at them in tandem. All of a sudden, God's Official were like, alright, fine, these guys seem to be an easier target. Let's just shoot them instead. So, it's like a little betrayal, but then again, this is what you expect, especially in a Battle Royale. I love the attitude. I love what this particular particular group has got to show, because there's so many undergod names out there and nobody from the top 4 actually is from the grind, and that is the best part about it.
That is very true, as you mentioned. None of these top 4 teams were there. I think maybe 4 Wolf was there.
4 Wolves DOD is there, my bad.
4 Wolf was there, but even their journey during the grind wasn't really the best. It was a little bit shaky. But I think, again, very amazing resets as God's Official was there. They did quite well for themselves in this particular game. A good turn of events after how Erangel went. Empire Original, also a brilliant turnaround from them. Onslaught Crew, Schwepp being able to make it to the top 4. I think walking away with at least a few placement points, you gotta be happy with something at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Then you've got Toxic OP over there, 7 eliminations, 775 points of damage. This is insane stats, to be honest, if you consider how many points did God's Official collect from this particular game. But this also brings the competition to a much closer factor, that there are so many teams right now who are contesting for those top 6 spots. In the first game, we saw that completely different names were dominating. In this one, only I think Onslaught Crew was the one who could actually somewhat carry forward that momentum in terms of placement points, but not really enough finishes. And the new names have come up, so I'm not really sure if TWOB, if teams like Wingod, they take a lot of time to actually buckle up. It can be difficult.
It can be difficult, but I'm enjoying Group 4 more than any other group in Round 4, to be honest. It's very chaotic. It's very unpredictable. It seems like teams like 8-Bit, Wildfangs are out to have some sort of fun within themselves for some reason. And of course, then there are wildcards like Riot Nations, TWOB also present in the mix. But we have the stats on our screens, and it's going to be Toxic from the side of Gods that ends up taking the MVP of this game. Commando from Empire Original is going to be there on the list of top players along with Shanu. Shanu's fight was absolutely incredible. Almost got the squad wipe, but had to settle for just 3 players.
Yeah, and the fact that it was against Empire Originals, who actually went up to actually get the 3rd spot, it's amazing, to be honest. But God's Official, 22 points acquired from that one game. You've got 4 Wolves at 11, Empire Originals at 11 as well. Onslaught Crew with 9 points. I like that consistency. Consistency on Wildfangs as well. I would say a rather better performance as compared to the 5 points on the first game. Gen Z with 6, Team Telugu at 5, and then of course you've got EMZ at 5 as well. As we move forward to the finish and damage report, it seems like not really any high towers out there, Johnny. It's mostly evened out. Majority of the teams had their fair share.
Pretty much. I think the mid stages of this map of Miramar were very chaotic, so that's why you do see a lot of damage dished out on everyone who was there since TWOB started fighting. I think stage 5 onwards, and Western circles have a lot of mountains that you can use for cover, so rotations were also easy. But overall leaderboard, Riot Nation still leading the charge with 25 points. Right behind them you have God's Official with 23, Wingod on the 3rd with 19. And if you look at the 7th position right now, still, I mean, the fight is open. It's just the 2nd game. The floodgates are still open. You need one big match to find that propulsion, find that leap inside of the top 7, and you can get a safety cushion going as well.
I think potentially one good game here inside the top 5 as well. Even Onslaught Crew with 15 points aren't exactly safe. So is Wildfangs, so is 4 Wolves as well. And all these teams, they need a big game before tomorrow arrives. Because again, tomorrow they start off with the map of Rondo. There's going to be an open advantage for all the teams down there to just go aggressive, get as many points as you want, and just escalate.
Pretty much, but I think Rondo is also something that a team like Wildfangs is waiting for tomorrow. So you have to be cautious. Like, alright, there is this 4 mad lads that are just hungry for finishes, waiting for tomorrow. And I don't think Wildfangs were counting on today to go there, where they were like, alright, Erangel, Miramar, we'll see how it goes. Let's just wait for Rondo and 2 Erangels to do our best. So yeah, that's going to be a lot of concern. And 8-Bit is in the bottom 3 right now. I wonder what the next game is going to look like for them.
You know, the next game has to look like only one thing, and that is a decent finish inside of the top 3, potentially with a lot of eliminations. Otherwise, the job for 8-Bit tomorrow is going to get escalated too much. But ladies and gentlemen, still one more game remains on the map of Miramar. That will happen after a very short break.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's been a bit of a change in the panel. I'm Necro, with me is IC maybe 1-2, and yeah, we were sitting in the back lines looking at the games as well, and one thing is for sure, Wildfang's consistency's missing. The same thing can be said for WinGod Esports as well. The first game was spectacular, but that conversion towards the game of Miramar, now that's a little bit lackluster.
Well, aside from the top teams, or in this case, the known teams that we know of from the grind as well, we do have a little bit of a surprise entry here, also going to be known as God's Official out of nowhere, clutching the big chicken dinner.
Yeah.
There was a very crucial one coming from them. Same can be said for Four Wolves from XDOD.
I know, right? Pretty much just waking up out of nowhere, getting those massive games for themselves. But even something massive can be in your hands. You can get your hands on the Rainbow Rock Fox set. All you need to do is head inside of the game and buy that Royal Pass. And as we all know, once you invest that UC, you can get it all back.
Yep, be sure to do it. Just do it. Remember, it's not just buying it and then you can buy the next season. You have got to buy it, you got to grind the missions, get those UCs, get those amazing skins, and then buy the next season's Royal Pass. Or if you're feeling a little bit lucky, you can also go for the gold spins, which is, I heard there's a new set coming up, and guess what? It looks pretty good too.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. I had my eyes on that set, and it was pretty hard for me to actually get my eyes off of it. But back towards the team's conversation, right? Riot Nations as well. The first game, they pulled off a massive chicken dinner on the map of Wrangle. That transition towards Miramar was a little bit lackluster as well, but we know they've got 25 points in the overall standings. They're already doing really good for the future as well. Even if they mess up the last game, they're still going to be in the top 3.
Well, for all things considered, if they mess up the last game, well, they've got tomorrow to worry about whether or not can they qualify for quarterfinals. But again, it all comes down to this third game here, whether or not will they be able to set the benchmark, or in this case, the foundation for the grind or the push towards the quarterfinals. It is good about right now.
The planes in the skies once again, but it's going to be the last time for this entire group. As we know, it's all going to be the map of Miramar. Are we going to see another slow and steady game? Are we going to see another tactical game? Or is it going to be one of those aggressive Miramar games that's really going to be amping up the entire aggression, and that's really going to be firing up the entirety of the lobby? Riot Nations, the first game was spectacular, but the second game wasn't too good. The same thing can also be said for WinGod Esports and even Wildfangs. But now it's time to wake up. Wildfangs, the consistency, it's definitely there, but it's not as the Wildfang standards.
Yeah, I agree. You know, knowing Wildfangs, they do win their fights a little bit majority of the times. I feel like, in particular, coming from Wildfangs, Gogo10 hasn't had a great start at all. The first game, he was pretty much knocked off by Molotov, even though he could have gotten out way longer. He was getting a little bit greedy. Second time, he was the first one to get knocked off as well, which is very, very unfortunate. But fortunately for them, Kanha is still on form. But again, you can't rely on just one player, especially in a lobby like this in Group 4. It's not just 1 versus 4. Which, again, today we did see a 1v4 situation, but to clutch the chicken dinner, you ideally want those numbers available. But speaking of numbers, we do see a widespread here coming from TWOB right from the get-go. No contention or bogeys, I would say, around their vicinity in terms of drop spot. But Four Wolves has been somewhat consistent so far in the past 2 games, even though they haven't been racking up a lot of points. But on screen now, we do see EMZ losing a player right off the drop clash.
Yeah, that's really rough. Mikey's knocked out. The confirmation as well should follow up. It's not even a concern. And you've got Sinkoji just moving up that direction, trying to find that elimination point as well. This is going to be Team Telugu. We've seen this team in the past rounds as well, and their performance has been really good. That transition towards round 4, it's not been too smooth for them. Yeah, still struggling on the latter half of the board, but they've managed to acquire 7 points in total, which is not bad. At least they've got the base set up. Now they just need one decent game, one double-digit pointer on the board, and they can instantly be back in the top half.
Well, agreed. Agree to disagree. They just need one massive game, and they should be okay. But it all starts from this game itself. And like you said as well, Riot's still one of the top table toppers, despite bowing up rather early in game number 2. GO also making a little bit of a comeback just now with the chicken dinner, which gives them a little bit of a good footing. But speaking of, aside from those 2, there are 2 particular names that kind of stood out as well. That's going to be Onslaught Crew Esports and also Empire Originals. None of us actually expected them to actually do this well, but they have been consistent in 2 games, which gives them 18 and 15 points. Yes, arguably it's not a lot in 2 games, compared to what we've seen from Hiroshima Godlight, compared to what we've seen from World Official. I would say this is a good start for them.
Yeah, really good start. I mean, the way WinGod Esports as well started things off in the first map, I genuinely thought this might just be another team that's going to be replicating the same performance that Godlike has put up today. But that's not the case so far. For Geo, yeah, the second game has been really good. Transition towards the third game, though, I'm not sure if it's going to be the same. We know it's been quite a passive lobby, quite a tactical lobby. Surviving till the final few moments, it's not going to be an easy cup of tea for everyone. And moving the conversation on towards 4-Wolf DOD. Now, this is another one of those teams that is a returning name. Do or die, we have been looking at this team since 2023 and always failed to make it towards the LAN finals. But maybe this time, it's going to be the charm. Who knows?
Well, they are somewhat consistent in 2 games, even though they don't rack a lot of points. They are currently sitting on the top 7. And Nina, remind you as well, top 7 is the ones that make it into the quarterfinals, whereas 8th and 9th position, they are going to be waiting for the fates of every single group. And the top 16 out of those group will enter into the wildcard phase, which is going to be a long wait. But at the same time, I want to move the conversation on towards 8-bit here. Here's a little bit of rivalry that's happening as well. Sarang and also SprayGod, they were friends or former comrades. And in the current matchup, Sarang has won his matchup here for 8-bit. But winning that fight doesn't mean you are going to be scoring big, because as of yet in 2 games, 8-bit has only scored 6 points.
Yeah, 3 points per game. Not the average you would want to have. Especially knowing Juicy, he definitely doesn't want to be on the latter half of the board, right? Around the bottom bunch.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, especially coming from 2025, right? CK somehow always finds a day where they start to perform really, really well, but when they make it to the LAN finals, nowhere to be found.
Yep, always amongst the bottom. So this time, he's got to make sure that the curse is broken. EMZ is also on the board, and EMZ, for them, the performance hasn't been that great either. 2 games done and dusted, just 7 points accumulated. The pressure is going to be on top of them as well. And unfortunately, losing out on Mikey, it just gets even tougher. Now with a 3-man squad, they got to continue the journey in the front. Rockstar, Voltric, returning names too. Empire Original, that's going to be another name I'm personally looking out for. Really want to see what they've got in store. We're looking at the players, Carnage, Commando. They definitely seem like I've heard their name somewhere. So they could definitely make it happen. Anything can happen at this point in time. They still have got a lot of games to prove themselves.
Well, speaking of proving themselves here, Wingard Esports now going to be playing a little bit of an early rotation to try and make it into the zone here. Seems like the previous round of encountering against Baofangs has put them in the huge deficit from the previous game, but this time they are rotating early to try and dodge every single fight that they can, to try and play map control. Seems like they are going to think a little bit more macroly from this phase.
Oh, look at this, though. The peak is in the hands of Gen G. And Gen Z, as they locked the target in the sights, the target is still trying to play it pretty passive. Ultima Official. It's a name that we have been looking at since the past couple of rounds as well. They have been on broadcast. And now they're back once again. Immortal, Godmino, Dominic. These guys, the previous time when we saw them, Ultima was doing really good. But now in the span of 2 games, just getting 2 points. Yeah, that's a pretty bad performance. They need to wake up. EMZ, as of now, since they're already man down, they cannot really afford a lot of risk upon themselves. They cannot just keep on chiming inside of the fights. They need to stay outside of the chaos a little bit. At least place yourself in a good spot inside of the circle first, and then maybe think of taking the fight.
Well, EMZ, they did caught win of the Wingods, but unfortunately to say, they are not in position to try and challenge this, considering that they are outside the zone and they are a player down, and that's something that they have to be a little bit more cautious here. But on the finish feed, we do see Ultimate Official actually losing a player, and also it's going to be Gen Z that actually gets a point from themselves as they try and rotate their way into the zone. EMZ Esports now chooses to rotate outside the zone, which is a little bit of a tricky spot to be in, I would say. But for God's Official, they were the ones that actually got the winner chicken dinner, and this time they are going to be playing on the eastern side of this circle, away from a majority of teams who are trying to get center control. But Wingard Esports, seems like they are going to be running into a different team, and that's going to be 4EC. And they may look to try and aggress this, but 4EC, they're right around the corners of those compounds. As you can see, Ryzen, he is a little bit hesitant to push his. Maybe a potential rat holding those compounds, looking for the pick. Doesn't want to contest that.
Oh man, it's been a real slow game. Not a lot of action happening. Wingard Esports is the only team that's currently trying to initiate some sort of action. But hey, if you guys want some action in your games as well, all you need to do is just keep on grinding your classic games. And while doing so, you're also going to be contributing towards the BGIS 2026 prize pool. You can boost it all the way up to 4 CR. And also doing that, you're going to be earning those exploration points inside of Discovery Island, and you can also claim in-game rewards. All of that for free, by the way.
Exactly. The more you play, the more you earn, the more you help contribute. Simple as that. Everybody wins. You win, player wins, we win. Everybody wins. But speaking of which, here, the circle does shift onto Minas. The north side of those mountain terrains is going to be a hotspot here for Gen Z. But at the same time, it's not exactly center control. You can see Ultimate Official also going to be dunking down into Minas themselves. You have a few buildings that they want to work with. But for Wingard, they're hugging around La Bendita, which is not exactly a favorable spot considering that how open and exposed they are, but I think they are looking for a widespread trying to set up a couple of ambushes. But as soon as I say this, guess what? Wildfangs takes a shot in and Ryzen gets knocked. This is going to be a little bit of a revenge grudge match between Wildfangs versus Dot from the previous round.
Yeah, that's going to be Godin just constantly firing through, getting the confirmation as well. Ryzen eliminated from the game. Wingard Esports, a bad start. Oh no, losing out that man is definitely going to be a bit of a stinger for Wingard Esports. First game was fantastic, second game was lackluster, and now this one as well, it seems like it's going to be the same. Losing that man this early inside of the game is definitely going to be a bad thing. 4EC Esports on the screen. Just focusing on positioning as of now, staying away from all the chaos on the edges, getting their loot up. They don't really have a lot of utilities if you think about it. Only 2 frag grenades on Hyper. He needs some smokes, and that's what he's searching. TWOB's on the move from El Pozo, now finally breaching inside of the safety lines, but they haven't crossed the white line yet.
This is weird. TWOB seems like they are taking things a little bit slower, which is very, very TWOB standard. But when it comes to aggression and finding macro positions, it seems like they have been struggling to find finishes here, considering that every single game they were caught on the bad end of the stick here, overall in general. It seems like Empire Originals as well, also looking to try and play for the macro here. We saw how Empire Originals played the first game, hold the compound, played for position points, and then so outlasted everybody else. Same can be said for the second game as well. This third game, they are going to try and get center control. And it seems like Commando is going to be the ones that lead the charge here, and nobody has been taking shots, so he should be able to find a free pass for the entire team to pass through. Or, as soon as they say this, they might run into his Riot, who in this case is pretty spread off. But the question here is, will Empire Originals actually take the mountain themselves? Because Adi is all by himself here from the side of Riot. That's a problem for Riot Nations.
Really trying to play around the good spots, Riot Nations. And as of now, they definitely do have the pinnacle. The high ground. Exactly what majority of these teams looking for. Shots taken from Adi, but none of them connect. And once again, now getting the fresh magazine. The next circle pops up on the screen. Riot Nations, they find themselves around the lucky block. Around the lucky spectrum. Still, they've got the high ground to play with. Helix all the way towards the left, around La Benedita. And for Helix too, finding the breaching point is going to be the main concern. How do you breach inside of the circle? Team Telugu as well is going to be rotating around that graveyard and La Benedita side. So Helix cannot move in just yet. They need to wait for the third parties from the back.
Right now, the two teams that are the biggest threat here is going to be Riot Nations from the east side and Wildfangs from the west side. But the problem is, Wildfangs is not exactly in good spot here to actually shut down or farm finishes from teams from the west. But it does put them in the spot where they can shove teams to the north, where there is going to be a potential huge congestion of teams coming in from the north side. But again, that is going to be the shoving strategy coming from the teams that does have that high ground advantage. But the problem here still remains. Where will the circle lie? It is still divided between the two roads, which may or may not favor teams on the west or east. It's still a 50-50 chance. And the best thing that any of these teams that are currently in play can do is going to be hoping that they can pick a few players themselves and farm some points. In this case, set up here as well. EMZ looking to try and pick people off while they're trying to rotate around the circle to find an easy entry point. And EMZ Esports, they're tanking the zone here, but seems like they are taking shots onto his 4EC.
Oh no, out in the open the man is. Voltric taking a lot of damage upon himself. Going back prone behind the buggy. 4EC Esports, got their eyes laid out in the front. Man's pulling off quite a risky rotation, and eventually Krish gets knocked out. 4EC, incredible stuff. The knocked out player, Revival's probably going to be there as well. He's in hand. Looking at EMZ, probably want to pull off a rotation themselves. The man's taking too much damage from the blue, and he gets knocked out. Such an awkward circumstance. EMZ, 2 players down. Voltric as well, he's taking too much damage. Oh, he needs to patch himself up, and there we go. Finally pops that first aid. Now moves around Rizzy. He needs to give that revival to. There's 8-Bit in the front, and 4EC Esports, they're taking shots against 8-Bit too.
Yeah, but for EC, they do have a little bit of time to work with as well. Circle is in play, but they've lost a couple of vehicles. They've realized that 8-Bit is gatekeeping them from the insides, and trailing behind them is going to be EMZ. So they are trying to make a decision here. Where should they shift the focus? But EMZ, they are going to try and get out here. Voltric is going to try and save his teammate and pushes in from the other side. And seems to me they are going to be A-okay. Or I might be wrong as well. Seems like Voltric is going to be able to pick one up. And fortunately for him, EO is not in position to try and catch this. But time is of the essence here. After this reset, they have to figure out how they want to push in, because the circle actually shifts to the east side. And Riot Nation is the biggest threat in this game right now.
They've got the best spot to play with, straight up. Riot Nations are going to be unstoppable. They've got the pinnacle, they've got the circle with them as well, and the best position inside of the circle. Everything you can ask for. And they've also got the man number, by the way, preserving it till the end. Wildfangs, they're trying to breach in from the southern side, but Wildfangs, they're probably going to be contested soon. There's a team right next to them. EMZ all the way towards Impala, and I highly doubt breaching's going to be easy for them.
Well, speaking of breaching as well, seems like we did catch a glimpse onto his Juicy. He was able to get a finish on him by himself. Mid-rotation, there was a pretty sick spray. It was caught off camera. Well, not really off camera. It was during the PIP when the map fee was out. But even then, now 8-Bit, they're struggling trying to survive here. Nades are coming in from Wildfangs. Juicy was able to patch himself up, but the split coming in from 8-Bit is going to cost them. And Sensei takes one out. Now he's going to challenge Sarang, and he wins his duel once more. Sensei, again, popping up big time here today. It seems like he does have the sights on Raiden. He is going to try and challenge this as well to try and buy time for his teammates to try and re-engage this. Sensei has the perfect line of sight. Raiden, Juicy in trouble. The Needs are coming in to suppress, and Sensei gets another one. Now looking for his fourth, but from behind, Riot Nation's tag teams with the third party.
Nice.
But they do clean out 8-Bit. But now Wildfangs, they've got bigger problems, and that is going to be the reset.
That was too easy for Wildfangs. Devouring that team all by themselves. And not even burping. EMZ. Next to the opponents around that spectrum. And EMZ, as of now, just eliminating the team right into the front is going to be the main goal. But how do you do it? That team in the front is just constantly backing away. Really trying to play it as safe as possible. But now EMZ is also getting third party from the back. It's 4EC Esports taking those shots. The man's out in the open, and Hyper, he's going to find the knock. Rizzy's knocked out as of now. EMZ put out of commission as of now. They need to play it a little bit more passive. Rizzy cannot be back up on his feet just like that. He's constantly being held by Hyper. That angle's being checked. Smoke's tossed out from EMZ, wanting to get that man a little bit away from that angle. But can he crawl out? Rizzy's still stuck around that block. WinGod Esports, they're taking too much damage. 2 men knocked out in the open. It's not the best possible spot, but even Team Telugu, they keep on dropping dead. Another man knocked out. As Zygrade, he's taken down real low himself.
Oh no, Team Telugu, they're caught in the rock and a hard place. This is pretty exposed. And from behind, they've got WinGod. From the front, they have got Wildfangs. And it seems like the nades coming from Infinity is going to try and clean them up. He's going to take his teammates with him, but he is looking for the final player here from Heka. And in this case, Infinity pretty much finish off his teammates, giving those points to Team Telugu, but he knows there is one more player in. And Wildfangs also knows this as they drop nades here. It eventually takes him down. That's going to be Heka down, and Wildfangs gets another point. This is a big game that Wildfangs has been asking for this entire day.
Yeah, definitely claiming those elimination points. Looking really good. But WinGod Esports, the flow is definitely disrupted. Infinity all the way to the back lines. The man spotted out in the open. Go and get a shot at from the side. That's going to be Riot Nations now knocking on the doors. Riot Nations, they're done playing it passive. They know they've got a solid spot, and now it's time to take the advantage. Ego starting to get locked in. Wildfangs, they need to get that rescue operation done, need to get that fallen player back up on his feet. Infinity, he's got that cover to play with, but it's not the best possible cover. EMZ, they're not done with the fight yet themselves. As we know, one of the players, Rizzy, was knocked out a while ago. Rockstar is now going to be the only person standing for EMZ, and he does not even have a lot of HP.
Oh boy, he's right at the edge of the zone as well. 20 seconds left before he moves. He needs to make it fast as well. Empire Originals, they're going to clear him out before they make the push as well. Seems like the sprays are coming in. Warboy going for the flank. He knows exactly where they are. Norman as well going to be cooking up Nate. Force EMZ to rotate the other side. But Empire Originals, they're going to make sure that he goes down. His inside. Norman cooks the nade. Last second here. Needs to lob it perfectly. And here he comes. No, he actually clips himself. Not a great sign here for Empire Originals, but eventually they will clean out the last player from EMZ. But clock is ticking here, Necro. The circle is coming in. They've got to make the exit right here, right now.
Empire Originals. The Devault's got Carnage. And Carnage as of now. Oh, the blue is constantly ticking away that damage to you, and Carnage is on the move for EC Esports. They do spot out the teams in the front. Shots are being taken mid-rotation, but it's not creating a lot of difference. Look it up, hey. Oh, finally connecting a few shots. That DP28, definitely lethal. But now Wildfangs, they're not done with the fight just yet. They take a fight against Riot Nations, a team that had a solid spot inside of the circle. But Riot Nations, they've got something else in mind. 2 players knocked out. It's not going to be too easy for Wildfangs to convert this fight just like the previous one. Riot Nations, they're not going to be regular foes. That's what they say. Adi's taken down low. He does not have a lot of HP. Needs to patch himself up in Punk. He spots that player in the front. It's going to be Godin from Wildfangs. Molotov tossed out. It's not going to be the difference maker. Adi, he puts that nail in the coffin, and Wildfangs eliminated from the game.
What a shutdown. Riot Nations eliminating Wildfangs right there, and even 4ESP now finds another pick coming from Empire officials who just got out. They're pinned. They lose one in the process while mid-rotation. Chaos across the entire map. What is going on? But while this is happening as well, 4EC slowly creeps up to try and gobble all those points to get those resupplies as they inch in from the southeast corner of the map, knowing that Riot Nations are occupied with the previous fight. Seems like 4EZ now still playing it very safely, and they actually take the high ground away from Riot Nations, who actually abandoned the mountain terrain, so they are in control right now.
Yeah, they definitely are. But I mean, once again, that high ground is not in the smack center anymore. And that's why Riot Nations gave it away. Because they knew being in a better spot inside of the circle means a lot more than the high ground. But still, Riot Nations, they've only got 2 men standing, so I'm not sure how much they can really achieve. They can definitely achieve a few more points, that's for sure. So that's going to keep them around that 35 points marker. And if that does happen, that'll give them a lot of leeway. Look at 4EC. Still driving around that same peak. Circle shifting right on top of Riot Nations once again. And that is the only compound available inside of the circle. Decisions paying off for Riot Nations. Everything is being played to perfection. But Riot Nations, they've only got 2 men standing. If there is going to be a ram on top of that compound, maybe Riot Nations will not be able to defend it.
Oh boy, you might be right. From the perspectives as well, Riot Nations, they do have sensor control, but the rest of the pack, like God's Official, who has been roaming around for quite some time, seems like they have been dodging fights left, right, front, and center. And the team that is in the close proximity is going to be 4EC, but now, Norman just getting completely gunned down and hunted down here as Ultimate Official finds him as a solo player, looking to try and play for positions and gets picked off.
Oh, 4 Wolves. Constant shots taken. Ultima Official. That man's confirmed. The remaining 2 players a little bit far away behind that smoke. And do or die. With 7 frags on the board, definitely a chance this team could do a lot. As of now, it's just trying to play for the intel. 7 Wolves XDOD. Look it up, Niche. And the fact that one of the players actually able to rack up those 6 finish points, that's incredible. TWOB from the back lines. They've got all the men still intact. And this is what you like to see. TWOB coming back to life. And these signs of life, they're probably going to be around the positive block.
It's going to be a tricky spot to be in. Now, down towards the end game as well for EC Esports. Pummels onto his Gods Official, but they get shot at the back once more. And it's going to be TWOB that joins in the fray. But Gods Official, they're getting surrounded. They're getting shot from left, right, front, and center. Nowhere is safe. And who's going to be the one to claim those points? Well, we shall see, because Toxic OP, last player left from the side of Gods Official. He knows he is surrounded. Seems like he is going to try and challenge TWOB, and Inferno knows exactly where he is. The nades are being cooked. Executor going to be checking out what's happening here, especially for TWOB. But it seems like Inferno, he may have messed up the nade, but it is enough to deny that vehicle away from God's Official.
Yeah, it just blows up. Did not have a lot of HP on that vehicle. And now TWOB, they're going to be repositioning themselves inside of the circle. It's just that one man. You might as well just want to clear it.
Oh.
But instead, TWOB, they're going to be playing with a lot of risk. Oh, no, they're too exposed. You've got all the men standing. TWOB, play a little bit safe. You cannot just give away frags like that. Nades are being poured as well on the remaining two players that are split away from this spot. And 4EC Esports constantly applying that pressure. These nades, they're going to be extremely deadly. This one seems like it's overcooked a little bit. Was tossed, but not exactly on the mark.
Well, you have to give props to his Starboy from TWOB, because he was the one that has the support fire to give TWOB the push, got the knock, but he was traded off the other side. So he gave Executor a little bit of timing to actually work with. But little did they know, they still know there is one potential red right beside them, and Toxic OP hasn't made a single muscle yet. Inferno, he's still going to be checking every single corner. I think he finally spots him as well. The Molotov comes in, goes in for a shot, misses the first initial, but eventually they will take him out. So TWOB will clean out the solo rat.
Oh no, Executor knocked out. Catching a lot of strays around the side. Inferno. He is looking at the front, but he's not able to figure out where exactly the man was getting shot at. Executor, he's also a little bit exposed from that tree. Looking for Wolves now, moving in tandem against the boys of Ultima Official. And if they do manage to put the nail in the coffin against Ultima, this can be a lot better for 4 Wolves. But instead they're not doing so. They're also catching a lot of hurt from the backlines of Niche, taking those shots. The man's barely surviving. Ultima, they were on the verge of being eliminated. But now Niche himself is also taking damage from Blink Esports. He's all the way in the sidelines, and what am I even watching? Vector being used with the 4X?
Okay, that was an unexpected one here, but Riot Nations, they finally pop up, and guess what? They take out the members from 4 Wolves. And that's going to be a free point here. But at the same time, 4 Wolves, they turn their tides as well. But Hadi, what a shot to scare him off and push them back. Wow.
Definitely some crazy stuff. 4 Wolves still taking that fight against Blink. And Blink, as of now, they've already taken too much damage upon themselves. With the UMP-45 and a 4X, what am I even watching right now? It's the SMGs that they're utilizing for long ranges. I mean, it makes sense. The man's ran out of bullets on the 5.56 weapon, which is the QBZ. And that's why now he's pulling out the SMG with the 4X. Nade messed up too from the Riot Nations. You cannot really afford mistakes like that, especially when you're running low on resources.
Tricky spot B in for EC Esports. Going to be on the edge of the zone. Needs to patch himself up as well. 30 seconds left remaining. They need to push out. But the biggest threat here is still going to be Riot Nations, hounding them from the back. But 4 Wolves also taking a little bit slow pill here as TWOB is pushing from the offside. But 4EC needs to clean out TWOB first before they can focus on Riot Nations. It seems like Inferno forces smoke up. Vehicles exploding. 4EC still in this stalemate.
4EC Esports, as of now, with 3 frags on the board, it's been a slow game. But look at DOD. Oh my god, 9 finishes on the board. 4 Wolves definitely popping off. Riot Nations, though, Punk getting knocked out is definitely quite unfortunate. And what did I just see? Okay, that was a pretty well-placed nade from Avnish. Getting those confirmations. 4 Wolves Esports, with 11 frags on the board, this team, they're just constantly taking fights in the late game and actually somehow finding ways to win it as well.
A big comeback coming from them. Now Baloo has got cover. He's got the line of sight of TWOB. He gets the knock. But it seems like the circle is about to clip them off as well. TWOB, they need to push out. Starboy still looking to try and deny the point here from 4 Wolves. It seems like he was able to pick up his man as well. Right on the edge of the circle, and 4 Wolves taking shots after shots from afar. Avnish getting the knock on Adi. That's going to be Riot out of the game. And we're down towards the final 3 team. You blink it and you miss it. So much fights across the map. Down towards the final 3 teams. TWOB from the north. Southwest, we have 4 Wolves. And the only way TWOB survive this is they do get the knock, but Balu finds the knock on Daniel instead, and that's going to be the aggression stop here for TWOB. It seems like Starboy has no choice but to abandon this entry point.
Blues on the move, and TWOB has to evacuate that spot. The same thing can be said for 4EC as well. The Blues constantly on the move, but they've got all the 4 players standing. They've also got the man advantage inside of the fight. TWOB constantly taking those shots against 4 Wolves, and it's just that one man around the shack who's being a real nuisance. Constantly peeking out, taking those shots. Eventually, Paulo gets knocked out and confirmed. It was a real bad spot to begin with. TWOB getting their revenge successfully, and now Immortal, he starts to strike back. 4EC, they lose out on Krish IGL. The big man's down, the big threat's neutralized. Immortal, he's the only person standing for 4 Wolves Esports. And as of now for 4 Wolves, with 14 frags on the board, this team is definitely dominating on a whole different level. Inferno taking those shots with the M416. He finds another knock. But Inferno, he also needs to fall back and get that revival.
Seems like TWOB, they are going to work together with 4 Wolves to thin the herd, and 4EC, they are hurting. They started before, they're down a man, and now the second one as well. But Inferno, he needs support fire, but guess what? God. He stood his ground. He took one more out with him. But 4EC now in a 1-versus-1 situation, and Hyper is going to try and pick up Abe before he engages the final moments, and Immortal is going to be the last man standing coming from 4 Wolves. This might be a 1v1, and the circle is about to close in. 4EC, they're able to pick up 1 player right now.
They need smokes, but no, the man's going to move out in the open instead. But still a lot of damage inflicted on Immortal. The man's barely standing, popping that first hit. Does he have enough time? He definitely does. 1 more seconds needed, and that's perfectly done. Immortal, he pulls out the shock and he's busy just switching weapons. He should have taken the fight instead of switching weapons like that. But Immortal, too busy with his own head, and that's why he gets taken down in the end without even doing anything. 4EC Esports securing a solid chicken dinner, and this is what they needed. And now, yes, they have also mounted a comeback in the overall standings.
Exactly. This is a very, very interesting game here between all the teams, but we do see a lot of aggression in this particular game in terms of zoning here. But 4EC clutching up big time here was very, very huge, but 4 Wolves making a huge recovery from this game. From, I would say, on the bottom half here, but they were maintaining top 7. But with this performance, they should be higher up in the standings now for this particular group.
Yeah, pretty much around the top 3 without a doubt, right? Since Riot Nations messed up as well in the final few moments, not having a lot of elimination points, I think they had 3 or 4, and that's why you can't say there's a big chance Riot Nations now might just slip away from that first spot. But looking at the highlights and the way 4 Wolves was really playing, I mean, the way the game started off, TWOB was there in the final few moments. They did a great job in suppressing the opponents and securing a few elimination points, and then in the final few moments, Paulo was being a real problem. Daniel as well, he was caught off guard out in the open. 4 Wolves, the split that they had did not work out that well.
Yeah, this was an interesting moment as well. Hyper actually went for the jump shot, actually catching Immortal just half a second before he could pull off his second gun. And of course, it could have been either ways, but 1 pump was all he needed to clutch things out. And 4EC Esports, with this winner chicken dinner, gives them a huge chance to qualify towards the quarterfinals directly as well. What an interesting twist of events here, I would say, coming from Group 4.
18 points for 4EC Esports. One thing is for sure, we're seeing a lot of underdogs perform from this particular group, right? We've got Riot Nations doing pretty good, 4EC Esports doing pretty good, 4 Wolves doing pretty good as well. Then you've also got Gods doing pretty good for themselves. So these names who are just coming in out of nowhere, performing so well, it's great to see them, right? This is what exactly BGIS is about.
Well, it is an opportunity for all the teams to actually stand a chance to actually compete with the pros, and it seems like the pros are struggling in this round 4 in particular. We saw round 3, round 2 is a little bit ups and down, but we did see a lot of grind teams also getting eliminated as well as round 3. And that's the thing about BGIS, right? The round stages is going to be brutal. It's all about uncertainty. Sometimes it's going to be a luck, sometimes it's going to be skill, but a majority of the time, obviously, it is going to be skill.
I think the no-names, they need to understand one thing, and that is if you keep on playing it passive, especially in a lobby like this, there's going to be too many teams live in the final few moments, and the action will be extremely random. But enough talks about teams. Let's move on towards the individual players. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of frags from the side of of 4 Wolves, that's for sure. Blink Esports, you've got Hardik coming through with 6. Then also Avnish coming through for 4 Wolves, once again getting 4. 4EC Esports is Hyper getting 4 eliminations for himself. And then Executor from TWLB. For TWLB, it wasn't really a frag-heavy game. Instead, they focused a lot more on placement points, and that's what they exactly got. 11 points in total is not a bad game. Blink Esports, the initiation of comeback is right there. Riot Nation, 7 points. Consistency is being maintained, but since the previous game was a bomb, Riot Nations definitely need double digits in the upcoming moments.
I agree. Even same can be said for Wildfangs as well. They do have a consistent amount of points coming in from all 3 games, but even then, they are barely in the cusp of top 7 in particular. So they do have a lot of heavy lifting coming from them for tomorrow, but even Wingard as well dropping the ball in this game. So that means we may be seeing one of the closest groups here, and out of the 4 groups on stream here for round 4 in particular. As you can see, 4 Wolves with 33 points. We've got Riot with 32 points. We've got Gods Official with 25, 4EC with 22. Empire Originals with 21, Wingard 21, TW with 20. It's so close. It's still a free-for-all.
Yeah.
Nobody's qualified yet from this group.
Yeah, pretty much. No one's qualified yet. Maybe you can't say that 4 Wolves, they're extremely close towards that qualification marker, including Riot Nations. The moment they get that double digit on the board, these 2 teams can instantly qualify. But speaking of 8-bit, they're just 13 points shy from actually making it inside of the top 7. So they can easily just qualify too. All they need is one massive game, which is going to be a chicken dinner. And we all know 8-bit can do it. And the fact that they've also got the firepower, and 8-bit's not really utilizing it, now that's the concern. No names, they should realize this, that they do have better firepower, and they should be a little bit more confident.
I disagree with that statement about 8-bit. You say they need 1 big game. I would say they need 1.5 big game in order to actually qualify as well. They need at least 2 big games if you want to, I would say, comfortably stay in the top 7.
No, I'm saying just to cross that top 7, they need 13 points. So my definition of big game is going to be 20 points. If they get those 20 points, they're instantly going to be inside of the top 7. And then in the front, it's up to them. If they want to be consistent, they're going to be qualifying. If they're not going to be consistent, they will be eliminated.
Again, I still disagree with that. Because why? Okay. That's the assumption that everybody else does bad. So that means, you know, that's the point. Oh, they're 20 points? Yeah. Next game, big game for 8-bit, and then they still retaining 20 points. It's 2 games, bro.
So if they get 20 points in the next game, they will have 27 points in total in the overall standings. Now, it's up to them in the upcoming games if they're going to be maintaining the consistency or not. If they do not maintain the consistency, 8-bit will be eliminated from the tournament. If they do maintain the consistency, they're going to be moving on. And since we're seeing so many new names pop up from this group, I'm pretty sure the no names as well, they're getting confused who to counter and who to not. But with that being said, the day comes to an end. That's going to be from Necro, Icy. We'll see you guys tomorrow with some more games.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Ride beyond limits.